far too old and far too small to be drinking with Barry Round.
George McGee, what did you learn today?
From Keith Sargent, I learned quite a lot. Apart from the fact that he was a sergeant, therefore Sergeant, that he sold Bob Pratt his paper, and he used to get threepence
for it. Ian Cover, what did you learn today?
Well, I did confirm that Barry Round is an outstanding singer, but I also learnt there's a very nervous commentator here, Drew Morford, who'll be calling the game this afternoon. Have you learnt anything today, Drew?
I've made an observation. I reckon you'd reach an age where you shouldn't be wearing team colours anymore. What is the cut-off age when you stop wearing team colours?
Well,
I'd make an exception for grand final day. I've never seen so many mature-age people like me wearing team colours. Well done.
We had a fella aged 92 here before wearing his South Melbourne colours.
So, how many grand finals you called?
About 26.
About 26. And who are you going for today?
Swans.
You're supposed to say, tune in after 12.
Yeah.
You know, do that.
Beg your pardon. Obviously, we do it straight on grandstand. We're different from the could have beens. You want a sort of quirky answer?
Yeah, quirky answer. Yeah. Anyway, good calling this afternoon.
We'll be listening.
Going to be very exciting. Can you mention that Mike Pike's from Canada, Luke Hodge from Colac?
And the wind swirls around inside the MCG.
It doesn't favour either end.
All those will get a run. Just like they did in 1977 when I made my debut.
On you, Drew. Good calling. Drew Morford. The champs learn anything?
And champs, what did you learn today?
Yes, I learned that Barry Round is more country than Lee Kernaghan and John Williamson put together.
And I learned that Jeff and Joanne Richards don't think that there's anything at all wrong with the cost of living allowance for Sydney players.
And I couldn't agree with them more.
Well, have you ever tried to buy a cup of coffee in Sydney?
Well, that train from the airport costs $15.
It's shocking. And I'm sure all the players catch the train.
Yes.
Well, they live near the airport. I'm sure they do.
Well, it's grand final day.
Yes.
There's only one place to go for the very latest in breaking news, and that, of course, is the news desk of everyone's favourite football paper, Outside Football. Sam the Sub joins us every Saturday morning. Sam the Sub, it's grand final morning. Good morning to you.
Yes, good morning, gentlemen. Great to be here on the ultimate day of football. Don't forget the Outside paper. Available today.
You don't sound like you're actually in the office today. Have you been at some grand final week functions this week, Sam?
Yes, I've been to quite a few. I'm just trying to find my way back to the office.
Did you pick up any stories on your travels?
Yes, I did, in actual fact. More of those later. I might just go to the headlines. Of course, no game last night to report on.
No.
But we look at the potential today for a real head-to-toe between, we think Brian Lake will be standing Buddy Franklin.
Yep.
So we've got Carolyn Sheehan has written Lake Burley Biffin. And Mike Wilson ghosting for us has got Swan Lake. Quite a dance there today.
Oh, that's true. Oh, people have been calling the grand final the big dance, haven't they? What do you think about that, Sam?
Yeah, I don't think much of it at all, to be honest with you. And, of course, we've uncovered, Chloe Saltair has uncovered a very strange bet Adam Goods and Brad Sewell have had. They're quite friendly toward and with each other, in and of themselves. And the victorious team, be it Hawthorn, Adam Goods will shout champagne for the whole Hawthorn team.
Yep.
Brad Sewell will do the same thing for the Swans, should they win.
Yeah.
The Goods, the Brad and the Bubbly. And the scratch and sniff today, gentlemen.
Oh, I thought you might have had some news out of Adelaide, Sam.
Gee, I just love the fact that you guys try and write my paper.
You want to come down here and meet all the fantastic...
Should I? Hang on, I'm writing that down here. That's fantastic.
There's a lot of people down here who'd love to meet you.
Yeah, right, You're telling the stories, huh?
Yeah, all right.
Scratch and sniff.
Scratch and sniff. The sniff of victory. I wonder when it'll come.
Yes.
And the headlight for the final one of the year, the 1987 Mini Hovercraft.
And, of course, the Bullhorn.
Yes, Bullhorn. Well, we haven't got much in the Bullhorn, but I can mention that left the toilet seat up.
Yeah.
And red faces at the Brownlow medal win.
Oh, really?
CEO of the AFL returned to his table with his fly undone. The wag at the table said, "Have you got a licence to sell hot dogs?"
I think you should have had your beeper working there.
Well, I don't control the beeper. And we can't mention brand names on the ABC.
No.
But Barry Round was spotted starting off with moved on to a can of, then a slab of, half a dozen, a bottle or two of, can we say Alka-Seltzer? And that's about it from me.
Oh, that's true. Look, it's been a fantastic footy season, Sam. Thanks for your contribution.
Thank you,
Sam. Everyone knows outside footy is the place to go.
I'm fearful he'll get snapped up by a commercial network next year.
Yes.
They'll be after him. He's the new Scott
He's
Palmer.
one of those shows.
He's got a lot of experience.
Yeah. Look, it's rapidly racing up to midday. Time for us to hand over to our grandstand colleagues. We've got a very full board of calls here, Torch. It is grand final day. I'd like to talk to as many of them as possible. If you're ready to go.
I am, yes.
Well, let's go to this grand final edition of Could Have Been Champions Footy Talkback. First caller, you're talking to Torch. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, is that am I on the line somewhere, dear?
Yes, go ahead,
It's
please.
me, is it?
Yes, it is. Who's calling?
Hello, dear, yes. It's Pearl, dear.
Oh, where are you calling from?
I'm on the peninsula.
Down on the Mornington Peninsula?
I said the peninsula, dear, yes. I heard you talking about, was it player sweep before?
Players Week, no.
Players sweep, I think you'll find that was.
Well, I don't think there's anything wrong with a man crying. I think the Prime Minister, Bob Hawke, he was known to have a sob on occasion. He seemed quite nice. Michael Desmond had a weeping eye. It's funny, they say a man's like his dog. He had a boxer too, he's very weepy. Well, I didn't go near the boxer because I would slobber. I had a Jack Russell. A lot of people had smaller dogs.
Okay. Thank you, Paul. Have you got a football question for us? No, she's gone.
She's
Yes,
gone, Torch.
yes.
We'll go to the next caller. You're talking to Torch now and Could Have Been's grand final footy talk back. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Cobb.
Oh, who's calling?
That's Sauce Air Sport from up Sea Lake.
Oh, Source from Sea Lake.
Yeah, we've got a few people coming over to watch the granny today.
All right, not making your way down to Melbourne for it,
No,
Source?
we've got Wayne and Barris from Swan Water and Peter and Rose Mary from Jeffcott. Marlene's already got 24 pigs in blankets made for half time.
Yeah.
But do you think I'll get to see a minute?
Oh, why is that?
No, we've had a little bit of rain during the week.
Yeah.
25 points, not enough to help, but enough to make sure I'll spend all day on the tractor spraying for weeds. And the bloody radio's on the fritz too, so I won't even get to hear it.
Oh, no. Okay.
Can we help you in any way, Source?
Yeah.
Hello?
No, he's gone. He's gone back up to the tractor.
There's been a bit of rain.
Better rain. 25 points.
Next caller on Could Have Been Footy Talk Back. You're talking to Torch.
Hello.
Little Jeffrey McGee,
Oh,
excited, are we, mate?
Who's this?
He's Marty on son from Maribyrnong.
Maribyrnong.
Hey, who would have thought you and me rolling Jeffers down the aisles of a matinee feature of Vertigo at the Astor, or selling cigars to the Derros out the back of the grandstand at the Lake Oval,
Yeah,
driving
right,
the P76 down the Hume to catch a game at the SCG in the 80s. Hey, who would have thought we'd be going to the granny together
Well,
to watch
we-
our mighty bloods?
Yeah, right.
Hey, you got me ticket there, Torchy?
No, I
yeah,
haven't,
well,
no.
where do you want me to meet you, mate? Out
No.
the back of the Cricketers' Arms on front room where we normally meet?
All right, yeah.
I'll
well,
see you there.
Yeah,
when
right,
are you off
Marty.
that radio show?
You go
I'll
to the
see you in
Cricketers'
10
Arms,
minutes.
Marty.
Okay, mate. I'll see you
yeah,
there.
All right,
On your
yeah.
Torchy.
Yeah, okay.
Friend of yours, Torch.
I don't know. Where do they get these people from?
Next caller on the grand final edition of Could Have Been Footy Talk Back. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, hello, Torch.
Oh, who's calling?
It's Barry here, Torch.
Barry, and calling from?
The Barossa Valley.
Ah, lovely. Not coming over for the grand final, Barry?
No, but that farmer you were just talking to, can you send him over here with his tractor?
Yes.
We need some slashing in the vines.
Oh, right, okay.
That Barry Round you had on,
Yes, a wonderful man.
does he spell his name with a Y or an IE?
He's definitely a Y, Barry.
Oh, I think you should get an IE and then he'll be a musical comedy star. I didn't recognise the song. Is that from Oklahoma?
Not quite. You got a footy question?
No, just want to ask about Barry Round.
We've told you all we know, Barry.
That's, next caller. Go ahead, please.
Hello.
Yes, and a fellow with...
Please, my Paulton, miss, some
Yes, you're calling. Who's calling, please?
Lance from Lara.
Oh, good, Lance. And
Now you say, where are you calling from?
no, I won't. I'll say, who do you barrack
you
for?
always do.
Who do you barrack for?
I barrack for the Mighty Cats, but I've got an observation.
Yes, what's that?
You played for South Melbourne, isn't it?
Yes, a long time ago.
Yeah, well, you call them the blood.
I do.
Well, what colour is their jumper?
Red and white.
Yeah, well,
Well, what?
red blood cells and white blood cells.
Oh, yes, you've got them. We've got them all covered. Very good point.
Very good.
Next caller, talking footy here with Torch on Grand Final Day. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, like Torchy.
Oh, who's calling?
Yeah, Donny here, mate.
Donny, calling from?
A big tall building in Melbourne.
Don, come over from Devonport, have you?
Yeah, come over, mate. We're up on the Hawks because we've seen them at Launceston during the year.
Yes.
And we got here,
Yeah, who's come with you?
me and Nobby,
Yeah,
and we were booking into that big tall building last night,
right.
and we ran into Barry Rowe.
Oh. I know the building you mean.
Mate,
Yes.
he said he was there till 11.
Yeah.
Well, we were gone at 9:30. I don't think we'll make it down to the ground.
Have you got a ticket for the big game, Donny?
Roundy had him for us.
Oh, did he? Have you seen him this morning?
Nah.
No.
Gotta go, mate.
Okay, all right.
Nobby's in the bathroom. Hang on.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Next caller, you're talking to Torch. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hey, Torch.
Oh, who's calling?
It's Nigel, Torch.
Nigel calling from?
I'm in North Fitzroy today.
All right.
Hey, this whole footy thing's pretty exciting, isn't it, Torch?
It is very exciting.
Seb and I have allowed ourselves to get all caught up in it. Starsky's made some vegan paleo sausage rolls.
All right.
And we're actually going to watch the footy.
Yeah, where are you going to watch
well,
it at?
Coburg Drive-Thru is showing the 1976 VFA Grand Final.
Right.
It's Port Melbourne versus Dandenong.
Right.
Apparently it's a pretty exciting classic film starring Fred Cook.
Right.
So can you tell us, don't tell us what happens, because
Yes.
we want a bit of excitement.
Right.
Miles has borrowed his mum's Prius for the occasion, so
Right.
we're going to pull up there, have the sausage rolls, maybe have a couple of craft beers, enjoy the sunshine, and watch a classic movie.
It sounds like a big day.
That's fantastic,
Yes.
Nigel. Thanks for sharing that with us.
Thank you, Nigel. What year was that? 1976?
Torch, that's all the calls we've got time for because we've got across to get the grand final word from Guru Bob. Hello, Guru, come in.
Guru Bob, I can't hear you.
Just wait till I get my headphones on.
Where are you calling from, Guru Bob?
Just out the back there.
Gets a laugh every year, Guru.
We just had a caller on who made an observation, Guru Bob.
No. Just get my book. It's not an observation, it's a criticism. I got a new book out for the finals.
Really? What is it?
It's called When You Kick the Ball, It Goes Exactly Where You Kick It.
Oh.
Think about that.
I am thinking about it.
And we've been watching some old videos.
Right.
And we were watching the Geelong Best and Fairest.
Right.
Joel Selwood wins the medal, leans over to kiss his wife. They clash heads. She's uninjured and he has to go and get bandaged.
And today's game, Guru.
And another old video, Richard.
Yes.
Another old video. We were watching Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
Right.
And Mick Malthouse was a guest.
Right.
And the first question he was asked, he said, "Is that a statement or a question?" So today, the team that settles better.
Right.
I read on Facebook, it said, the first step towards getting somewhere is to decide you are not going to stay where you are. That's rubbish. The first step towards getting somewhere is to work out where you are and then go somewhere else. Think about that.
That's fantastic,
I won't
Guru.
be coming down today.
You're not coming to the game?
That's all right. Thank you, Guru.
No, I won't be coming because, well, I'm a bit embarrassed, but I just don't know which way my barcode would face.
Oh, okay.
That's okay.
Thank you,
It's been
Guru
a great
Bob.
season, Guru. Thanks
you,
for
Guru.
being with us. Guru Bob there. As we race up towards the end of the program now, I think we might say farewell to the season in traditional fashion by having a nice big sing with everybody.
Yes.
Would you like to do that?
If we can do that.
We've just got a couple of minutes to go, and I think we could... Mike Brady will be singing in there a bit later on, one of his great anthems of the world of footy, but it's not the only one. Greg, could we finish the show with That's the Thing About Football, do you reckon?
I'd rather not, Jeff.
We've got 90 seconds.
Right. It's been 12 years since I sang this inside before the game. Maybe next year the AFL might have it'd be nice.
Depends on how bad Tom Jones goes, I suppose. But everyone knows the words, so they can help you out with it.
Oh. I got my scarf, got my old coat. I got a footy game to go to. Footy's on, footy's here again. Back to greet me like an old friend. And hey, that's the thing about, that's what I like about. Yeah, that's the thing about football. I got a long road to walk out to catch a tram to my favorite ground. Use my legs, use my voice, make some noise, support the boys, and that's what football means to me. That's how I like my footy to be. And hey, that's the thing about, that's what I like about. Yeah, that's the thing about football.
You have been listening to the Could Have Been Champions. Billy Baxter, Greg Champion, George McGee and Ian Cover. Thank you so much.
Anticipation building ahead of today's big game, a security scare at Sydney Airport, and a volunteer firefighter sues the CFA. Good afternoon, Mary McDonald with ABC News. The excitement is building at the MCG ahead of this afternoon's AFL Grand Final between Hawthorn and Sydney. Melissa Brown reports.
Police numbers have been doubled at the MCG because of Australia's heightened terrorism alert level, although authorities say there has not been a specific threat against the Grand Final. Thousands of fans arrived before dawn to secure an unallocated ticket. Those at the front of the queue camped out overnight, but others had a smarter plan.
I had someone come in, sleep over the night, then I came in this morning and I'm here ready to go.
It was an uncomfortable night for many.
It got very cold here this morning. If it's a Hawthorn result at the end of the day, it'll be well worth it.
I was just awake all night, just being nervous pretty much, just getting ready for the game. Just can't wait for that 2:30 bounce, see Tippett and Buddy kick 20 between them.
Around 100,000 people are expected to attend the Grand Final.
There have been chaotic scenes at Sydney Airport after a man walked into the Qantas departure area without going through security. Bridget Brennan reports.
The entire Qantas domestic terminal was evacuated after a man skipped security screening. A Qantas spokeswoman says he walked through the exit doors to enter the departure area. Qantas says security staff have spotted the man on CCTV, but it's not clear if they've spoken to him yet. The ABC's Geraldine Dukes says she was waiting to board her flight when she was told about the security scare.
They announced that there had been a security breach and that the entire airport, there was no boarding, and we were being asked to go out and be re-screened.
At least 1,500 people have had their flights delayed. Many of those passengers are football fans waiting to board flights to Melbourne to attend the AFL Grand Final.
The federal opposition has condemned the government's refugee agreement with Cambodia as a dud deal. Nick Pedley reports from Parliament House.
The opposition's immigration spokesman Richard Marles has criticised the 4-year deal, seizing on revelations just 4 or 5 people will be resettled in Cambodia in the early stages.
And he's gone off and done this lightning visit to Cambodia under the cover of Grand Final weekend for a $40 million deal for 5 people. It is unbelievable.
The Immigration Minister Scott Morrison signed the deal in Phnom Penh last night, indicating the number of refugees will grow.
You have to start off small, make sure the program is working, and then build it up over time.
The agreement is set to take effect by the end of the year or early next year.
US aircraft have launched a 5th consecutive day of airstrikes against Islamic State militants in Syria. Peter Simpson reports.
US officials say the mission in Syria is now similar to air raids on Iraq, with near-continuous combat flights. The Pentagon said earlier that 4 tanks were destroyed in air attacks on Iraq and Syria. Despite the strikes, IS militants are advancing on the Syrian town of Kobani near the Turkish border, where they're battling Kurdish fighters. Speaking at the Pentagon, the US Armed Forces Chief General Martin Dempsey said the air campaign is damaging IS, but will not be enough to defeat it. He says political solutions and ground campaigns will both be needed in Iraq and Syria. Meanwhile, British airstrikes against IS in Iraq are likely to begin this weekend after a majority of UK MPs voted to join the US-led mission.
A UK journalist held captive by the Taliban in 2001 says Muslim teenagers are being radicalised by images they see in the media. One of Australia's largest Islamic organisations is holding its annual conference in Melbourne. However, it's been overshadowed by the death of 18-year-old Abdul Numan Haider, who was shot by police at Endeavour Hills in Melbourne's southeast after stabbing 2 officers earlier in the week. Keynote speaker Yvonne Ridley says young people aren't able to discuss the things they see on television in their mosques.
They're being radicalised by switching on the BBC, Sky, ABC. They're seeing images, horrendous images in war zones from Syria. That's where the radicalisation is taking place.
A volunteer firefighter who became trapped in one of Black Saturday's deadliest firestorms is suing the CFA for damages. Jessica Longbottom reports.
The action is the first personal injury claim to be brought by a Black Saturday volunteer against the CFA. Glenn Barlow and his crew became caught in the blaze in Kinglake West in February 2009, with several of them suffering flash burns and other serious injuries. The Firefighters Union says Mr Barlow has suffered as a result of the event, and he's alleging the CFA breached its duty of care for failing to warn the brigade about the approaching fire. The union's Peter Marshall says many more firefighters could take action.
Certainly, many are traumatised, many have kept that inside, and we're starting to see the signs of post-traumatic stress creeping in.
The CFA wouldn't comment on the case as it's before the courts.
The Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas has accused Israel of having conducted a genocidal war during the recent conflict in Gaza. Mr Abbas was speaking to the United Nations General Assembly. From New York, the BBC's Nick Bryant reports.
In a speech that drew sustained applause from supportive nations in the hall, Mahmoud Abbas said he'd come to New York full of grief, regret and bitterness following the recent war in Gaza. He said that Israel had carried out absolute war crimes before the eyes and ears of the entire world, and claimed that the difference with previous conflicts in Gaza was that what he called the genocidal crime was larger. Returning to a cycle of failed negotiations would be impossible. He'd therefore be seeking a resolution in the Security Council.
The United States has called Mr Abbas's speech offensive and says it undermined peace efforts. The US Secretary of State John Kerry has begun a second day of talks with his Iranian counterpart aimed at reaching a permanent agreement on Iran's nuclear program. Before beginning discussions, Mr Kerry told a meeting at the United Nations it was his fervent hope that a deal that would benefit the world could be struck by late November.
I come here to reiterate the Obama administration's unshakable commitment to seeing this treaty ratified and entered into force. And though we have not yet succeeded in ratifying it, I assure you, we are pledged to live by it, and we do live by it, and we will live by it.
The World Health Organization says more than 3,000 people are now known to have died in the Ebola outbreak in West Africa out of about 6,500 cases. Liberia has been worst hit by the disease. The BBC's Tom Afesi reports.
The number of deaths in Liberia is now growing faster than anywhere else. The country has recorded 3 times more victims than in Sierra Leone and in Guinea. Global leaders have pledged to bring in assistance, but it will take weeks before the promised treatment centres are built on the ground. Some care centres can open only briefly each morning to admit new patients to be treated in the beds whose occupants have died overnight. Medical staff across the region continue to pay a heavy price. Nearly 400 have been infected, more than half of whom have died.
The Australian Crime Commission is investigating if there are links between the illegal trade of dugong and turtle meat and organised crime. The federal government has launched a $5 million dugong and turtle protection plan that involves the Crime Commission, Federal Police and Customs. The Environment Minister Greg Hunt says $2 million has been allocated to the Commission to investigate illegal trading of the meat.
It's trying to protect these species. We're putting serious resources and serious people on the task. If you are poaching dugong and turtle meat, transporting it illegally, you should be worried because the toughest cops on the beat are coming after you.
A learner driver is facing numerous charges after crashing her car in Hampton Park in Melbourne's southeast. The 22-year-old hit a fence, then drove off on the wrong side of Pound Road at 2:30 this morning. Police found the woman and her car a short distance away. She told officers she hadn't had a drink all day, then blew .163 in a breath test. Now at sport, here's Ewan Gilbert.
The first bounce in the AFL Grand Final between the Swans and the Hawks is now just hours away at the MCG. And the man who should be feeling the pressure more than most is Sydney forward and Hawthorn defector, Buddy Franklin.
I love playing on the big stage and playing against a quality side in Hawthorn.
Meanwhile, the Hawks are working through their own issues with a star player. Cyril Rioli has been out injured for 3 months, but he says he's ready to play.
I'm fully confident in my
body. Fully confident it's going to hold up in the game.
In the NRL, the last spot in the grand final is up for grabs tonight when the Panthers take on the Bulldogs at Olympic Park. Both sides have niggling injury concerns, but Penrith coach Ivan Cleary says not to read too much into that.
Most players, I think, this time of year are running around with injuries, and but come the big stage and the big games, everyone's 100%.
The winning team will meet the Rabbitohs next weekend after they beat the Roosters last night. And in the Union, the Wallabies can move to number 2 in the world rankings with a victory over South Africa in Cape Town tomorrow morning, although the Wallabies have not won there for 22 years.
The main points again. The excitement is building at the MCG ahead of this afternoon's grand final between Hawthorn and Sydney. And there have been chaotic scenes at Sydney Airport after a man walked into the Qantas departure area without going through security. To the weather now. For the state, fine apart from isolated showers, clearing in the southwest and exposed coastal areas. The chance of afternoon showers about the central and eastern ranges. For Melbourne, partly cloudy with a chance of light showers about the hills in the afternoon with a top today of 24 degrees. Tomorrow, windy with late rain, 28. Monday, partly cloudy, 21. Tuesday, a possible late shower and 22. It's currently 21 degrees in Melbourne. ABC News.
The full firepower of the Swans is armed and operational. They blast their way into the 2014 grand final.
It's time for the final two to go head-to-head.
And that's it! Hawthorn has seen off the power.
Grandstand AFL.
After a shaky start,
Crowd counting down the clock. It's on the wing. The Giants have won. Just the 4th game in their history. And they've beaten the Sydney Swans for easily their best ever victory.
Sydney has had an outstanding season.
First Goods, then Tippett, now Franklin. Sydney rolls out the heavy artillery.
And now their eyes are firmly set on another premiership.
Jenner takes a bounce, cruises in and rams it home.
But first, they'll have to get over reigning premiers Hawthorn.
He works the hand past the rough head. He tracks away from the middle, has a bounce, long kicks a goal. Jared Roughhead has 4.
With weapons all around the ground, the Hawks are one side that can burn you in a flash.
And we know how good Hawthorn have been for the many, many years. Can they pull another one off? Over to you, Bucks. What about the Hawks? I can tell you what, they do exceptionally well. I don't know how to stop it, but they've got a lot of weapons.
Can they go back-to-back?
Suckling, usually so reliable, and this is no exception.
Sit back, turn up your radio, and let the best in the business bring you every bone-crunching tackle. Every high-flying mark.
It's going to go long and deep to the top of the square. Oh! Massive fly! That is a massive fly, Luke Parker!
And every magic moment of the 2014 AFL Grand Final.
We have the Grand Final long promised.
Grandstand AFL.
Welcome to ABC Grandstand's coverage of the 2014 AFL Grand Final.
Goods underfoot. He gathers, he opens the ankle, he screws it around the corner, and he kicks the goal of a master.
Lewis, great use of the body. Open the pass for Buffalo. Hand pass to Isaac Smith, who followed up and kicked the goal.
He tracks away from the middle, has a bounce, long kicks a goal.
Parker actually kicked from about 52. It's a ripping kick, and it sails inside the right-hand goalpost.
Coming to you live on ABC Local Radio, on Radio Australia, and on ABC Grandstand Digital.
Grandstand Digital.
Off the ground goes Roughhead. Nearly a goal. He goes again and kicks the goal.
He was the Hawks' #1 weapon, and now Hawthorn is learning what it is to be lanced.
The AFL Grand Final.
The travails of the past 7 months have brought us here to the MCG with the 2 best teams on one of Australia's great days. Good afternoon and welcome. Gerard Whateley with you on Grandstand AFL as we launch into the 2014 Grand Final coverage with our special edition of the Saturday agenda. And as he has been since March, to dissect the key issues in the game and what lies in store, Mark McClure, happy Grand Final day to you.
Thanks very much, Gerard, and same to you, and same to all the listeners out there in all over the world who listen to the ABC. This is a special day in the calendar, and it's unique. Not unique to Sydney, but they've been here a few times, but unique to Hawthorn in the last 3 times they're here, and they've won one, they've lost one, and what are they going to do today?
It's a day that changes lives. You came here 4 times, you won 3 of them.
Yep.
and I imagine that's just become part of who you are.
Well, I don't think it's become who I am, but I can still remember them clearly, Jared. They're vivid memories of exactly what happened. And more the point of watching my teammates, how they reacted to the day, how they held themselves on the day, if they were calm, whether or not they were just a bit over the top. And sometimes you can get like that. You watch the horses in the mounting yard, and you see them, I think I'm going to drop my bet off this one. So it's about actually making them feel comfortable in what they do, and that comes from months and years of practice, of being able to control your energy and control your nerves. And the best part is when you get out in the ground and you're back in your office and this is your domain and this is what we do. And it's a thrill to win one, because it's a culmination of a year's work, or maybe 2, or maybe 3, or maybe a decade for some who haven't had a chance to do so. And that's the thrill of it all, to finish it off with a bunch of blokes, because you can't do it on your own, I can assure you. Some try, and most of them fail. And this is why Hawthorn impresses, and so does Sydney. Impresses both.
What happens in the 2.5 hours of the game is recounted for as long as football will be played, but it forms bonds that will never leave you, Mark.
No, they don't. They don't leave you. And I still see my mates, and we have a hug, because you shared a period of time together where I needed you. I needed you in a crisis, and he needs me, and that's sort of that'll live with you forever. It was good.
The sharpest mind with us today is Nathan Burke, who played 17 seasons, saw this day once, was a stellar performer for the Saints that day in 97, but it wasn't quite to be. Nathan, welcome to the Saturday Agenda.
Thanks very much, Jared. And I'm hoping you're not going to say grand final experiences define me. They define you, but they didn't define me, because I came away a loser. So hopefully I've moved on from that. But no, it's absolutely fantastic to be here. And I just walking through the car park on the way in, and I was almost thinking to myself, it would be great if we extended the season for another 5-6 weeks because of the weather. That every second car had the barbecue out the back, they had the picnic, there was families sitting around. It was absolutely fantastic. So maybe something to think of in the future. If we can get cricket off this beautiful auditorium, maybe we can extend the season.
Push into October.
Yep.
Is it the best and worst? The grand final, making it and the whole build-up to it, is that's what 17 years is for, and yet to be on the wrong side of it. How do you reflect on 97?
Yeah, exactly like you said there, it was the best and the worst. The best part was obviously winning the prelim final. To be honest, I cannot remember hardly any play that occurred in that prelim final. It was straight away, it was a race from the mind, and then on to the following week. Just the additional crowds at training, and the grand final parade. How often do you get to sit in the back of the car and driven through the streets of Melbourne, people waving and cheering?
Well, you like that, do you?
Oh, I loved it. It was fantastic. It hasn't happened since. Probably never would happen again.
I'll take you for a drive one day, okay?
Thanks, mate. In the convertible. Just stuff like that. Driving down Nepean Highway and seeing somebody put a St Kilda jumper on Tommy Bent's statue, and the shops with the red, white and black streamers and in the cars. It was just an incredible experience. And those days we used to park out we didn't park underground, we parked out in the field, and getting into the ground, signing autographs on the way in. Probably the next 3 hours weren't real flash. Certainly the end wasn't real flash, but you can't take away the joy of that initial week lead up. Certainly would have loved to have come out the other side, but you live with it. We gave it our best shot and weren't good enough.
On the Saturday Agenda today, rather than the modern-day player, we're going to lean on the coaches today. Nathan Buckley is going to join us for the broadcast of the grand final. He's especially topical as well, given events at Collingwood, and shortly we'll introduce you to our other senior coaches who are coming by the grandstand AFL box.
You should never be upset about losing one, because a lot of people strive to get here and never get here. A lot of guys have never played a final, let alone play in a grand final, so I wouldn't be too worried about. I'll never forget the day we lost.
Yep.
Never. It'll never go away. It just never goes away. So, and as many times as you win, the one you lose, you despise. And so, don't feel that way, because this is a very special place, and very few get out here in September, in late September. So, you should be very proud of representing your club and being part of it and doing all that. So, I think both sides would be good at that.
Yeah, and that was my theory behind it. Was you've got to give yourself a chance. You've got to give yourself a crack. We had a crack. We didn't win on the day, but I'd much rather have that opportunity than never have that opportunity.
Did you learn something?
Absolutely. I probably learned, if I was to go on and coach, which I'm not, the lessons I learned from losing, I probably would have learned a lot from winning, but the lessons you learn from losing certainly stand you in good stead.
Okay, it's a precious day. It's also a glorious day. And Kelly Underwood is in the surrounds of the MCG, inside and out for us over the next couple of hours. Kel, welcome to Grand Final Day.
Yes, thanks for that, Gerard. What a sensational day out and about around the outside the MCG. It is postcard perfect, and one of the first people that I've actually come across just out front of the September Club is the AFL CEO, Gillon McLachlan. Gil, happy first Grand Final Day as the CEO.
And we got the weather we wanted, Kelly. It's amazing. So I think we've got the game we wanted all year, and the day looks like it's going to be perfect. So we're at the moment everything looks great.
And I've got you ducking from one function to the other. What time did the day start? Talk us through it already.
Early on, kangaroo's breakfast, and I actually hadn't written my speech. I was up at 6, wrote a couple of things down. I've had the breakfast, and then straight here. Had a look around the September Club, which looks amazing, and cut a bit of a lap. Everyone's in good order, and then where our function starts at 11. So we're into it.
And Grand Final week, how's it been for you? Have you counted how many functions you've attended?
Oh, I have done at least 2 per day, I know that. So it's been a good week. I mean, it's just a great week, and thankfully we seem to get through the Brownlow unscathed. It was a great winner. Nat Fyfe didn't win, which was a good thing, and they kicked it all off. And it's just a great week. It's the best week in Melbourne, and we've had a good time.
Great atmosphere out here. Before you duck off, a quick tip and a Norm Smith medalist from you.
I better be consistent, and especially with Jared there, because I think I did something with him Friday morning. Sydney by 15 points, Franklin, Norm Smith.
Thanks for the chat. Enjoy Grand Final Day.
Thanks, Kelly. Cheers. Appreciate it.
Well, thanks, Kel. With us on the Saturday agenda on Grand Final Day is the coach of GWS, Leon Cameron. Leon, welcome.
Jared, how are you?
Very well. 2012, you're in the Hawthorn box the last 2 times, the last time these 2 teams met in their grand final. What stirs your memory from that day?
Yeah, I mean, obviously disappointing because it took me about 23 years to get to a grand final. But, I mean, not probably at half-time. Probably the biggest thing is thinking, have we lost this game? They kicked 5 goals to 0 in the second quarter. But it was one of the great things about Clarko was that he regrouped the players. We knew, obviously, we were outplayed, particularly in the second quarter. And he challenged the guys to step up, and it could have easily ended up with a 6 or 7 goal loss.
Yep.
The way the players were probably progressing, and then the first 6 or 7 minutes of the third quarter even struggled. I think Sydney actually kicked the first 1 or 2 goals and blew out to about 30 or 33 points or something like that. But I think then the boys started to regroup. Obviously, Franklin started to get on top at centre forward. Isaac Smith started to come in the game, and then all of a sudden, this 15 minutes of a rush. Before you knew it, we're back in front. And so coming down to that 3-quarter time huddle as a line coach, you think, how good is this? The roar.
Yep.
This is just outstanding. This is going to be an epic finish, and it turned out to be an epic finish. Unfortunately, not for the Hawks, but that last quarter just ebbed and flowed, and then they took their chances, Sydney. Whereas I think if you remember, Hawthorn missed a couple of shots early in the last quarter, but also late. I think Sewell had about 2 or 3 snaps, and unfortunately she went through the points, not the goals, and the rest is history.
What's the tension like in the box in the last quarter of a tight grand final?
I mean, you would have heard a lot of the coaches this week speak about that. I mean, there's no doubt there's an enormous amount of tension. It's just who can probably make sort of good decisions at the right time. And there's not a lot of decisions to be made, because really it's up to the 18 that are at the ground, and obviously the ones that are rotating from the bench. But if there has to be one decision, like, are we losing this game? Do we have to make a big change, like, let's take Burgoyne from the back flank and put him the full forward? Do you lose that moment because there's too much tension, or are you calculated and make that decision quickly enough to make an impact on the game? And so, I mean, that's the challenge for the guys today and the 2 coaches' boxes, because I just think it's going to go right down to the wire, and there's going to be little instances in the game we'll look back and say, well, that's the moment that helped either side get over the line. So it's just whether or not they can control that tension and make the right decisions at the right time.
Is the burden of what sits on the result of a grand final throughout the week, throughout the game, is it actually palpable when you're in the middle of it?
Oh, yes. I mean, there's no doubt when you come into it, and I've only been lucky enough to be involved in one, but I mean, you're always thinking about, what if we win? What if we lose? And no more than the senior coach. He bears the brunt of everything. He bears the brunt, obviously, if you win, and all the staff underneath him, everyone's this jubilation. But he bears the brunt of it if you lose, because you can clearly see that there's 25, 30, 40 staff members that have put everything into that year. So it's quite extraordinary that it actually comes down to 2 hours of football. In some cases, it comes down to 5 minutes of football. And I just think it's going to come down to that today.
It feels like, for a whole lot of reasons, while the cast is reasonably similar, obviously with one switching camp most prominently, that both teams are significantly better than they were in 2012. What's your feel on
I'd have to say that. I'd definitely have to say that. I reckon because Luke Hodge struggled into the 2012 grand final because he was just, correct me if I'm wrong, he was going to pull out because he was really cooked the night before. He had a interrupted season with injury, interrupted finals campaign. I mean, we all know how important he is. The Swans. It's very hard to comment on. Their build up to their game. Did they have 3 or 4 players that are playing at 80 or 90% because they've just got to the line? Roughhead, who struggled a little bit in the grand final of 2012, come back from that Achilles injury. Probably got to about first week of the finals, and that was enough. Rioli struggled with some injuries as well. This time they come into Roughhead's in as good a form as any. Hodge is flying. Rioli, obviously, the question mark, but I'm tipping I think he'll be the sub today. And then on the other hand, Sydney, everything's fallen into place in terms of the amount of players that they've had to pick from, the amount of game time they've actually got into their players. There's probably 15 or 18 of the guys that have had 20, 22 games. And there's 5 or 6 that probably had 10 or 12, and then all of a sudden they're all coming together. So, I think both teams are in, outstanding shape. Everyone's probably thinking that Sydney's probably in a little bit better shape than Hawthorn, but when you get here, it doesn't matter.
Leon Cameron, the Giants coach, with us on the Saturday agenda with Mark McClure and Nathan Burke.
You'd understand why they picked Cyril.
Absolutely.
Because they want to stretch their defence.
Yep.
And when you've got Gary Rowan and Rampy, who are youngish, you would have seen them last week, and they ran out of the defence with such ease. They can't do that today.
No, and you're right, Sellers, and I think the big thing is, and my opinion was, I think Rioli will be the sub, but if he's not, they have got a huge decision because Nick Smith no doubt will go to Bruce, who's up and running. That means, does Gary Rowan, who's more of a rebounding half-back flanker, or a Melchesky or a Shaw, goes to Rioli. And we all know what Nick Smith did to Rioli in the 2012 grand final. So that's going to put it back on Sydney. I think Rampy will go to Gunston.
Yep. So, he did last time.
Yeah, absolutely, and played really well on him.
He did too.
So I look, that's the big thing about it, and everyone's probably waiting for those team sheets to come through. Does Rioli start? Do you get 80 minutes of footy out of him? So, I think the Hawks have done the right thing by picking him.
They did too, because I think that's their most vulnerable spot is defence.
Absolutely.
And they need to test him one-on-one and a 50-50 ball and see who plays on instead of having one loose all the time and letting them run free. So for mine, I thought Rioli was absolute special.
Yeah. And look, I remember we played, I was at Hawthorn a couple of years ago. Yes, you want to have one-on-one against Sydney's defence, absolutely. But even if the ball is on the ground and it's a 3v4 and Rioli's a part of that 3, with a Bruce and maybe a Gunston or a Roughhead, it causes enormous havoc amongst the Sydney Swans defence. And I noticed a little bit of that when I was at the Hawks. At times they would go one down ahead of the footy because they would kick a rough ball that would just roll in, or a random ball that would at least hit the ground, and all of a sudden they're onto it. Piopolo, these sort of guys. So I actually don't think that's going to disturb them if they don't get one-on-one all the time. If they're one down, but if you've got Rioli, Piopolo, Bruce in amongst those 3v4, I think it'll help them.
How much time and effort is put into that sub, and what are you looking for in a sub player?
Yeah, well, this sub player could be so unique, Berkey. I think it's really interesting. We had a discussion halfway through the year with Gil McLaughlin about the sub. We've actually sort of supported to why have the sub. Why not just use the whole 4 players? It gives an opportunity to maybe play a second ruck, the most demanding spot on the ground. And a lot of clubs are saying, well, we'll play one genuine ruck and a forward ruck. Maybe you can play now 2 rucks. So, but it does have a significant impact at match committee. It always takes the longest because you're thinking about who can actually fill the gap forward, mid and back. Can he run? Can he be interchangeable? Can he come on and play 40 minutes straight so you don't have to take him off? Is he still going to have impact forward of the footy? Can he go inside? So that gets discussed all around. I mean, if we're talking about Rioli and he might become that unique sub today, they're probably thinking, can we get 50 minutes of intense football out of Rioli, bring him on halfway through the third quarter in a perfect world and set him alight forward of the footy? But I wouldn't be surprised if he goes in the middle. as well. He's got the capability of going in the middle. And when that play sort of halfway through the third quarter, when it's just grind v grind v grind, a guy like Rioli or Burgoyne, who's got that lightning feet, could actually come in and have 2 or 3 instances that can turn into scoring opportunities.
And you're trying to break new ground in the west of Sydney.
Yep.
How much would a Sydney win today assist you with the promotion of the game in Sydney?
You're right, Berg. I mean, up there, I've been up there for 20 months now, and, we're trying to break new ground. We've got 13,500 members at the Giants. We're trying to promote the game of AFL football in a foreign part of Australia. The Swans have obviously been there for 30 years, and to secure a third flag in the past 10 years or so would be enormous. I mean, I think Goodsey said during the week, or it might have been Barry Hall just said during the week, he couldn't believe when they won their flag in 2005 that the city of Sydney actually closed the streets for a parade. And it was an enormous parade. Now, obviously, they've grown on from there, and the awareness is enormous. The Swans have got 40-odd thousand members, so it'll be enormous for AFL in New South Wales and the city of Sydney as well. So, part of me obviously would love to see that, and then part of me being in the Hawks camp would love to see the Hawks win as well. So, yeah.
What's your perspective on the celebrity factor that Franklin has been for the code in Sydney firsthand?
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to, we don't back away for, we chased Franklin hard last year. I mean, you were there, Jared, throughout the year. We talked about it all year. And partly was because, he can play the game, as we can all see. He's the best player in the competition, along with Gary Ablett. But the other part was that we need to create an awareness in the western suburbs of Sydney quickly. And so that was a big play for that. And obviously when he went to the Swans, it was disappointing. Thankfully, we secured great people like Mumford and Shaw. Now, in terms of their awareness and branding like Franklin, there's probably no one that's ever going to outdo Franklin because of what he can do. But they're now starting to build an awareness for our footy club. But guys like Jeremy Cameron and John Patton who are starting to come through, these big forwards or these unique forwards that can create this sort of excitement on game day, drags people through the gates, especially up in New South Wales.
His fame, though, is just something
enormous.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a celebrity, not really a footballer. He seems to be treated like a celebrity in Sydney, which is predisposed to that position.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably right. In Melbourne, he probably was treated as a footballer, and now he's probably gone to the Swans and treated as a celebrity. But I just think, we've got to take our hats off to him and what he's actually been able to do. I mean, everyone was lining up with a baseball bat early part of the year with all the innuendo of what was going on with that footy club and particularly Lance. But the way he's handled himself since probably round 4 or 5 to now has been quite extraordinary. And this is a guy that actually shies away from that. He doesn't like it. And so he's controlling himself. But unfortunately, with what's been building up, he can't shy away from it anymore.
You didn't get him, but he went to the next best place to actually build our game.
Absolutely. And you're right.
That's the best part about having him in Sydney. So actually there is a spin-off for you as well.
Yeah. And we were talking about that earlier today. I mean, Dave Matthews, our CEO, who was part of the bid to try to get him, he said, I hope Sydney win. I hope we create an awareness. And Kevin Sheedy is exactly the same. And he's been at the forefront of promoting AFL football in New South Wales and Canberra.
We've talked about Hawthorn. You've given us a little spurt on them. Give us a deal on their absolute strengths. And one of them, I think, is the two-way running of their midfield.
Of Hawthorn?
No, Sydney.
Yeah. You're right, Sels, and everyone talks about it. You actually hear it come out of the mouths of the players. But to do it every week, Berkey, and you would know,
absolutely,
it is very hard to do because the habits of young midfielders, and I've got an exciting bunch of young midfielders at our footy club that they've brought up in under 16s and under 18s, and they would have dominated centre forward.
Of course,
they dominate centre forward, and so it's in their bones and their blood that I'll run forward harder than I'll run back. So
there's more rewards on that.
Absolutely,
you know that?
Absolutely. But I think and the pleasing thing about our young football club is now our boys are starting to understand. And you talk about the Sydney Swans.
Yeah.
We just have to look down the road and say, guys, you want to get there? Have a look at McVeigh, Hanbury, McGlynn, these sort of guys. Absolutely. And our guys are now starting to look at that. But those guys do it week in, week out. And there's no doubt they will come into this game today thinking we did it in 2012. And in the end, it was probably the difference. You think of Hanbury, Kennedy, these guys just running hard. We can do it again. Hawthorn have added Hill and obviously Isaac Smith. I mean, Isaac Smith was there 2012. But it is a hard thing to do. But these guys have got it, in spades. And you'll actually, it's intriguing to see when as soon as the ball's turned over in their forward end, their ability to run at 100%, and that's the big thing, 100% hard back is exactly the same as they can run 100% forward. And, they're probably going to hold them in good stead today.
And they're proud of it. That's the key.
Are.
They're proud of it. They're the best at it. So,
Yeah.
And then they've got this forward line that's unbelievable, which you've seen it at full force.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the biggest thing. I mean, and sometimes we talk about such a unique forward line. I mean, everyone, I suppose, talks about defences wins big games. This is the intriguing part. Does Gibson, Hodge, Spanger, Stratton, Lake, these sort of guys have a day out and beat this star-studded forward line? If they beat that star-studded forward line, doesn't matter how hard Sydney run. Yep. Because when Hawthorn win the footy back in the back end, they are so good at keeping off and piercing the opposition. But in saying that, I think it's important, so as you said, they are proud of two-way running.
Absolutely.
Like Hawthorn are proud of putting their head over the footy.
I agree with that.
And Sydney put their head over the footy as well. But they have this feeling amongst the group, if you don't do it, you don't play.
And I think that's right.
And how far away are you guys?
That's a good question, Burke. Look, we feel as though, we made some significant ground. I think the most pleasing thing about, obviously, on top of the 6 wins we had, there was about another 5 games we got beaten by about under 10 points. But we played Sydney, and yes, it was a big upset. We knocked off the Swans. That was an upset. We played Hawthorn here and got beaten by 7 points. We played Geelong and got beaten by 7 points. We've actually played some good quality teams that have been around and actually taken them, taken it right up to them to the final siren. We definitely need another pre-season. You have another pre-season, another 5 months with our guys. It reinforces our game plan. It reinforces the need to actually get mentally stronger to last the distance, week in, week out. I'd be disappointed, if we weren't knocking around, probably 8 to 10 wins next year, and then from then on, hopefully, you're looking to play a final. I need to do that because I might be in the chair, but we're making significant ground, and we look forward to next year.
That's not the point, though. You're actually doing your job well. That's the point. You're doing your job well, and they're improving. That's important.
Absolutely, and it's fantastic when you've got such a bunch of young kids that are enthusiastic. They've done it hard. They've done really hard. They've been belted around the ears for 2 years. They now come to each weekend's game now thinking we're a chance here, and I can clearly see that on their faces.
Have you asked them all to watch today? You just assume that they will?
No. We spoke about it, and a number of players will be here. Some players will actually be here, come off with their mates from school, all that sort of stuff. Some will actually be on holidays, but we'll definitely watching it. But you can clearly see, young Adam Treloar was fantastic. Got interviewed last night. His excitement when he's seen the Hawthorn Port Adelaide game. And he just says, geez, I'd love to be there. Yep. And he's the sort of player that wants to get there quicker, rather than slower.
More the point for the punters, can he win this 100 metres?
Well, this is Adam Tomlinson.
Yeah, Tomlinson.
He probably might struggle against some of that speed machines out there. I noticed Dangerfield's not out there.
No, he's decided three's enough. He's going to give someone else a go.
Probably not a bad idea.
Hey, where are you in the race for Paddy Ryder?
Look, we're probably out of the race now, Jared, if we had to be honest about it. We spoke to him at length for, a couple of hours last week. Had a really good chat. We put our pitch about our football club, but you'd probably think that Port Adelaide are definitely the front runners and Brisbane probably second, and, we're probably third. In saying all that, when we come up to an intriguing trade period, we feel as though that the Giants can probably have got, not the picks, but also the players to actually make some play, to actually move some players. So it's going to be an intriguing trade period in a couple of weeks.
And leave us with one piece of intel of how this game will unfold. What's the one thing we should look for that could decide the grand final?
I think, probably one thing but two here is McAvoy's definitely been picked to be centre-back ruckman. His natural movement is to roll back and protect the defence. If he can foil the big guys up forward, because Sydney are always going to kick long centre forward. There's that, and if Hodge and Burgoyne, who switch from on-ball and half-back, decide to let McVeigh or Jack go up and they drop off, it'll either help them or hurt them. And I think that will determine the game. Because if Hodge has an influence, centre-back, in the air and on the ground, then the Swans could be banging it in there, but if they're not scoring, then frustrations will start to set in, and all of a sudden we could see Hawthorn upset them.
Great to have you with us. Thanks for stopping by and enjoy the afternoon.
No, good call, guys. Cheers.
Leon Cameron, the Giants coach on the Saturday agenda. Shortly, the Geelong coach, Chris Scott. The Collingwood coach, Nathan Buckley, who's also a Norm Smith medalist. But let's head back out with Kelly Underwood, who's with he was one of the skippers at this time last year from Fremantle, Matthew Pavlich.
Well, this time a year ago, Matthew Pavlich was down in the rooms at the MCG preparing to lead the Dockers out for their very first grand final. 12 months on, Matthew, what does it feel like arriving at the MCG today?
A lot of mixed emotions. Firstly, real disappointment that we're not back here, and the year ended the way it did, obviously with the game against Port and the straight sets. But it's hard not to be intoxicated with what is grand final week and the day itself, even whilst there's frustration and anger of not being out there and the great experience of playing on grand final day. It still gets you, and it's such a beautiful day. It's going to be a great game.
Do you look back on last year and it went sort of in a blur, or do you remember every single moment of that day?
Oh, no, I think it's a blur. I mean, when you run out there, it's not that you actually run out in the ground. It's almost like you're floating. It's the emotions, and for me, 14 years of hard work to get an opportunity to be out there, and then obviously the anguish of it all. And I certainly remember moments of the game, and I remember really fondly or specifically getting out there just at the first warm-up and just trying to soak it up and having a look around and thinking to myself, geez, there's not a spare seat in the house, and I had to almost check myself. Of course there's not going to be a spare seat. It's grand final day. So, no, look, some great memories in terms of getting the opportunity, but some really bitter ones that hopefully we can amend.
And the Hawks got you last year. Can they go back to back? Can they get the Swans this afternoon?
I've said all week I think they can. I firmly believe their systems are rock solid. They had a lot of players out all year. They were drawn to some adversity with their coach and all that. And really they've had a lot of their younger players grow and develop. I think they can win. But I did wake up this morning and look out the window and see beautiful skies. So you'd think that's going to, at some time, suit the Tippett, Reid, Goods, Franklin combination. So a really close game with the Hawks just getting up.
Well, congratulations on the year that you've had, 2014 season, and we hope everyone from ABC Grandstand that you try and enjoy the match this afternoon.
Let's hope so. Cheers.
Kelly Underwood there with Matthew Pavlich. That sense of floating as players run up the tunnel and out onto the ground is one that's been well recounted throughout the week. That has hit a very common bond between participants in grand finals. The Hawks are back. This is 3 straight years for them. They have had to overcome, I think, the most formidable challenges that a defending premier has faced in my lifetime, given the injuries that they went through and losing the coach for a period of time. And yet look how far they've come.
A lot of fans, they come and say, we're going to go back to back, and it's just completely the opposite mindset to what we have as players and as a football club. It's all about this year trying to master our craft is a phrase that Clarko uses quite a lot. We want to master our craft, and we've got a lot of things to work on, and if we can continue to do that, that's our motivation, just trying to play the best footy we can.
Roost, 50 out, boundary line. He goes for goal. What a shot by Luke Root. That is a phenomenal goal.
Defending a premiership, always good to start the season with a win like that, and come away with an 8-goal win was, I guess, what we wanted to come down here.
Virgil, his second king. It's a beauty. Now, Fremantle conceded just 5 goals in each of their first 2 games, and Hawthorn in a quarter of an hour has taken them for the equivalent. Out in front of Rioli, if he can just edge away from Sutton, he can! He's broke the tackle of McFarlane and he's away. 2 bounces, Rioli lays it over the top, and Bruce will stroll in, step around and kick the goal. And that's pretty well where it ends. Well, Hawthorn shows itself to be the benchmark team still. The grand final rematch is a belting.
Pass away to Burgoyne, who's covered half the park, and Burgoyne nails the goal in the opening 30 seconds.
Nothing flash, nothing fancy, but just gorgeous. Through the pack goes Hill, hand past the rough head, at full forward, kicks it over the defence and bounces it home to the Hawks second. The second of plenty, you fancy.
Stephen of the Saints. Here comes Rioli. He gets it back. Goes through it 100 miles an hour. Gives it to Smith. Gets it back. Shoot from 40. Goal of the day, Cyril Rioli.
It wasn't ideal.
ideal for us. You know, Mitch has strained a hamstring, we think, so as soon as you sub someone out by quarter time with a muscle injury, they're usually in a bit of strife.
Kick up the full forward, bouncing ball. Jetta swats it out to Franklin, turns his way onto the left, and for so many years, he was the Hawks' #1 weapon, and now Hawthorn is learning what it is to be lanced.
Just by the Monday, that numbness and pins and needles sensation started to progress up my legs to beyond my knees, and I'm thinking things aren't quite right here. And it's also then the public nature of it, and how we're going to actually inform the public and our players, the football community, that I was going to be out for some time.
Not looking good for Cyril Rioli. The ice is out and he's about to get strapped up. He looks very dejected and certainly out for the game, and not looking good for the next few weeks for Cyril.
How good is it to coach your own side? You can be this assistant as long as you like. Good apprenticeships are what set you up to coach, and you don't get any better at development than coaching your own side. So that's the way I'm looking at it. I'm excited about that opportunity.
Near the goal square, 10 metres out, beats a man, opens up the goals and kicks another one. That's about 24 goals without a miss for Luke Bruce this season.
We enjoy getting back into the swing of things again. We've got a couple of bring back Bolton coming down the race. He's gone 5 on the trot, little fella. So better try and get a win for us next week to save the job.
It's an open forward line. Laidler getting back. Put Mason Court below. Got it. Runs away from Laidler. Breaks the tackle and kicks a great goal.
Now Burks is away. Back part of the centre. Kicks long. Bruce in a one-on-one against Smith. Bruce has marked it. That was sensational. To the punt road end to win the game for the Hawks. From 45 metres out. Kick on its way. This game has been pure gold, and tonight it's brown and gold.
They've got super leaders who just demand, this is the standard we want, this is the standard we have to be at, and that is Lewis, that is Mitchell, that is Hodge, that is Burgoyne. You can throw them all in there.
Hawthorn's now won 3 of the last 4 against Geelong. Hawthorn a game away from a 3rd consecutive grand final.
The group's been here and done that, so the belief's there. We just had to bring it out and make sure that blokes weren't dropping their head and get a bit of positivity throughout the group and a bit of belief, and away we went.
With a hot little hand pass off the ground goes Roughhead, nearly a goal. He goes again and kicks the goal. Kick goes out wide to Bruce from the boundary line to full forward. Gunsman marks, plays on, kicks the goal. Might be the sealer.
And he's about to put Port Adelaide within a kick. Here it is, and there it goes. This is crazy stuff, and that's it. Hawthorn has seen off the power. They made the reigning premiers stagger to the line, but we have the grand final long promised. It's been a testament to club and culture that Hawthorn has brought its premiership defence to this final day. Nathan Burke and Mark McClure, it's incredibly admirable the way they have kept it together in the face of constant adversity.
Well, they certainly had the tougher side of the draw, I would have thought, in the final series. They started off with Geelong, and then they had to play the loser, the winner, of Port Adelaide and Freo, which was a really tough game over there, sensational game of footy. Freo were last year's finalists, and then all of a sudden Port, the up-and-comers, and then they saw them off as well. They didn't play very well last week. I thought they were average in some areas, but they got over the line. But last week doesn't matter. It's what you do this week's more important, Berkey. And of course, Sydney just bowled through everybody and just cleaned up North Melbourne like they weren't even there.
The Hawks have had a lot of bad luck this year, but they've had bad luck at good times. So they played last year's top 7 or 8 in the first section, the first third of the year when they were fairly fit. Then they had their injury run, which coincided with playing the lesser teams. And that was when Clarko got crook as well. And then they've managed to get their team fit coming towards the end. And the good thing is their injuries that they've had weren't season-ending injuries. They've still got their best lot out there. So they've had bad luck, but they've had bad luck at good times, if that makes sense.
There are a lot of similarities about this side. They both played 7 people this year, 7 different ones, new ones. They're 1 and 2 in most of the statistics, defence and attack and all those sorts of things. I think Sydney probably number 1 in the tackle business. They had 106 or 10 or something last time in 212 tackles. I mean, that was a massive tackling game, good contested game. It'll be the same, won't be any different. They're very, very similar in all area. The only one that I can see a differential from clearances difference is Hawthorn are 7th and Swans are 13th, but does it make any difference, really? I don't know. I'm not certain about that. But they're very, very similar across the board. And so we're in for a real hell of a fight here this afternoon. It's going to go 15 rounds, don't worry about that. And the winner will be the deserved one. But, gee whiz, it is a little bit of deja vu, isn't it, when you go back to that 212 when we sat here and they were up and down, and we heard Leon talk about they were 4 goals or 5 goals down halfway through the third quarter, and they found a way to get back into a game against a side who was trouncing them. Leaves you with a pretty good memory of what both sides can do.
Yeah, I love that we've got 2 teams that like to get down and dirty. They're in and under teams. They've got their outside runners, but there's an expectation that every single player on that field, when it's their time to get dirty, that they need to. And the Swans in the big games have a really interesting stat that they pride themselves on, and that is smothers. Everyone else talks about tackles and shepherds, all that sort of stuff, but they go by smothers. If they're winning the smother count, that means that they're mentally in the game and prepared to do those hard, dirty things. So let's see how that transpires throughout the day. For
an away side to be, I suppose, the home side to be not the favourite in the final series is a very unusual one, Jared. I think that the away sides, the home sides have all won the finals, or most of them have won the finals, except for Fremantle in this series. So Sydney have to come to Melbourne to play, and that'll be a difficult one for them.
It sets up beautifully, and it's a gorgeous day in Melbourne for it. This is the Saturday agenda. Jared Waitley, Nathan Burke and Mark McClure with you. We have a man who, as a player, came here 4 times. He played in 3, he won 2 premierships, and then first up as a coach, he walked in and pinched the crown right off the bat. Chris Scott is the Geelong coach. Welcome, Chris.
Thanks, Jared. I'm not sure that too many people out there will feel sorry for me, given what happened in my first year in 2011, but it's a difficult day for any AFL coach and player that's not involved, because you just feel so jealous of what an opportunity these 2 teams have.
Can you remember your first grand final as a player, when the Lions came as underdogs but brought great form against the Essendon side, what the build-up was like and what the achievement meant to you?
Absolutely. I remember it vividly. It was as uncertain as I've ever been in my life, I think. We were one of the few teams to actually beat Essendon that year in 2001 relatively early on, maybe about round 8, and I don't think we lost another game for the rest of the season. So we did bring unbelievable form, had 2 home finals up in Brisbane, but Essendon were as dominant as you can remember a team being through that period. And you did have those nagging doubts that they might be too good for us on the day, but as the game wore on, we got more and more confident. And even after the final siren, it was hard to believe that it actually happened. But it's pretty hard to top. I still think that maybe 2011, maybe because it's more clear in my mind, was the pinnacle of my football experience. But that 2001 grand final was pretty close.
It would have been. Do you remember, did you feel anxieties first time into a grand final, or were you reasonably calm about the prospect?
No, I was anxious.
Yep.
Very anxious, and I think all the players are. Whether you're a role player across the half-back flank, or your buddy Franklin, who seems to be in most people's eyes the key to this game. I don't necessarily agree with that, but obviously he's going to have a big influence. You can't shake those nerves, and I don't think you should try. The difference between, say, a prelim final, for example, and a grand final is just massive. I don't think you think too much about the consequences of losing prelim finals, but you certainly do about grand finals.
Why do you suspect in your mind that coaching a premiership was even better than playing in a premiership?
Oh, it's a tough one. I mean, I want to make sure that I'm not sounding disrespectful of my time at Brisbane and the things we achieved. But I remember feeling really, really anxious as a coach, because I felt like some critical mistakes on my part and our coaching team's part could have a huge detrimental impact on the game. So to get over the line and hopefully not make any of those really big blues and have a little bit of an influence on game day just gave me that bit more of a sense of achievement. Whereas, I wasn't exactly Michael Voss on the field, so I was never going to carry my team to victory on grand final day. And not that I did that as a coach at all, but I was probably more relieved that I didn't get in the way of a good performance.
Lee Matthews had told you that he didn't get a great deal of excitement or satisfaction out of coaching premierships. Your experience was just a touch different?
Oh, just a bit different. It's wrong to say he didn't get any satisfaction, but he talked about this note. He always thought coaching was a poor second to playing. Mm-hmm. So you coach when you couldn't play. I was a little bit different to that. But even Lee's feeling that as a coach, every single week, bar the grand final, the best you feel is relieved that you've got the job done. So grand final is different. You feel fantastic for about 4 hours, and then you move on to the next season. Well, it was a bit longer than that for me. I woke up the next morning and I was still floating.
Your experience of Lee, you come towards the finals. He was a very, very simple guy. Basic, simple plans. He didn't actually have too much paper in front of him or too much detail. It was just you and your opponent and all those sorts of things. Some of those experiences, can you share with us?
Well, I think he's probably a little bit unfairly labelled as being simplistic as a coach. And I know you don't mean that in a disparaging manner, but what he was brilliant at was making sure everyone understood exactly what we did and what was important to us playing well. So he was able to impart on me, now as a coach, that idea that most of your work is done through the pre-season and during the week. And game day is about implementation. Don't make it too complicated. Players play their best when they've got 3, 4, 5 things in their mind really clearly. And we know the game's more complex than that, and there are other things they need to be aware of, but those things are ingrained through training and through your preparation. Game day as a coach, I think he genuinely sat back, and I try to take this attitude a little bit myself, that you sit back and trust what you've done and just don't get in the way. So especially your stars, you can complicate the game and ask them to do too much. You just want them to go out there and play on instinct and put in place what we've practiced.
He certainly didn't scare the players with opposition analysis.
No, he was absolutely in the mould, unashamedly, that it was 90 what we do and 10 what they do. And I think in my time at Brisbane, that actually might have increased.
I reckon that's a great idea, because sometimes people get scared. You give them too much, how good's this guy? You go, hang on, I can't beat him.
Yeah.
And some coaches think they're doing a great job, but actually they're scaring the hell out of their team, all the players. They do, actually. I've been with coaches who do that, and I go, gee, where's our blokes? They're scared.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it can be self-fulfilling too. You see edit after edit of Buddy Franklin and Kurt Tippett marking it, and it's hard to shake the idea that they will actually do that game day. So I have heard it said that Sydney will look to close down a few of Hawthorn's key midfielders in particular. I suspect they'll play their own game.
Yep.
And Sydney's game styles move past locking down 5 or 6 of the opposition's best midfielders. Sure, Jack can do it if he needs to, and Cunningham will have an opponent. But if they don't work off Hill and Smith, they'll be reactive. And I think if they do that, they'll lose, personally.
Yep. Hawthorn are going for back-to-back. You did it as a player. History shows it's extremely hard to do. Is that how much of an advantage or a hindrance is that for the Hawks this year, if anything?
I think it's a hindrance until you get there.
Yep.
And until you get to grand final day, I think potentially there's a chance for your pre-season to be affected, the early part of your season. But if you're good enough to work your way into a position to finish top 4, potentially through adversity, which Hawthorn have done with their injury rate this year, and then finally get there on the big day, I don't think there'll be any consequence from here on in for having won the premiership last year. So I think Hawthorn go in really good shape. I mean, Sydney go in exceptional shape. But I don't think Hawthorn will look back and say, we just limped into the grounding. I think they're pretty well prepared.
Yeah. We've been debating the Cyril Rioli sub, not sub rule. We had Leon Cameron in. He thinks that he may be the sub. Is that where you think expectation he'll end up?
Yeah, I'd be staggered if he wasn't the sub. I do challenge the notion that Hawthorn are guessing a little bit on this one with Rioli. I don't think that a club with a coach as astute as Alistair Clarkson takes those sort of gambles. I would think what they have done is worked back from grand final day, worked out how much footy they need him to play to be available to at least play as a sub. and then put in place a really conservative plan. So I would expect that he probably could have played some footy before he did, but they worked out the minimum amount of football they thought he needed and then prepared a really conservative rehab plan. And it seems to me to have been rolled out perfectly. I don't think there was any doubt in their mind once he got through his last game of footy that he was going to play today if they got there.
The rebound run from half-back from both sides is pretty bloody good, isn't it, when you think about it? You know, you got Malcheski and you got Shaw and you got Rampy and you got Rowan down back who can really run the ball out. But the Hawthorn have got some weapons as well, real weapons.
Yeah, I agree.
So it'll be an interesting one, that one.
Yeah, I think what I said, I'd be surprised if there was some really ultra-negative roles in the midfield. It wouldn't surprise me at all to see some defensive roles across both sides' half-forward lines. I think Birchall and Malcheski are so important to their respective teams that they can be hurt. They can be hurt the other way. But if they're allowed to run free and springboard the attack off half-back, especially Malcheski, not underrating Roughhead and Hawthorn's forwards, but if Malcheski's bursting off the half-back line and kicking the ball to tip it one-on-one, Hawthorn are in trouble.
Will you watch today as a coach, or can you park it and just watch the spectacle, or how will you go watching it?
No, I can never park it, Jared. Yeah, I'll be... No, I'll be. Look, I'll try to enjoy it as much as possible, but I'm not going to lie to anyone out there. This is not a good day for us. We will be working to an extent and watching what both teams are trying to do, and sitting in the stands pretending that we're happy for the team that wins.
Chris, thanks for stopping by.
No, thank you.
And enjoy a grand final day.
And love your honesty.
Well said.
Chris Scott, the Geelong coach, two-time premiership player with the Brisbane Lions and a premiership coach as well. Coming up after the news, Nathan Buckley will join us. He's here for the call as our expert. He'll take us through his grand final day memories as well. A Norm Smith medalist, but not on the right side of the results on his two visits to this day. Nathan Burke and Mark McClure stay in the Saturday agenda with a half an hour to go in the 2014 AFL season.
Good afternoon, Mary McDonald with ABC News. Football fans from across Australia are filling the MCG to watch Hawthorn take on Sydney in this afternoon's AFL Grand Final. Around 100,000 people are attending the game. Police numbers have been doubled in response to Australia's heightened terrorism alert level. Assistant Police Commissioner Shane Patton says all bags are being thoroughly checked before fans are admitted, but it isn't causing any significant delays.
We have police at each of the gates, and the police are making sure that the bags are being pulled apart, so to speak. It's been quite orderly. We've got our full complement of staff here. The Chief Commissioner's been at the ground. We've spoken with our AFL officials and the MCC, and the event is proceeding as we would like it to at this time.
Qantas says a security breach which forced the evacuation of hundreds of passengers was triggered by a man accidentally walking back into the airport's secure area. Jessica Kidd is there.
A Qantas spokeswoman says the man had just walked through the exit after landing when he turned and walked back through to the secure area. The spokeswoman says the man was tracked on CCTV cameras and didn't speak to anyone or pick anything up, and then left the airport entirely a few moments later. The man inadvertently forced the entire terminal to be evacuated and all passengers had to be rescreened. Passenger Gail Perry says the entire process was haphazard.
Maybe what they should have done is kept everyone away from the security check-in, because everyone's lined up in front of it, so now they're calling all the planes that are flying out now.
Around 1,000 passengers have been affected and at least 8 flights have been delayed by up to an hour. Jessica Kidd, ABC News, Sydney.
The delays at Sydney Airport caused alarm among passengers trying to get to this afternoon's AFL Grand Final. The ABC's Geraldine Doog was one of them.
We're not going to miss the Grand Final, don't panic, says the bloke. So there's a lot of sort of anxiety around, and I'm looking forward to it, but it's certainly given an extra frisson, shall we say, of excitement.
Britain is returning to a combat role in Iraq after a majority of MPs voted to back airstrikes against jihadists from the Islamic State group. There's been no decision to extend military action to Islamist targets inside Syria. The BBC's Mike Sargent reports.
British airstrikes against IS in Iraq are likely to begin this weekend. But Downing Street has indicated that any action will be more about patience and persistence than shock and awe. There won't necessarily be sorties every day. MPs who backed the government with a huge majority must now wait to see the consequences of their decision. The balance of votes in favour to those against might give the impression of a parliament confident and united in its response to the Islamic State threat. But great unease was expressed in the debate about the future.
Meanwhile, the International Committee of the Red Cross has warned that airstrikes in Iraq and Syria are adding to an already dire situation in both countries. It's called on all parties in the conflict to refrain from attacking civilians and civilian targets. The organisation says years of fighting, the proliferation of arms and the recent US-led airstrikes have compounded the humanitarian consequences of the conflicts. The opposition has labelled Australia's refugee agreement with Cambodia a dud deal. Immigration Minister Scott Morrison signed the Memorandum of Understanding with Cambodia last night. The opposition's immigration spokesman Richard Marles says the agreement is disappointing.
He has promised $40 million for a deal which accounts for 5 people. This is a dud deal done by a minister who has no idea how to manage relationships with offshore processing countries.
The United Nations Human Rights Council has passed a resolution expressing grave concern about acts of violence and discrimination against people because of their sexual orientation, despite opposition from some member states. The council also called on all nations to protect people's rights, regardless of their gender identity. To sport, and in the AFL, Sydney coach John Longmire has urged his players to stick to what they know in today's grand final against Hawthorn. The Swans claim the minor premiership this season after winning 17 games. Longmire says the players have to trust that their best will be good enough to win the premiership.
You don't want to take it for granted because it might not happen too often, and so it's about enjoying that challenge, but also about backing themselves in and knowing what they've done to this point has been good, and they don't have to do anything outside of that.
To the weather now for the state, fine apart from isolated showers, clearing in the southwest and exposed coastal areas. The chance of afternoon showers about the central and eastern ranges, a mild to warm and sunny day. For Melbourne, partly cloudy, the chance of light showers about the hills in the afternoon with a top today of 24 degrees. Tomorrow, windy with late rain, 28. Monday, partly cloudy, 21. Tuesday, a possible late shower, 22. Wednesday, partly cloudy and 17. Right now in Melbourne, it's 21 degrees. ABC News.
Mental health
is important
to all of us.
In October,
ABC brings you
Mental As,
a week of shows and events
to get people talking about mental health.
With mental illness
affecting nearly half the population.
Don't be afraid to talk about it.
Seek help from friends,
family
or health professionals.
And please, give generously.
During Mental Health Week.
Talk.
Give.
Seek. Mental As.
October 5 to 12.
On ABC television, radio and online.
The full firepower of the Swans is armed and operational. They blast their way into the 2014 grand final.
It's time for the final two to go head-to-head.
And that's it! Hawthorn has seen off the power.
Grandstand AFL.
After a shaky start,
Crowd counting down the clock. It's on the wing. The Giants have won. Just the 4th game in their history. And they've beaten the Sydney Swans for easily their best ever victory.
Sydney has had an outstanding season.
First Goods, then Tippett, now Franklin. Sydney rolls out the heavy artillery.
And now their eyes are firmly set on another premiership.
Jenna takes a bounce, cruises in and rams it home.
But first, they'll have to get over reigning premiers Hawthorn.
He works the hand pass to Roughhead. He tracks away from the middle, has a bounce, long kicks a goal. Jared Roughhead has scored.
With weapons all around the ground, the Hawks are one side that can burn you in a flash.
And we know how good Hawthorn have been for the many, many years. Can they pull another one off? Over to you, Bucks. What about the Hawks?
I can tell you what, they do exceptionally well. I don't know how to stop it, but they've got a lot of weapons.
Can they go back-to-back?
Suckling, usually so reliable, and this is no exception.
Sit back, turn up your radio, and let the best in the business bring you every bone-crunching tackle. Every high-flying mark.
Going to go long and deep to the top of the square. Oh! Massive line! That is a massive fly, Luke Parker!
And every magic moment of the 2014 AFL Grand Final.
We have the Grand Final long promised.
Grandstand AFL.
Welcome to ABC Grandstand's coverage of the 2014 AFL Grand Final.
Goods underfoot. He gathers, he opens the ankle, he screws it around the corner, and he kicks the goal of a master.
Lewis, great use of the body. Open the pass for Puopolo. Hand pass to Isaac Smith, who followed up and kicked the goal.
He tracks away from the middle,
Barker actually kicked from about 52. It's a ripping kick, and it sails inside the right-hand goalpost.
Coming to you live on ABC Local Radio, on Radio Australia, and on ABC Grandstand Digital.
Grandstand Digital.
Off the ground goes Ruffin. Nearly a goal. He goes again and kicks the goal.
He was the Hawks' #1 weapon, and now Hawthorn is learning what it is to be lanced.
The AFL Grand Final.
It's the most perfect day in Melbourne for one of the great days on the calendar. AFL Grand Final Day with the Sydney Swans and Hawthorn to meet in the decider of 2014. Wherever you are around the country, welcome to Grandstand AFL. Welcome to the Saturday agenda as we go through the issues of the football world and those specific to today. Gerard Whateley and Mark McClure with you. The sharpest mind is Nathan Burke, and joining us today for the full call is Collingwood coach Nathan Buckley. Nathan, welcome aboard.
Gerard, how are you?
Very
Gents?
well. You've played in 2 grand finals. Nathan played in 97 and spoke about his experiences before. Sellers played in 4 and he won 3 times. You won a Norm
grand
Smith medal.
finals.
You won a Norm Smith medal, but didn't come away with a premiership medal. How does Grand Final Day sit with you, just generally speaking?
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, it's a fantastic day on the calendar. So it is the pinnacle of our sport. So you celebrate it in that regard. There is a little bit of green that comes up in you when you're not involved. But then the thing that immediately pops into my mind after that is, well, you haven't earned it. And the 2 sides that are here have. And they've been the 2 best sides throughout the year. So, and that's why the system works. I mean, it's a hard road. The home and away to qualify is tough. Getting top 8 requires a fair bit of skill. It requires depth through your list, high performance, and then you get to finals and you've got to find another gear. And then you get to this day and you've got to find another gear again. But as you would hear, and as the coaches would say, and anyone else would say, the messages will be consistent for these 2 sides. What they've done to get here is all they need to do again and just do the basics really well.
We spoke with Nathan about 97 before. He said it was the best and worst of his footy career. Does that ring true about Grand Final days for you?
Yeah, well, 03 was a landslide. So we were down really early in that game and we went in favoured. But Brisbane came out of the blocks and we weren't able to meet their intensity in the first 30 minutes and we were 5 or 6 goals down in a hurry. 02 was a fantastic occasion. We were in the game all day, not favoured, and just found a way just to grind it through. 3 points the margin with about 4 minutes to go, and Aka snapped a ball over his right shoulder, left foot to put him 9 points up, and that was about it. The 02 prelim out here was the loudest crowd I've ever played in front of, and that was fantastic. And going into that 02 grand final, we just had a belief in what we were capable of doing. We didn't think we were better than the opposition, but we just focused on what we were doing. And I was immensely proud as a leader and captain of that side in what we were able to produce and how we were able to perform. But we didn't get the medallion to walk away with.
Do you take pride in the Norm Smith medal from a great grand final?
I can't lie. As I was walking through the crowd, I just thought, geez, this is a big day, and geez, we don't know what we're going to get. And then I just thought, I mean, this is where these are the days that you want to play good footy. And I actually had a little thought. I said, well, no, I'd love to play in these days. You'd love to be involved in these days, but geez, I'm glad that I did perform personally and individually. So there's an element of satisfaction in that. But when I don't actually think about the Norm Smith as such, I just think that I was able to play some good footy on a day that it mattered.
Okay. The tactical picture of the day has become a bit clearer. Taylor Duray is going to be Hawthorn's sub in a team that's unchanged, and Craig Bird is the sub for the Sydney Swans. So Rioli plays. For all the opinions that have been offered along the way, Rioli starts the game. And Nathan, that's the way it had to be, isn't it?
Yeah, look, as I said off air, that we played Hawthorn earlier in the year, and Grant Birchall had missed 8 weeks, and we thought, they can't bring him straight back in, and it didn't look. Our scouting said that he hadn't done much in the last couple of training sessions. Looked like he potentially was still a little bit underdone. Not only did he play, but he had 30 touches and was best on ground. And from that point, I've been watching Hawthorn and the way that they deal with their players that return from injury. I think they're as good at it as any club at being able to get them robust. The work that they must put in and the hurdles that they make them jump in order before they actually go back on the field, I think, is second to none. And it didn't surprise me at all that that Rioli was not only in the side but has been given a starting position, and they wouldn't do it unless he was ready.
3 months is a long time with a hamstring. I think they can put a bit of work into him between that in that period of time, and he wants to play. I mean, that's one of the things is you don't want to miss these games, and a guy like that who can cause chaos in your forward line with chase tackle and not allow their defence run out like they did last week. That's his job. That'll be his job. There won't be anything else. He may sneak into the midfield at some stage, but it'll be exciting. We're going to sit here and watch Puopolo and those guys try and pull them apart down there, destroy their confidence and do all those sorts of things. So that's his job.
We've spoken quite often about hammies and that like Alistair Clarkson spoke about trying to rewire his running gait, and that's a pretty tough ask when the bloke's 26 years old, 27 years old, and this is the way you get around. But one of the action that has done it consistently for him has been bending over at a ground ball at full pace. Now that could happen in the first 2 minutes of this game. He could be 98% right, but he puts himself in a mechanical position under pressure that it just goes in. Would that be a mistake from Hawthorn? I don't think so. He'd be 98% right, but he's got a history of tendon injuries. They've given it all the time in the world. Generally with tendon injuries, when you come back, the likelihood is actually 3 games in, 3 or 4 games in, you're more likely to weaken that tendon, and it's more likely to go then, which is why Cyril has had those ones where he's come back, played for 6 weeks, and then he's basically had the same injury again. But you'd think first game back, and with all the research that they've done, all the experiences they've had with him, that they're making a judgment call.
Yeah, and the other aspect is you don't want him sitting on his backside for 3 quarters and then coming out and trying to go full pelt in the last quarter. That's not going to do his hammies any good. The other thing is, for me, he's not a high possession per minute type of player. He gets his 18, 20 possessions. So
even a Norm Smith if he gets 20.
Yeah, on a good day. So he's more around 15, 16 possessions.
Yeah.
So if you're only playing for a quarter, that translates to 3, 4. You want your sub to come in and have 8 to 10 possessions, and he's not that type of player.
The other thing is his 3-quarter pace is everyone's top speed, so he should be okay.
We'll come back to the grand final shortly. Nathan, you've had a big week at Collingwood with Dane Beams requesting to be traded. What was your reaction when you learnt that you might lose him?
Yeah, look, Beamsy and I sat down and had a chat in the middle of the week, and we've spoken throughout the year about the illness to his father, and obviously there's been the spectre of his brother up in Brisbane. We've toyed with potentially getting Clay down here if possible to have Beamsy more comfortable. Beamsy's mum's in Melbourne at the moment, but is moving back up to Queensland. So the club are very aware and cognizant of the family reasons. But Beamsy's also aware, as we spoke in our discussion, about how it's important for the club to replace him as well as we possibly can in some sense. He's a big part of our plans going forward, I can't deny it. He's next to Pendles, he's our best 2 players. So he's a big. It would leave a big hole for us. But we're looking at the side today. That you've got one bloke that's left one side and gone into another, and he left a big hole. But you can replace people. It's not one person that's going to get it done. But in the short term, it's a concern for us, and we'll really be searching for adequate compensation if we were to agree to a trade at the end of this period.
So just to separate the two, is it the right thing to do to allow Dane Beams to get back to his family on compassionate grounds?
We will definitely be compassionate about the situation, regardless of whether we hold Beamsy to his contract or not, and we'll be happy to work with him to what that would look like in 2015 should we not be able to find a trade that we think is commensurate. So that's Beamsy's aware of that. His management's aware of that. I've got a duty of care to him and in a compassionate sense, as you say, but I've also got a duty of care and a compassion to the 44 of his teammates, to the coaches and the staff and all the members and supporters of the football club. to look after their interests as well. So we'll do that.
So what in your mind looks fair? Clearly pick 4 is in play, and then it's what else? And that's clearly going to be the debate.
Well, in the end, the people that are most motivated are Dane's management and Brisbane to get this done. So they understand the terms, and it would be, for us, I mean, we think that the early pick, we could put in a couple of 18-year-olds, it's not going to help us. We think we've done I think Derek Hines done a fantastic job at regenerating the list. We think we've got some great young talent that's going to come through and mature over time. But we need a ready-made to come in and replace Dane Beam. So whatever that looks like, or whatever assets we need to be able to get that done, Brisbane have to come to the table. We see it as an early pick, whether it's 1, 2, 3 or 4 is irrelevant, plus a player.
Aish. Someone like an Aish.
Well, they've got a few. Their profile is very similar to ours. So, I mean, if Pierce Hanley wanted to come home and play with his brother at Collingwood, Brisbane would be asking for Pendlebury or Beams or Seedsman, or there'd be some guys that we don't want to give away that we think are going to be long-term 6 to 8 year players minimum for us. So they're the players that we'll be asking for. But it's up to Brisbane to work out which one that they may need to free up cap space. But that's their issue. Our issue is to replace a bloke who could well be next year and over the next 5 years could well be one of the top 3 midfielders in the competition. That's what we're talking about.
Does that restrict your premiership race? It does.
Well, if Beams goes out and doesn't get replaced with a Beams-like player, it does. It's not in the planning.
No, I agree.
So is this a difficult period? Because it feels like a few things have happened that in the best scenario wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, no, we need a bit of a break.
Yeah,
as a club. I mean, I think I think if we go back to decisions that we've made along the way, I think that they've all been sound in their own right. But we need a bit of a break. We need a bit of a break with injuries. We need to do that better. But we also that they all add up, because it goes to selling hope. It goes to selling belief in where you're heading. And we need a few things to fall our way.
You've already been into the draft, and that's part of the beauty of what you've done. I think it was 5 picks inside 20 or 21.
Yeah.
Is there any temptation right now to go, actually, we might go a little bit further than that, and we might see if we can get 4 inside 20 again, but that'll be ugly next year?
Yeah, well, that's a possibility, but that's not our preferred.
Yeah,
that's not our preferred. We feel like we need, like Pendlebury, Cloak, Reid, Brown, Goldsack, Tuvey, Sidebottom. These guys are in the sweet spot in the next 3 or 4 years, and we felt all along with our decisions that we were going to be around the mark in the next 3 or 4 years. With the maturity of our young players. When you look at Hawthorn over the last 6-7 years, the majority of their list was put together in 3 drafts, and then it matured. Geelong in their period, the majority of that was put together in 3 drafts, and then it matured with a couple of stock picks and a couple of trades that worked. But then that's how sustained success was built. That's our aim. So we feel we're going to need to bring in a ready-made to follow the initial plan. And we still think that we're going to have an opportunity to pick a couple of good young players that are going to come through as well.
Nathan Buckley, who's going to spend the afternoon with us on Grandstand AFL for the grand final. Kelly Underwood is out in the MCG precinct with one of the stars of the competition and a man who's been talked about in these sorts of trading circles as well, a little unexpectedly, Paddy Dangerfield.
Well, I'm here in the September Club with Paddy Dangerfield. Paddy is someone who's desperate to be on the big stage at the MCG on the last day of September. You're here in the suit in the September Club instead. Can you enjoy this day?
Not really. I think, as you said, we were really close a couple of years ago, and as soon as you get really close and then you experience grand final day, you just think what could have been. And there's 2 very lucky teams today, 44 very lucky players. So I think it'll be a really good game, but certainly you're very envious of the players playing.
And if you recovered from Monday night, we saw you switch from red wine onto the waters about halfway through the count. I think you might have swore on national TV. It's a bit tense those last few rounds.
Well, everyone is very uptight when as soon as you just say the P word, it's not exactly that bad. I think everyone's a little bit precious sometimes, but it was a good night, but I think I was pinching a few votes.
And if we believe Andrew Jarman, Alistair Clarkson will be coaching the Hawks for the last time today, and he'll be your new coach as of Tuesday. What did you make of that? that?
I don't know who he gets his mail from, but I wouldn't trust it with anything.
Quick tip for today.
I think Sydney get it done there. They've been a really good side all year, obviously, and I think their preparation has been ideal.
Thanks, Paddy.
No worries.
So that's Paddy Dangerfield with Kelly Underwood. Nathan Burke, you're about to leave us at the end of the agenda. What do you expect this afternoon?
I'm expecting a ripping game that will be even at quarter time, even at half time. The Hawks will be a goal ahead at three-quarter time, and they'll win by 4. Can't be more specific than that. I think the Hawks, the way that they play is just simply, they know better than any team at all just how to hang into a game. Hang in there. And if the Swans have a 3-minute lapse, the Hawks will kick 3 goals, and that will be the difference in the end.
Well, that's good. We don't have to play the game. It's all over.
All done.
Berkey, it's been great to have you as part of it right throughout the season, and thanks.
My pleasure, guys.
Well
Good
done,
calling.
Berkey.
Nathan Burke with us on Grandstand AFL. Time to plot the course. The Swans through the season. They loaded up at the start. They earned the tag from sellers, the Bondi Billionaires, which caught on. To make it pay, it's got to be today.
I won 2 premierships with Hawthorn Football Club, and I walk away from Hawthorn Football Club very proud of what I did for that club, and I want success pretty much straight away. So that's the reason why I chose Sydney.
Jetta, 70 out from goal. Lovely kick in board. Here's Buddy. Right between the eyes. Heaps of pressure from Davis. Buddy plays on from 52. Left foot is his first goal in red and white.
Is it taking its toll on the football players? And that's what's going to be reported, because the results are showing that, yes, it is. It's just showing that the results of 6 months of scrutiny from Buddy Franklin coming to Sydney is affecting their on-field performance, because they're zipping too.
Pass to Reece Shaw. They get the turnover, Sydney. To Jack, to Rowan, the Roadrunner. He has a bounce. He's thinking goal from 55 metres out. He loads up and bounces it through.
Campbell to Franklin. Franklin wants to get onto his left. Sells the dummy to Talia. Closes to 40 metres and kicks it.
He had a really good game for us. Lively in our front half, and was able to not only kick goals himself, but help us as a team kick goals.
That's how the story goes. Swept onto his left boot. Nice hands there. Comes to Malcheski from McVeigh. From 60 metres, Nicky Mel. Back there cycling under real pressure from Brandon Jack. Oh, Jack has done so well. Brandon, he wheels around. What a goal from Sydney. So the Swans by 17 points, and they answer their critics with an emphatic victory over Fremantle. Gets the clearance, kicks up towards Franklin, got hands to it, couldn't mark. Lloyd a chance, got the handball to Kennedy. He's in the pocket, snap low, yeah! Class from Kennedy. Picks up, then fumbles, then got legs, socketed off the ground into the goal square. Magical from Goods. Derricks was just waiting there like a spectator, picked up the ball and booted it home, and that is shut the gate. Swans will win.
Hanbury's got runners on the outside, or a target long. He's gone for Franklin. Yes, he hangs onto the mark. And now the test. Lance Franklin loads it up and goal, and it's 8th time lucky. Buddy puts the Swans in front of the Hawks. Kick up the full forward, bouncing ball. Jetta swats it out to Franklin. Turns his way onto the left. And for so many years, he was the Hawks' #1 weapon. And now Hawthorn is learning what it is to be lanced.
Felt a month ago when we played Fremantle that our pressure was back, and once we get that element of our game right, it helps us play the sort of footy we wanted to play.
Franklin wants to put this to the teeth of goal. Parker's made good position. He takes the mark, swings around and snaps the goal. So the Sydney Swans safe in the top 4. The story goes on. Hand pass to Hanbury. Kicks up the full forward. Tippett's the target. Geelong have got plenty at it. They've missed it though. Jack at the back. Tippett the second effort. Swings it onto the boot and snaps his second. All roads through Kurt Tippett tonight.
When we really performed the level of intensity that John requires, and we stick to our game plan, we genuinely believe we're capable of beating any side.
Buries the pass down the throat of Franklin. He's 65 from goal. No one in the goal square. It's going to carry the whole way There are no need for words. From the 50, kick on its way. It's third time lucky. Franklin's first goal against his old side at the MCG.
It's all set up and because they've got confidence in their two tall forwards up there. They're set up for the grand final day and to take home another cup. And if they miss, they'll be filthy on themselves because they are the best side of the competition by a mile.
Reed and Tippett there. The ball gets to the back. Coming onto it's McGlynn deep in the pocket. Oh! Ben McGlynn floats it over the top and Sydney have won. The Swans have now won 14 matches in 2014.
I think we learned that you got to be at your best. Obviously, Hawthorn, we were a bit down and they were right up and about. And I think as a unit as well, we had to work a bit better together for each other and we copped our whack and hopefully took a step in the right direction.
Hanbury gathers, gets away from Fife, hand pass inboard. He finds Franklin. Buddy will go long. It's an open goal. Bounce through! He punches the air with the right hand. Spur, hand pass forward, taken again by Sydney. Cheddar found Franklin from the left forward pocket. That's remarkable! Something very, very special for Buddy Franklin.
The Swans will get a week off and have gone into the preliminary final.
He kicks for Franklin, who rises, can't take the mark. Goods underfoot. He gathers, he opens the angle, he screws it around the corner and he kicks the goal of a master. Maybe 8 great quarters left. Maybe just 8 great moments. Mark that down as one of them.
It is very crowded, so he's going to go long and deep to the top of the square. That is a massive fly, Luke Parker. They've got all the tall timber in the world down there, and one of the smallest men of all jumped over the top of them. And he can come in and kick his second.
Because the full firepower of the Swans is armed and operational. They blast their way into the 2014 grand final. They'll be something to beat at the G in the big one.
I know time is running out. Fate is coming. I know. Let it go. We the people hand in hand.
Following the huge success of Macca's Top 100 comes Well I Love It.
And the man with the big hat is buying.
A hand-picked collection. Some of Macca's favourites, your favourites, a celebration of singers and songwriters. Well I Love It. 2 CD set. Available now from ABC shops, centres, shop online and good music retailers.
Grandstand AFL. This is the AFL Final Series with ABC Grandstand on ABC Local Radio and on ABC Grandstand Digital.
Grandstand Digital.
The warm-ups are finished and the stage is quite literally set in the middle of the MCG. The grand final entertainment about to take place, and then in an hour's time, the opening siren for the Sydney Swans and Hawthorn in the 2014 grand final. Gerard Waitley with you on Grandstand AFL, and Drew Morfitt is with me. Drew, welcome.
Afternoon, Gerard. What a day. This is one right out of the box that Melbourne's turned on today. A phenomenal day. The best two teams. The excitement level is through the roof.
Our expert panel is in place. Nathan Buckley, Mark McClure. And the third man in, he helped us with the emotions 2 years ago. Took us right into the Swans camp. He's going to do it again. Sydney Swans Premiership player, Tyde Kennelly. Welcome, Tyde.
Great to be here, boys. It's always great, obviously, to be on a Melbourne Grand Final Day, and when your ex-teammates are in, it's even better. But a great occasion, and it's funny just walking in when you know so many people playing. It's that just a bit edgy, and the anxiety kind of lifts a small bit for me. So it's strange. I was here last year at Grand Final, but there's nowhere near as much anxiety or stress. I'm losing hair as I speak.
There's still a hole in the ceiling. There's still a hole in the ceiling where you jumped on the bench in 2012 and cheered the Swannies on.
Let's hope we do it again. Save it for September, the Irish jig.
So how are they feeling? You're close to them, you know them intimately, so give us a bit of their thoughts.
Yeah, look, there's a bit of pressure on them coming from outside, and obviously as a club you try and protect them and try and isolate the players from all that pressure and heat that's coming on their side. They're red hot favourites, but everyone knows Hawthorn are extremely important and extremely professional football club. But for me, and I was thinking about the players last night and talking to a few of them after the parade yesterday afternoon. It's almost after dinner and the night before the game when you get your own thoughts and you're on your own, and that's when the doubts start creeping in, I suppose, that about the game, because you've been busy all day, you've been on a plane, and then it's okay when you wake up in the morning because you got the breakfast and you're actually busy and looking forward towards the game. But there's a lot of heat on Sydney at the minute, and I think there's a lot of it coming from outside. Sydney themselves, the supporters, have got a lot more support in Sydney, but not as much outside anymore.
So we've got the motorcade of the retiring champions, which is as stacked as it's ever been on this day. There are greats in nearly every car. And going down below us, Luke Ball and Nick Maxwell, the premiership captain at Collingwood.
How do you feel about those Bucks?
Yeah, there's a lot of games walking out the door, mate.
Jonathan Brown and Simon Black passing now. Dean Cox and Darren Glass. So a couple of champions from a number of clubs sharing seats here.
Jared, it happens every year, doesn't it? I mean, every time you look, you guys must look down here every year and see this motorcade go around and think, geez, how can you replace blokes like that? But the game just endures and it keeps going. But for us, I mean, Maxi's been a huge captain for his whole career and just succeeded when everyone said he couldn't. And Luke Ball's one of the toughest going around.
Lenny. I can't believe Lenny. Oh.
Is there anyone more loved? Seriously.
Surely not.
Oh, himself and Blackie in the back should be together. I think they're the two loved footballers of my generation, really. They're the way they went about their football, but they're loved by everyone.
Two of your premiership teammates tied, Lewis Roberts-Thompson and Ryan O'Keefe. Just before they emerged from the tunnel, Kelly Underwood was down with Ryan O'Keefe to just get his thoughts with his team playing. He's had an agonising year and just how he feels about this moment.
Well, Ryan O'Keefe, I saw you in Sydney earlier in the week and you were saying you honestly didn't know how you would feel today. Now that the day has arrived, how do you feel?
Yeah, it's been weird. It's been tough walking around outside the ground before I came in, everyone coming up to me and stuff like that. So, yeah, it's very emotional.
2 years ago would have been the best day of your life. You won a second premiership and you were a Norm Smith medalist on this stage. Do those sort of memories come flooding back when you enter the MCG this afternoon, or is it more a sense of lost opportunity, given that you would love to be out there today?
Yeah, of course I'd love to be out there. Yeah, it's probably one of those things, the opportunity to wish I was out there again. But I think after this week's all done and to sit and reflect on the career and tell everyone how good I was and that sort of stuff.
What sort of role will you have this afternoon? I mean, if the team happens to get up, do you jump the fence and sprint out there and you're the first one celebrating with them?
Yeah, I'll get out there. I don't think I'll be first out there. There's a few other quicker boys than me. But, I'll get out there and enjoy it with the boys and congratulate them. I sent them all a message this morning before they headed off to the ground just to wish them all the best and back themselves and all that sort of thing. So, yeah, look, I just wish them all the best today.
Give us an insight into the week and what it's been like for you. Have you trained with them? Have you seen them in the rooms? Have you been able to get around to them individually, or have you just decided to take a real back seat?
Yeah, I took a real back seat. I just got out of there, I suppose. Just let them enjoy the week and just sort of let them do their thing. It's probably tough for all parties really, but look, I think they know what to do. A lot of them, they've been there before, and just to enjoy it and enjoy it for what it is.
We'll try and enjoy your last official lap of the Melbourne Cricket Ground. On behalf of everyone at ABC Grandstand, hope to see you still involved in footy next year with a coaching gig somewhere, and just try and enjoy the game, and let's hope the Swannies get up.
Yeah, thanks very much. Cheers.
That's Ryan O'Keefe, who's in the motorcade, and Drew at the back. A man who has been bathed in the love of the football world right now is Lou Richards, is making a guest appearance.
Great to see Louis here. Look, when I first started calling VFL footy, Lou was next door in the Channel 7 box, and we go back a long, long time. A doyen of the game, and probably a bigger doyen in the media. He was absolutely fantastic, Louis, what he's done for football.
He's a revered figure within the football world, and I'm sure this will be a moment. As people in the MCC who were sitting and applauding when they realised that Lou Richards was coming round, they rose to their feet to offer a standing ovation as he did pass by. Ed Sheeran is on centre stage now at the MCG as he kicks off the grand final entertainment.
If you love me, come on, get involved. Feel it rushing through you from
blaze the sword flames from the side of the stage, and the fire brigade comes in a couple of days. Until then, we got nothing to say and nothing to know, but something to drink and maybe something to smoke. Let it go until our roads are changed, singing we found love in a local rave. No, I don't really know what I'm supposed to say, but I can just figure it out and hope and pray. I told her my name, I said it's nice to meet you. Then she handed me a bottle of water for it to keep. I already know she's the key. Just from this one small act of kindness, I'm in deep shit. If anybody finds out, I'm meant to drive home, but I just all of it now. No, sobering up, we just sit on the couch. One thing led to another, now she's kissing my mouth. Hey, darling, come on, set the tone. If you feel me falling, won't you let me know? Oh, if you love me, come on, get involved. Feel it rushing through you from your head to toe. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, and sing. Can you feel it? All the guys in here don't even wanna dance. Can you feel it? I can hear his music from the back. Oh, can you feel it? Found you hot in here, so won't you take my hand, darling, before the beat kicks in again? Can you feel it? Woo, woo, woo. No, no, no. Can you feel it? Woo, oh, no, singing, need you, darling, come on, set the tone. If you feel me falling, won't you let me know? If you love me, come on, get involved. Feel it rushing through you from your head to toe.
Ed Sheeran, who's probably more used to being surrounded by squealing teenage girls at that stage, but the MCG crowd is not quite that.
I love his backing band.
No.
Correct. No. On his own, done it on his own, terrific. It was fantastic.
Of all of us, I somehow have you pegged tied as being the most likely to appreciate Ed Sheeran.
Absolutely. A Welshman is not too far away from the Emerald Isle, but he's a loved man, so and his music is fantastic. Is that saying you're not that old, are you?
Well, I can assure you, I am very old.
You'd prefer this to Duff Duff, though, wouldn't you?
What's that?
You'd prefer this to Duff Duff.
Well, I had Duff Duff at my daughter's 21st. I wanted to kill the bloke to put it on.
I haven't sold you short, have I, Bucks?
No, my missus is a massive fan, so the sultry sounds of Ed Sheeran wash over our kitchen most nights, so it's good to see him up live.
All right, there's no point getting in the way too much of the music. There's a bit more of it.
Fly to the motherland and sell love to another man. It's too cold outside for angels to fly. For angels to fly now. Ooh. Ripped gloves, raincoat. Tried to swim and stay afloat. Dry house, wet clothes. Ripped clothes, banknotes, and weary-eyed and right throat. Cool girl, no phone. And then they say she's in the first 18, stuck in her daydream, and been this way since 18. But lately her face seems slowly sinking, wasting, crumbling like pastries. And they scream the worst things in life come free to us, 'cause she's just under the upper hand and goes mad for a couple grams. And she don't wanna go outside tonight, 'cause in a pipe she'll fly to the motherland and sell love to another man. It's too cold outside for angels to fly. Now an angel died, covered in white, with closed eyes and hoping for a better life. This time now we'll fade out tonight, or straight down the line. the Class A team, stuck in her daydream, and been this way since 18. But lately her face seems slowly sinking, wasting, crumbling like pastries. And they scream the worst things in life come free to us, and we are all under the upper hand. Go mad for a couple grams, and we don't wanna go outside tonight, 'cause in the pipe we'll fly to the motherland and sell love to another man. It's too cold outside for angels to fly, for angels to fly and fly, fly, for angels to fly, to fly, to fly, for angels to die.
Ed Sheeran, who holds up his end of the bargain as the first of the billing on the grand final entertainment. It used to be just sort of cute and interesting, but it's had more of an edge since the Meatloaf experience. There's a lot of people with a lot at stake as to whether this goes well, and it all sits with Tom Jones as we play broad demographics. Trying to please everybody here.
Well, Ed. The one following on from Meatloaf didn't have much to live up to, did he?
Yeah, true. Very
Jones?
true.
Is Tom Jones next?
But no. I'm fearing for Ed's complexion in this Melbourne sunshine. He'd be cooking out there.
It's only sunny scene all year.
Lionel Richie was
Lionel
He was
Richie.
fabulous.
Lionel Richie went first, and that was what prompted them to go to Meatloaf. They flipped into Lionel Richie for the grand final replay. And he slayed it.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And so they thought, right, that's our new model, and brought in Meatloaf and went, oh, right, that's not our model at all. They went back to, I think it was the Hunters and Collectors lead singer in the aftermath of Meatloaf, played a bit safe, and now they're expansive again and trying their luck.
Here's the band, they've turned up. There's the crew.
Yes.
They have turned up. So he has got some followers.
So Ed stayed on stage as the band has gathered, and Tom Jones just lingering at the back.
Don't have to be beautiful, turn me on. Just see your body, babe, dusk till dawn. You don't need experience to turn me out. When you just leave it all up to me, I'm gonna show you what it's all about. You don't have to be rich to be my girl. You don't have to be cool to rule my world. Ain't no particular sign that I'm compatible with. Just want your extra time, your kid. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Sir Tom Jones.
If you wanna impress me, you can't be too flirty, mama. I know how to undress me. Let me be your fantasy, and maybe you could be mine. You just leave it all up to me, and we can have a good time. You don't have to be rich to be my girl. You don't have to be cool to rule my world. Ain't no particular time I'm more compatible with. I just want your extra time and your kiss. Think I better dance now. Come on, come on. Women and girls rule my world. I say they rule my world.
Like your age now, mama. Knock your shoes side, and maybe we can do the twirl.
Yeah. Not a fantasy, and maybe
great to be here. Australian rules football. Yeah. AFL. Grand final. Thanks for inviting me. I appreciate it. Hey! Want some whiskey in your water, sugar in your tea? What's all these crazy questions they're asking me? This is the craziest party it could ever be. Don't turn on the lights, cause I don't wanna see. Mama told me let's come. Mama told me let's come. She said that ain't the way to have fun, son. Open up the window, let some air into this room. I think I'm almost choking from the smell of stale perfume. Cigarettes are smoking scares me half to death. Open up the window and let me catch my breath. Mama told me let's come. Mama told me not to come. Mama told me let's come. Mama told me, she said, that ain't the way to have fun. No, that ain't the way to have fun. Son, son, son. Someone's knocking at the door. Looking at my girlfriend, she just passed out on the floor. I've seen so many things I ain't never seen before. Don't know what it is, but I don't want to see no more. Mama told me let's come. Mama told me not to come. Mama told me let's come. Mama told me, she said, that ain't the way to have fun, no. That ain't the way to have fun. Mama told me, Mama told me, Mama told me, Mama told me. Mama told me not to come. Mama told me not to come. That ain't the way to have fun. 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 That ain't the way to have it. Mama told me, Mama told me, Mama told me, Mama told me. Mama told me not to come. Mama told me not to come. That ain't the way to have fun. 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 Oh, no, 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 no. Maybe it's Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope you're all having a good time. Looking forward to the game. Or looking forward to the match. This is the first time for me to see Australian rules football in the flesh. I've seen it many times on television, but this is going to be very exciting for me, as I'm sure it is for you. I saw the light on the night that I passed by her window. I saw the flickering shadows of love on her blind. She was my woman, as she deceived me. I watched and went out of my mind. the door. She stood there laughing. I felt the knife in my hand, and she laughed no more. Could not take any more.
Tom Jones headlines the Entertainment Grand Final Day 2014. I don't mind giving up the senior members of the grandstand team who have been singing along for the last 10 minutes. Snap verdict, Drew Morford.
Oh, loving it. Fancy him doing the Three Dog Night song. Mama told me not to come. I loved it.
Mark McClure.
Oh, it's right up Drew's alley, isn't it, fair dinkum? No, I thought he was terrific. I mean, he's not young, but his voice is absolutely pure.
I haven't seen a bigger smile on Mark's face.
Oh, pull up. I have to sit next to you. That's why I don't smile, mate. That one of Dane Banks, believe it.
We'll let him finish off. Tom Jones with one more.
I'm gone on the phone, on the channel, on the same old war zone. As I walk alone in the city, thinking me and up on the door, they look pretty new cinema. Live action on the noise of attraction pizza. On the streets and silence to back up. Better than jamming them off, those start up sharks. But they don't fight, and on the mighty Joe not here tonight. And now I wonder, am I gonna dig a hole 10 feet under? Under sea, under me, under you, under we, undivided, undecided. If I only knew what I could do to make you love me. To make you love me. If I only knew what I could do to make you love me. To make you love me. Yeah. Up north where the snow grows colder, I traveled on wood, crossed the border. I looked up a girl that I once knew frozen. I found that I was chosen to be the follower of the deity. Make myself guess while they come to be bargain from my body and soul. All the flames go around, surround me. I won't go, I need the ozone. I want to cuddle up behind your backbone. I never stay long where I'm not haunted. I feel haunted. Yo, brother, where you gonna go? Back to the war zone to pray. me. I bared my soul to the golden traces. I went to the forest, to the holy places. And now I wonder, am I gonna dig a hole 10 feet under? Under sea, under me, under you, under we, undivided, undecided. Yeah! To make you love me. If I only knew what I have to do to make you happy. To make you love me. If I only knew what I have to do to make you happy. To make you happy. If I only knew what I could do. Yeah. To make you love me. Yeah. Thank you so much, everybody. Enjoy the game. We will. We're going to be watching. I will see you all later on. Enjoy the day. God bless you all.
Going to be hard-pressed not to declare that a triumph. Tom Jones finishes off the grand final entertainment.
And they will be back later on. There's the free concert after the grand final. You don't have to have a ticket to the game. Come along in, you come and see him for free.
Coming up next on Grandstand AFL, the full preview of the grand final.
New from ABC Books, Trapped, the true story of an Australian accountant, Marcus Lee, jailed in Dubai on false charges for a crime he did not commit, and the 5-year ordeal that followed. Journey inside the Byzantine Middle Eastern justice system while he endures solitary confinement and mental torture. The tale of a foreign posting gone horribly wrong. Trapped, available now from ABC shops, centres, shop online and good bookshops.
Grandstand. ABC Grandstand. On radio, online, and on digital radio.
This is the AFL Final Series.
The opportunity to do what we do, go to the well every week with your mates, that's what we find enjoyable. And, you know, that holy grail, that cup at the end, that's what it's all about.
Grandstand AFL.
I just wanna feel this moment.
To win back-to-back premierships is very, very difficult. Two teams, incredible will. I think it's just going to be a big battle.
It's about the team that participates on all facets of the game and puts enormous pressure on for the 4 quarters that gets over the line.
Goods underfoot. He gathers, he opens the angle, he screws it around the corner and he kicks the goal of a master.
From the boundary line to full forward. Guns the mark, plays on, kicks the goal. Might be the seal.
Inside the 50, Franklin. Straight through the middle.
And Sydney might just have 1 foot into a grand final.
He tracks away from the middle, has a bounce, long kicks a goal.
Off the ground goes Ruffin. Nearly a goal. He goes again and kicks the goal.
That's it. Hawthorn has seen off the power.
Live from the MCG in Melbourne.
It's about each club and the opportunities that arise.
This is the AFL Grand Final.
At the Franklin, turns his way onto the left.
Grand final, first bounce, two sides just having a genuine crack.
We're lucky enough to get a chance to win another grand final, and that's all you can ask for.
Up goes Rioli, marks, lands, plays on, scoots away, snaps the goal. Unstoppable.
I just wanna feel this moment.
Grandstand AFL.
It is the grand final of 2014. The 2 best teams of the year drawn in the biggest match of the season to decide the premiership, to decide the bragging rights. Sydney Swans and Hawthorn. That's what's in store. The 2 teams are unchanged. The subs have come up. Craig Bird for the Swans and Taylor Duray of the Hawks. Cyril Rioli starts on the field and he's likely to be a huge part of what unfolds over the next 3 hours. Mike Brady in the background here. Well, he serenades the MCG at this time of year. in recent seasons. We have a Premiership Swan, Ty Kennelly, a 3-time Premiership Blue, Mark McClure, and a Norm Smith medalist in Nathan Buckley as your expert team for this grand final. Gents, we hand it over to you. Dissect it for us. Give us a feel. What's going to happen?
Well, we see Mike Brady finish his song. This is just a sensational side here. We've seen Tom Jones who come out and absolutely slate them out in the middle of the ground, and now we're going to see the 2 times arrive. They're outstanding in what they do, and we look at Hawthorn first, just a snapshot at them. Consistently win most of the time. They've won 7 of the last 10 outings against Sydney since Longmire's been coached. Their level is number 1 in the competition for skill, moving the ball from back to forward all the time. They're tough in a contested ball. We look at them sometimes, we think they're just skillful. No, they're not. They're tough as well in the contest, and they're number 1 in scoring accuracy, and the Swans are number 9th in that area as well. It's an amazing difference, not an amazing difference, but some areas the Swans are number 1 in, and some areas the Hawks are number 1 in. We've got the 2 best ones here. Swans got the great forward line, as we well know. It's been well documented with Tippett and Franklin coming into that forward line. It really has bolstered them. Their midfield, 2-way running is going to be a sight to behold, from when you look at McGlynn, Jack, Cunningham, Hanbury, McVeigh, Parker. All those sort of guys who run up and down the ground at 100 miles an hour, and they are proud of it. They want to be the best, and they are. The question is their defence. Can their defence hold up against the Sydney defence? Hold up against the Hawks forward line, and the tackling pressure. Well, that has to be Sydney's. They win that comfortably, 100 plus last time they met. So very interesting in the statistics in what they do. But 2 really good sides. Ty, take us through the Swans.
Yeah, look, I'm delighted they're there. Obviously, there's a lot of pressure. For me, they've been the top 2 teams in the competition all year. Obviously, it's a dream for, the purists of the game, the number 1 attacking team in the competition versus the number 1 defensive team in the competition. And for me, I suppose, being a truly defending footballer, coming from a defending brand of football, come on, Nathan. But I think when it seems, at this quality, when it gets that close, generally the defence stand up, and that's where I think Sydney will win it. And I'm trying to be as unbiased as I can here, but I think Sydney's tackling effective. They're number 1 effective tackles. Their tackling numbers have dropped, but their efficient tackling has increased. They're still number 2, I think it's tackling in the competition, but they've been using the ball in the corridor a lot more in the last 3 weeks, and they've been catching teams out by it. They're actually a lot more efficient and coming through the middle. They caught Freo very early in that first half, so they did against Freo, sorry. Look, obviously the body factor, but for me, for Sydney, people do forget they're the best 2-way running team in the competition, and they pride themselves in it. And a lot of people get hung up on the forward line and what they've got up there, but they pride themselves in getting the ball back as quick as you can. And it makes it easier, and it makes it look good when you've got the forwards that you've got. They're the cream on the top, and I keep saying, I said it all week, if Buddy Franklin wasn't in this team, I think Sydney would still be in the grand final.
Absolutely, and 2 years ago, Ty, Sydney won the flag without Franklin and Tippett at the front of them. So they're the 2 big differences. So this Sydney side, or a very similar Sydney side, beat a very similar Hawthorn side 2 years ago without those 2 big boys at the front. But there's no doubt that we are seeing the 2 best sides in the competition. I thought Hawthorn's performance against Port Adelaide last week puts a question mark over them. But I think that the addition of Rioli makes a massive difference. When you put Puopolo, Bruce and Hill and Smith, they're the forward running players, the ones that do get forward for Hawthorn. They rely on that momentum. Just keep the ball in front of them, knock tap outs, hit ons, and then just get that forward momentum. I think they miss Rioli, and you can really see with another running forward momentum player in the side, it's going to test the Sydney defence.
I think Hawthorn more than any other team in the competition like to control outside the congestion.
Yep.
Obviously with the Hill and Smith and Birchall, I think Cunningham will go to Hill, and I think Hanbury and Smith will go at it. I don't think Jeddah. I think they might release Jeddah on a half forward, come up on a wing and get a bit of that run, but they've got to shut off Smith and Hill, and obviously Birchall's another one at half back, and that's what's so vital with Rioli coming in, like you said, Box.
Yeah, look,
Malcheski's the one. He's the runner out of the defensive area. He kicked 2 goals in that grand final, one at the start and one at the end. Malcheski, he'll come up through the ground. He's the runner.
But he's going to have to play on either a Bruce, a Puopolo or a Rioli, and that's going to challenge. Malcheski and Shaw are going to have to defend hard. Now, if they can't do that,
the last game here, Box,
it's not going to work.
The medium small forwards from Hawthorn caused havoc,
and that's why Rioli's in the 21.
They ended up subbing off Heath Grundy halfway through the third quarter. They were in strife, Sydney, so that with the smalls.
The interesting thing, Shaw was left out of the side. Now, Hawthorn lost contested ball last week, but they won clearances. So you can see that Hawthorn aren't as concerned about what happens inside the 3 or 4 metres.
Yep.
Because what they want to control is the transition, and they want to control the spread. And they were able to buffer Port Adelaide's spread and contested ball out in open space by their efficiency after quarter time. They pressured better, and I think they need to pressure from the get-go today if they're going to be in the game. They'll back themselves. Lewis, Mitchell, Hodge, Burgoyne, Shields, they'll back themselves in the middle of the contest. I've got no doubt they'll quick kick. They won't try and run the ball with hands. They'll quick kick out of stoppage, and they'll get the ball as fast as they can into an even-numbered forward line, and then they'll say, right, over to you, Roughhead, Hale or McAvoy at the top of the goal square, Puopolo, Bruce Smith, Rioli, Hill. We know that we can do enough damage there, and that's what they'd be relying upon.
We don't talk about ruckman too often until we get to finals, and obviously they've put another one. Mike Pike's on his own almost with Reed, and I suppose Tippett can go through there, but McAvoy and also Hale, they're pretty damaging too. They can go forward as well.
Yeah, look, it's the battle of the inside, the pressure. You talk about the number one defensive side, Tiger. Well, Hawthorn, I think their pressure ability is pretty high as well. I think we've seen the two best pressure sides, and not necessarily Hawthorn. Yeah, I think they've got a more open game style. They definitely, Jordan Lewis, for example, the type of player we spoke about last week, he'll seep 10 or 15 metres forward of the contest. If they get an even battle inside, I think Hawthorn are pretty hard to stop when they get that.
And because they play such a high energy and rotation inside Hawthorn, they love that high energy, and they actually don't do a whole lot of rotations on and off the ground. Their forwards are coming on. Juopolo's going in, Bruce is going in, actually on ball. That high rotation. So then you've got your forwards, and Sydney defenders are going, whoa, what's going on? There's such a rotation going through, and that can unsettle the group, and that's what they do. But for me, it's that outside run, and Cunningham is vital to stop Hill for me, and because I'm with you, I think the inside battle's going to be so even, it has to come down to a Hill or a Jetta or someone.
Corns went to him for the first 5 minutes last week, and then they cut that out. So, Cunningham's done some great jobs. I mean, fantastic coaching by Horse.
Yeah.
They've redefined Rowan's role, running player off half-back, fantastic, and played the best game of his career last week, so he comes in with confidence. Cunningham, who they've stuck with all year in a forward role, introduced him through the midfield, backed his running, and now they've got him doing a lockdown. Just really good timing, just brought his players on at the right time.
Can I ask you who does the matchups? Kennedy, is he taggable? Will it be Will Langford?
No, I'd think Langford more likely to go to a Jack or to a Hanbury. Probably Jack. I think he's the one that can get inside and run outside as well. So I think if Langford tags, it'll be there. I'd expect Kennedy to go head-to-head with Lewis.
What about Isaac Smith? He's a really good outside runner who runs long, bounces long, and kicks it long. He's a star.
I reckon Hanbury's the one. And I might be if Shields might go to Hanbury as well to try and stop the inside-outside. But I reckon John had said it to Dan to actually try and get the challenge. Smith's extremely fit, and he would run the legs off Lewis Jetta. And the last time here we saw him do it 6-8 weeks ago. He ran the legs off Lewis. Lewis' defensive side of the game obviously is an area they needs to work on. And I can't see that happening with Smith and the Jetta.
What about Birchall? Who's going to take Birchall? Because Birchall's one you have to hang on to. You can't let him go.
Both of these sides have got the best rebounding halfback flankers. So you've got you clearly got Birchall and Stratton who does it now. If Burgoyne plays back there or Mitchell plays back there, it's interesting Duray as the sub because he has been a really damaging rebounding halfback flanker. Now Suckling played a lot of last week at half forward, but you'll see him at halfback. You'll see Gunston go back as the seventh at times, and for Sydney we'll see Sam Reid go back as the seventh. Look, it's Hawthorn's rebound off halfback is dependent on their ability to get those quick kicks out of stoppage, and then their defenders end up playing 20-30 metres in front of where they would be otherwise with their weight on their front foot. Same as Malcheski and Shaw and Rampy coming off the other way. If they get the opportunity to get their weight on the front foot and they get their momentum forward, well then that's the ebb and flow of the game, and the scores will go with that. Both of these sides really good when they've got their back against the ropes though, at just defending and taking the heat and then rebounding.
And that's the momentum change that we've saw. The last 4 times they've played since 2012, the games have been incredible. That game 2 months ago, that momentum change was like the 2012 game. They soak the pressure, take it on, and then they're just shooting that almost a slingshot goal if you'd like.
Can you have 4 talls in the forward line? Sam Reid goes down there at some stage. You've got Goods, Tippett and Franklin. Can that work? I've never seen it work before.
Probably Sydney's deficiency.
Yeah.
So here come the Hawks, the first out onto the MCG for the 2014 Grand Final, attempting what has always been the toughest task in our code, to win back-to-back premierships. Luke Hodge brings them out in milestone game number 250. They have done a mammoth job to hold this together throughout 2014 and bring their title defence to the last day. Can they keep it together for 2.5 more hours and claim a 12th cup for their club?
Let's go back to Reid again. Can he play as a 4th tall in the forward line? Can that work?
Yeah, look, I think Sydney's strength is that it can be the deficiency, like I'm saying. Against Freo in the first half, it was incredible the amount of times they just got it in. And, these blocks, Ibbotson and the likes, were just dropping off, taking uncontested marks and getting rebound. And it took them a half. But Sydney do like to get it in, and that's what's going to stand them up. Kurt Tippett, I reckon, in the last 2 games he's played, hasn't gone further than 20 minutes from the goal square.
No, and he won a lot of 1v2s and just created, and this is what a big fella has to do at times, bring the ball to deck, create 2 or 3 extra seconds, which is 10 to 15 metres, and we saw against North Melbourne, we saw some edits there where the North boys looked like they were goal side, and then you blink, and then 20, 30 metres later, they're 10 metres the wrong side, and Tippett's contest was important. You talk about 4 talls. I mean, Franklin's 6'5" at times, but then he's 5'8" at other times. So he's not. I don't really see him as a tall player. He's just a really good utility that can play tall or play small. And Goods has always done that. He's always just inserted himself where he needs to, and his experience comes out on a day like this. He'll pop up and he'll take a contested mark. You think, well, geez, he's utilised his height then, and then he'll wrap around and snap a goal on his left foot, and he'll go, geez, he just used his guile there. He only needs to get 10 or 12 touches. So I mean, yes, he's a tall player, but he's mobile as well. Tippett's the only real monster they've got, and Reid is really mobile as well. So no, they couldn't do it if they were four lumbering big fellas, but they're not.
Yeah, the other side of that is they're tall and they can run, but do they tackle?
The Sydney Swans banner is up, hard, disciplined, united. 2 cities, 1 team, 1 dream. 2 years on from lowering Hawthorn in the grand final. They try to do it again, but they are recast from the Bloods to the Bondi Billionaires. They have an Australian of the Year in their midst. They are the all-star glamour team in this grand final. The Swans out to face the Hawks.
Tell us about Jared McVeigh. Stevie J wrote an article today that said he's a powerful man at that football club. He's one of the smallest, but he obviously holds some weight.
Yeah, look, he came to the club at pick 6 and pick 4. Sorry, he actually was. It's over 10 years ago. I know. And Macca missed out in the grand final in 2006, and he played obviously losing grand final. But his leadership's gone from strength to strength. He came to the club and honestly was a very one-way running downhill skiing player, and he was tagging for his first 2 to 3 years at the football club. Got their defensive style of football into his game, and now truly he's Mr. Fix-It for me. And his hands, I think, are incredible. They're up there himself and Sam Mitchell in the competition. They're that good. He's that clean below his knees, and he's just so effective with his hands. But his leadership, he demands so much, and he's really taken over that role of on-field, but even off-field. He demands and questions and look you in the eye and will say something to you. And look, it's great leadership from a young fella that honestly wasn't a great talker, didn't have a great personality around the group as a whole, and just taking his leadership to a new level.
What about Hodgie? Not that good a leader, is he?
Yeah, well, you're talking about players that just drip with leadership. His leadership is overt. You see it, you feel it, you sense it, and I suppose that's a little bit different to what Jared McVeigh has done. I mean, he looks like a great leader's born or made. It looks like McVeigh's been made. Hodgie, I reckon, from day one, from day dot, he was born to lead. Yes. Even when he had that peroxide hair, when he
pushed him out of the sandpit when he was 8, I reckon. Pushed him out of there.
He's been the alpha male for a long time, hasn't he? But I mean, he stands up. You mentioned McVeigh and his ability with his hands. I mean, he and Mitchell are a very good comparison. Yep. Neither of them are fussed. Neither of them get caught with the ball very often. They can just do it without real great pace. Just with a shimmy, they're away because they can go left and right foot and they go left hand, right hand, and they've got the composure and the belief that their teammates are going to turn up when they need them. So, look, just really strong leadership throughout both these teams, and they wouldn't be here if they didn't have that.
I love Sam Mitchell, his ability to say, hang on a second, I'm not the best captain in this team. And he gave up the captaincy to give it to Hodge. I thought that was special.
Yeah, and selfless. I mean, you talk about so hard discipline united. 3 words that I'm sure that resonate through the Sydney change rooms, and they wouldn't be far away from what Hawthorn talk about as well. But words are words, and actions are actions, and these teams have walked it for the entirety of this season. They're 2 of the more mature lists in the competition. They've been building for this. I mean, it's a rematch from 24 months ago. Very similar conditions, very similar circumstances. The sides are only 3 or 4 different each, and the big one, Franklin, who's been the marquee story of the day. But it'll be fascinating to see how he handles coming up against his.
Yeah, we talked about the stars. What about the kids who are playing their first time, Tug? You played here once or twice yourself, and it's a special moment.
Yeah, it is. Look, and Sydney have 6 new players from 2012 that didn't play in that grand final, and it's an experience that I suppose it's the pinnacle of your sporting career. Really, you want to get and play in the grand final in the big day, and it's the disappointment. You know,
how did you feel that?
Oh, extremely nervous. And I just wanted to get the ball in my hand. I just wanted to get on the ground, and once I got on the ground, it was just another game of football. But the build-up itself, we just wanted to get out there and be there where they are now, just warming up, kicking again. After that, it was a game of football, and that's what it was about, really.
It's amazing how much commentary there is about it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's your top line players that need to get it done. It's how well your bottom 4 play. It's how often have you been here before. You can't just come and perform straight up. But we see so many different ways to win the game of footy. In the end, Longmire and Clarkson, as has been speculated upon, and we've heard Adam Simpson come out and say, hey, this is what Parko will say, and you'd be aware of what Horse would be about. It'll be exactly the same stuff.
Yeah.
Like, if it's much different to what they spoke about in the last 2 months, I mean, the players look and go, well, why would we be changing anything? We're here on the back of one of the strongest seasons in the club's history, both of these clubs. Hawthorn have jumped that many hurdles. They've had that many hiccups along the way and been able to find a way. So they've built resilience even though they were a mature side, they have continued to build their resilience this year, and they would come out here super confident that they could face whatever happens.
In your back-to-back playing in grand finals, was there a difference in the second one to the first one? Because you started so poorly, were the players a little bit overwrought? Are some people right?
There was a mix. I've described it in 2003. Half of the group were overconfident and the other half were overawed. So
in trouble.
Not a good mix. So in the end, you just got to keep coming back to basics. You've got to keep coming back that first contest and your head over it. As you said, Ty, once you're out in the ground, you settle. But even when the game starts, you've still got to get that first knock. You've got to lay that first tackle, get that first hit, participate in some way to help your teammates, to help yourself settle in, and then you're away.
Well, Jared and Drewis, we're set up perfectly. The grandstands are packed right to the rafters. Over 100,000 people here. We've got 2 great sides playing, and wow, what a sight it is.
It is a fantastic scene. There's nothing quite like the MCG, and it's fine and sunny. Expected top 24 degrees, a perfect day. I saw Buddy have his first shot at goal, running shot, missed.
Don't waste them now.
He's had inaccurate ones twice, hasn't he? This year against the Hawks?
This is what you do is if you're missing shots in the warm-up, you say, good, I'll get them out of the way. If you're hitting shots in the warm-up, you say, I'm on today. It's always
it's good. There's always a positive. There's a glass half full. Glass is always half full.
That's the only way to see it, mate. How was your accuracy? No?
Mine?
Yeah.
I didn't kick 5-12 against Hawthorn in 2 matches.
And that'd keep John awake at night last night, I'm sure of it. His accuracy is obviously, he's going to get opportunities.
It's a worry, mate.
Look, he's going to get opportunities. It's no doubt about it. And it's whether he's straight, and I had lunch yesterday with a couple of the past Swans boys, and Nick Davis was there, and David was saying the same thing. Look, he'll get opportunities. We know that. It's just whether he's going to kick them. And it'd be great for him, from a Sydney perspective, if he gets the first one in the goal square. and kicks it, and he's away.
Is that what you're hoping for, is it?
That's what it actually...
If you're going out thinking, I want to get that one, you might be waiting for the easy one.
I'm saying that's what they're hoping for.
Yeah.
The Joe the Goose over the top one, I know.
But I think Lake and Hodge are going to make it hard, and I've been hearing things that they're going to make it extremely difficult for him early.
Actually, one thing that I can say about Buddy. Now, we came out here in 2012 qualifying final, Chris Tarrant, and go for him, mate. Go for him hard, make him uncomfortable, move him around, don't let him stand on that blade of grass, and really put him to the test. Found out at half-time, Buddy loves it. He loves it. If he gets challenged physically, he grows another leg. So Jordan Lewis said that. He said it in the press during the week. Don't poke the bear. And the Hawthorn boys know Buddy better than he might know himself. So they know what to do. You'll see how they'll respond and how they'll treat him. I reckon it'll be disarming. Don't give him anything to really go on. He's going to be up as it is. But I don't think it works to really try and rattle him.
You can't get sidetracked by one player. And that's why they're in the grand final, because they haven't got sidetracked all year. They've gone through a process and the systems of how to do it. No, the bloke is red hot, and obviously the history that they've got with him. But they cannot get sidetracked by him, and obviously go through the process of trying to get the ball not limited going in there. Limited. How are you going to get Hodge loose back there? How are you going to actually help him out?
Contested footy is king.
Yeah.
That's what's going to stem the tide either way.
So the Swans and Hawks have made their way over to the members' wing. Jonathan Brown stands ready to deliver the Premiership Cup as the ambassador that he has been throughout. In the tunnel stand Jason Dunstall and Michael O'Loughlin, who have been entrusted with the task of the day to bestow the cup to the winning team, legends in their own right. Dunstall confirmed as such by the Hawks earlier this year. Michael O'Loughlin, a much-loved premiership player and 300 games with the Swans. And Jonathan Brown, if there's been a more popular footballer across the duration, then I haven't seen him. And I'm sure he's let people drink out of that cup during the week. It just
Probably
strikes
himself.
me as that sort of guy. I doubt the Premiership Cup has ever had a week like it. O'Loughlin and Dunstall stand either side of it.
The best team wins.
Shake hands and head off to their old clubs. We're with Craig Willis.
As we welcome iconic Australian entertainer Olivia Newton-John to sing the national anthem.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are young and free. We've golden soil and welcome, our home is good by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts, all beauty rich and rare. In history's page, where every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
I doubt there's another roar quite like it in Australian society over 12 months as greets the national anthem at the grand final. In the front row for us this afternoon is Adam White. Whitey, welcome.
Thanks, Jared. A real measured build-up for both teams this week because, of course, we're looking at the two last premiership teams, so they know what it's all about, the build-up, the grand final parade, and even that hour before the first bounce. Hawthorn, there was a lot of attention on them during the week with the team. Jordan Lewis pretty much declared himself fully fit on Tuesday after getting that corky this time last week against Port Adelaide. And it was all just a question of whether Cyril Rioli would play. He put his hand up to play. Alistair Clarkson said, well, Cyril, if you want to play, we'll make you play. But he said yesterday he knows the pressure's on him because he has put his hand up to play. From the point of view of conditions down here, well, it's absolutely perfect. It could actually be the Boxing Day test, such as the weather. The breeze, look, it's strong, but down at ground level, it's really not having any impact on things because of the big stand. So we're just about to have the toss of the coin in the middle, the Hawks and the Swans.
Jared McVeigh in to do the honours for the Swans with Luke Hodge in game number 250. It's a ceremonial tossing of the coin which Hodge wins and Hawthorn to open up to the City end in this grand final. Ty Kennelly, what's going to happen? Who will win?
Yeah, look, I think it's going to be extremely close. Last 4 times they've played, it's been 20 points or less. It's not going to be any more than that for me. I'm going to go with Sydney by the same margin 2012, and I think Norm Smith's going to go to Dan Hanbury.
Mark McClure.
I think the Hawks are pretty good things, Jared. I like them playing at home. They played at home again. They got Sydney finished on top of the ladder, but the Hawks play at the MCG, and they're hard to beat here. I think they'll win comfortably.
As chairman of the panel for the Norm Smith medal, don't add a Norm Smith medalist to this, Nathan. Just your straight. No, don't do that. Just a straight tip.
Even if I think in my head, I'm not
say it out loud. You just can't be
I've
careful.
got a few. It might come through the call, but look, I think Hawthorn have been able to face all challenges that they've faced this year. I think they'll win by about 10 points. Having said that, I think I'm tipping Hawthorn. One thing with Sydney that just occurred to me. Round 1, knocked over by GWS. Mm-hmm. And it's not how you start, it's how you finish. They're in as good a form as I've seen them in all season, the last couple of weeks, and Hawthorn are going to have to be good, and I think they will be.
True.
Yeah, got worse than that too, didn't it? They lost 3 of their first 4, Sydney Swans.
Big change straight away. Gary Rowan gone to half forward, Malcheski gone to half back.
I'm going for the Swans and Kennedy to get the medal.
I'm for the Swans as well. The MCG is positively bursting at the prospect of this. The 2 best teams, the Sydney Swans and Hawthorn, in the 2014 grand final. Someone's going to back-to-back. Is it Buddy or is it the Hawks? You're with Drew Morford.
Pike goes up and wins it down for Sydney. And the first kick out of the middle comes forward for Sydney, up towards about half forward. But Birchall is there to chop it off for the Hawks. He's on the run. He shares it with Mitchell, gets it back and drills it past the centre wing where Hale dives in and marks.
Gary Rowan lining up forward, which is not what we expected.
Hodge in the chop for the mark. Rowed by Bruce, but he takes the ball out of bounds, trying to circle around a pack just inside the 50, so we'll have a throw in about 48 metres from goal. Hawthorn first team into attack. They're going to the City end in the first quarter.
At the boundary throw in, Pike to the front for the Swans. Neat tap down to McGlynn. Stripped of the ball by Rioli. Shields burrowed through, got taken, dispossessed. They fight for it. Kennedy gets caught in a tackle. Release it to Hodge. He fires it out of the pack. There's a free kick. Holding the ball. It's going Hawthorn's way.
Cyril was good in there. He went from one tackle to the next tackle. He just attacks them. He's small and he's strong. They forced that issue. Hodgie was the one who kicked it towards goal, but Shields is the one with the free kick.
Kennedy tried to burst his way through. Shields was able to hang on to the strong body as it propelled in his direction, and on a 45-degree angle to the right. At 45 metres from home, Liam Shields has the chance to post the first goal of the grand final. Not a terribly noted goal kicker. Howley's right foot drop punt play. It starts at the right post, it dips back, it hits the woodwork.
Wouldn't call that a pristine drop punt. It was a bit of a floater. He tried to get it back in right to left, but there's nerves for you.
Hang on.
Well, they nearly turned it over here, but Rampy survives, gets the ball back to Malcheski, kicks outside defensive 50, Tippett's there, comes to the front. There was a terrific tackle in there by Lake, well up the ground. Whistle's gone, and it's going to be a Swans free kick. And taken by Parker. What a season he's had. Luke Parker. He wore the vest 2 years ago for the Swans. Didn't get in the side. Kicks down to centre wing. And Kennedy takes the mark. Former Hawk. Father played for the Hawks. Premierships. Grandfather played and coached the Hawks. And here he is for the Swans. Kennedy's kick towards half forward. Tippett, great use of the body. And what a mark overhead.
It's a clear tactic to pull Lake out with Tippett, obviously bringing him outside 50 with Franklin inside 50 deep, as we see here.
He's 70 from goal. He kicks in the direction of the big fella. The hand pass comes forward. Jack gets the hand pass back. There's a fumble there by Lloyd, who had a goal wide open for him, and Hawthorn are able to scramble it away. It looked a certain Sydney goal. but blanketing of the Hawks.
Playing with width has been a big thing in the last couple of years. Every player was on one half of the field, one side of the field. Sydney looking to switch. They're happy to go down the line, make it a contest.
Swans deep forward. Pike wins the tap, knocks it down the way of Tippett, feeds out the hand pass. Hanbury committed himself, got wrapped up in the tackle. Umpire waves play on. It'll be balled up 25 metres from Sydney's goal.
He couldn't have done that any better, Hanbury. Went in low and then allowed him to go forward to try to draw the free kick. I didn't think that was bad umpiring, but good play by Hanbury.
Franklin, third man up, slapped it straight down to Birchall, threw it on the boot, wobbled it out wide. It pitches in the field of play and bounces over 48 from goal. Adam White.
Jared, Gary Rowan's been off for the last couple of minutes, just getting a patch-up job done on his nose. So he only lasted 30 seconds before he had to come from the ground with blood.
Here's the throw-in inside the forward 50 for the Swans. Worked down by Pike. Hand pass comes to Cunningham. His hand pass is poor. And Sammy Mitchell's in there to chop it off, but runs out of room, takes it over the boundary line.
Structurally, we see Sydney's +1 basically right deep, the deepest person closest to the Hawthorn goals. It's Nick Smith at this point, not the normal +1, but they love that support right at the back of the Hawks forward line.
Hodge, third man up, wins it down to Lewis. Puopolo tries to paddle to his own advantage. It comes unstuck. Richards gets a little hand pass into McVeigh, who goes down the line towards the 50. Diving attempt by Tippett, but late was good. He won the ball off him. Hand pass comes out to Mitchell, then to Lewis. Kick up towards midfield. They swarm after it. Puopolo clears for Hawthorn. There's an open forward line, but the ball sits nicely for Malcheski, who runs onto it for Sydney. Pokes a short pass past the circles. McGlynn gets a hand pass, puts Kennedy in the open. He goes long, very long, and Kennedy gets the first goal of the grand final. Josh Kennedy for Sydney against his old side.
And Bucks, just that +1 back, you know, it's because of Hawthorn, the way they can actually break so fast. And it happened here the last time they played, 8 weeks ago. Hawthorn got so many goals breaking fast with a lot of open space, and Isaac Smith over the back. Now, the back man is actually pretty much at the back of the square for Sydney.
Yeah, well, it was Nick Smith, and that's he's dropping 80 metres off Cyril Rioli. But off stoppage, as soon as the stoppage is done, he came up and met him in transition. The turnover was caused, and they come back the other way. So that turnover was 60 metres out from goal. Really good attacking play through the corridor by Sydney. 60-metre goal from Kennedy.
And smart, because Hawthorn, sorry George, it's smart, obviously Hawthorn loved the quick kick, and the defenders know that from Sydney.
Kennedy puts an early mark on it. The Swans are goal. The Hawks are behind. Parker got taken in a headlock. Umpire wave play on. Ball spills clear. Brewster's having to go. He's lost it. Onto it goes Reid for the Swans. Hand pass out the back to Shaw. Gives it to Malcheski onto the left boot. Up to half 40. Overkick the initial target. Stratton gets back for the Hawks. Gathers. Franklin's after him. Pushes him away, but he got the hand pass up to Burgoyne. Steadies himself on the right boot. Measures it down the line for Langford, who found a way. He got straight past Jeddah. Delivers the Hawks into the 50. Gunston's the target. Went one-handed. Trying to get through. McAvoy to Roughhead. Searching hand pass to open play. Smith taken off it. McAvoy has another go. Hand pass to Shields. Roughhead's kick is smothered. Beautiful ball by Richards. Threw himself across the boot. Clearing kick for the Swans.
Comes up to Stratton. He's bowled over in McVeigh's tackle. Ball spills free. Hand pass comes out. Oh! Kick by Burgoyne. Ball inside the 50. Chance for Hawthorn there. Hand pass comes out the back to Shaw. They're under pressure here. The Swans in defence. Langford takes a mark just outside the 50 for Hawks.
And that was caused by Cyril again.
Yep.
His work up forward is just outstanding.
Langford goes long towards the goal square. McAvoy hands to it but couldn't complete a mark. Underneath, Gunston taken to ground. Was it in the back? The umpire said yes. Free kick to Jack Gunston. And he's only 25 metres from goal.
We're seeing footy played at its best. I mean, there is just no time, no space. If you fumble the ball, it's lost. If you don't take it cleanly and put a hard 2 steps in, then you're going to get swamped. Cyril Rioli hasn't touched the ball yet, but he's had a couple of bits of play and nearly took mark of the day already. But he's proving his worth, isn't he?
So Gunston to put the Hawks in front.
A very straight kick, this guy.
Tight angle, but man on the mark, only 25 out. Gunston for the Hawks first is way right.
Oh, that's very unlike him, isn't it?
Well, it's life. It's what happens, and
He is a good kick, but that was poor.
Well, Shields and Gunston are their two best. Shields is a brilliant kick, so there's two misses that they would have hoped to have finished.
Shaw into Grundy, long out of defence, looking for Tippett on the long lead. Lloyd is there to help, and he feeds it to Tippett. He'll get the kick up beyond halfway. Goods is the target. He got rid of Stratton. He takes the mark. Franklin's on the lead in the pocket. Reid wants it deep. Goods held it for a moment, then wedged it in the Franklin direction. He takes the mark just beyond the 50.
And straight away, George, you got McAvoy dropping back and Spanger dropping straight back the minute the ball is lost. And it's allowing the Goodsy up, and it's allowing them actually draw their pressure on into the Sydney's forward line.
Hawthorn had an extra two players in their back 50 there, but Gibson dropped off Buddy and said, all right, Spanger, you can look after him. Buddy had to beat three to find that space.
How many times do you see that, guys? You know, when someone's got actually that much space, the defender drops off.
Well, the crowd has identified Lance Franklin, his first effort, a long range from 55. He launched it out across the face, and on the behind line, it's thrashed through for a minor score. 1-1-7 Sydney, 2 behinds Hawthorn. We've got 9 minutes. Adam White.
8.5 minutes, and Cyril Rioli comes off for his first break. He's blowing, but as all other players on the field are as well, so he's fine.
Mitchell out of defence for Hawthorn, finds Lewis on defensive 50. Southern stand side, back into the corridor. He doesn't hit a target, but it might be all right. Well, it is. And Gibson runs onto it, but he's turned it over up towards centre wing. Malcheski for Sydney delivers a good pass. Goods marks 55 out from goal. Hanbury leads wide, receives the hand pass, goes for goal, but he's left all the way. Dan Hanbury misses. So the Swans are 1-2 and Hawthorn 2 behind.
Sorry, Drew, just the basics done well. Goods then had Hanbury wrapping around, identified that there was going to be a 2v1. Just really smart play. Turn around, engage the Hawthorn player, put him into space. Hanbury would normally finish that 7 or 8 out of 10.
Birchall in short for Lewis. They are very well covered, though, inside the defensive area. Mitchell goes on the short lead. Lewis has to kick it long to a contest. McAvoy against Pike. It bounces off heads. It ricochets the way of Shaw, who can put Sydney back inside the 50. High ball. Tippett's got to go into the pack. Franklin hits it. Drop the chest mark. Stratton onto the spillage. Feeds it to Hodge, and now to Stratton, to Spanger, and back to Stratton. He kicks the Hawks to the southern side, out in front of Hill. Needs it to sit. It does. Jetta's after him. Hill pulls up. He tries to get around Jetta and did enough. He kicks to half forward. Perfect ball. Suckling inside the 50. Puopolo takes the chest mark.
We're going to see that a bit, aren't we? You know, Hill got away from Cunningham and had Jetta on him. There's a bit stood them both. They both stood up. You know, in the end, the ball carrier gets to move first, and he had that one quick step that found that target. Puopolo off Rampy.
Paul Puopolo hasn't kicked a goal in either of his 2 grand finals coming here today. From 46 metres out, that's the one. It gets the Hawthorn campaign underway. Puopolo's kick is precise. 1-2-8 apiece after 11 minutes.
The Hawks really needed that. They needed to settle. Thought they started the game best, but Sydney then have been able to transition the ball really well. Hawthorn just not able to finish their work. They've been going into a congested forward line, created a couple of set shot opportunities that they didn't finish, but that's probably the first time, as it was in the case last week, that they've actually been able to move the ball freely through the middle. And when you give them a half a yard, they find it. They love that little hit up inside 50. Puopolo able to finish.
Hasn't taken Tippett long to go into the ruck. He's up against McAvoy. The bounce, scores level. When the ball hit the turf, comes to Kennedy of Sydney. Just throws the right boot at the ball and gets it out wide to right half forward. Stratton putting pressure on McVeigh. Tangle of arms and legs. The umpire will circle and come in and throw it up. The umpires, incidentally, Matt Stevick, Matthew Nichols and Simon Meredith. 1-2 apiece. 12 minutes play.
Right half forward for the Swans. Had the ball up, McAvoy knocked it down. Parker got hold of it though, gave it to Kennedy, bounced out of the pack but didn't find a teammate. Bruce with his first touch to Lewis, feeds it up back in front of Bruce. Hanbury went with him, pinched the footy. Great tackle from Bruce, who drove him into the turf. Cunningham fights for it, paddles it back to Richards, kicks the Swans to half forward. Reid was the target, plenty of coverage against him. Good stands at ground level, flipped it out the side. Lloyd will kick it inside the 50. Franklin, yes! only half a step on Lake, who drove him into the turf, and Franklin's a bit the worse for wear. He's rising, holding his right shoulder. Angry words exchanged from Franklin to Lake.
He's not playing fair, Brian Lake. Misses again.
Put the elbow into the back of the head.
Oh, well.
It'll draw some ire as the afternoon goes by. Lake made him earn it, but Franklin has this shot at goal. This is far more kickable than the previous. He'll score all right. From 45 metres out, Franklin. Bang on. Oh, that'll be good for him. He struts around the forward line with his first and then puts the shoulder into Brian Lake for good measure. 2-2-14 Sydney, 1-2-8 the Hawks.
One out Brian Lake with Buddy Franklin. You know he's going to win that all the time with pace. And Franklin just got that yard. The kick was good. Took a good mark. He reached high, and that's what he needs to do. Continue to jump in there and take him high. And Buddy and Brian just jumped on him. He put a bit of an elbow in his head. Bad luck. That's part of life. If he gets caught for it, he gets caught for it. But the deed was done. And then Buddy did the thing that we all ask and we all question. Can he kick it straight to grand final? Well, absolutely he did.
Swans forward line far clearer than Hawthorn's there. The Hawthorn defenders following the Sydney forwards right up to the stoppage.
Pike back in the ruck, but Hale beats him. Comes down to Spanger of Hawthorn. Now Roughhead sweeps the hand pass out wide. Burgoyne, deliberate pass to the 50. Bruce marks on his chest.
I don't like that matchup. Rowan on Bruce is a poor matchup, and it might be a reason they start him at half forward. I don't think there's, with Rioli going in, I think there's no good matchups for Rowan down there unless he plays on a Gunston. It'll be really interesting to see what they do.
54 goals for the season. Luke Bruce, he starts it right and swings it back. A magnificent goal from 50. Scores level again.
Yeah, just effective ball use. It's a concern for Sydney as we see Gary Ryan now actually coming off. It's that matchup of where he's going to go. I think it's the mid, and Gunston, if he's started a bit jumpy, he's had a couple of fumbles as well, so that might be the matchup for him. But Gary's coming off now as Shaw comes on, and look, it's just effective ball use from Hawthorn, and it was lazy for me from Gary Ryan. He's actually given up quite easily with that mark outside 50, thinking Bruce wouldn't kick it. Look, it was a fantastic finish, but you've got to take your opportunities.
Two players that have stood up early. Adam Goods, he hasn't had to touch the ball much, but every time he's touched it, something's come from it, and Sean Burgoyne was the one that put that pass into Bruce. Two experienced finals campaigners that have been there, done that, standing up already.
2-2 apiece, halfway through the opening term. Pike wins the tap, down to Parker, fires out a kick. Jack couldn't handle it, Burgoyne stood against him. Gave it out to Birchall, kicks the Hawks around the southern wing. It's an awkward bouncing ball. Cunningham breaks straight through the tackle of Rioli. Gives it to Shaw, hospital ball to Hanbury, wrapped up as soon as he got it. The umpire takes pity. He's going to ball it up.
If there was a stat for being tackled, Hanbury's leading it. He's had 3 or 4 beauties, hasn't he?
Hale did a good job, the big man.
Made sure that there was no getting the footy away. Pike slaps it wide, Hill's onto it for the Hawks, but he's in a tackle. He's brought to grounds. And that is called too high. It's a surprising call. Hill gives it away to Mitchell. Off to Gibson. His kick was partially smothered on the way through. Rioli goes to ground, rises. He's still got the footy. Kick to full forward. Richards up over the top of Ruffin. That's the mark of a full forward. Taking it fullback.
And the knee into the thoracic of Ruffy too. He's feeling it.
He's poleaxed Roughhead. He still hasn't got up off his haunches. Pike takes a mark at halfback. Hand pass to Kennedy. Low zooming ball. Lloyd marks inside the centre square.
This is the concern for me again. Goods now stuck on Spang, and Goodsy knows Adam Spang very well, so he'd be delighted with that matchup.
Yeah, but Goods, his disposal wasn't all that flash, and he's picked up by Isaac Smith of the Hawks. Gets it away to Lewis. Off the left he goes. Out wide, and Gunston well up the ground. Takes the mark. Crowd wanting 50. He was put to ground. Gunston too far out to score. Kick didn't have all that much penetration. Grundy gets a fist to it, but it goes behind him. Picked up by Hill. On the turn, Hill snaps the goal. Bradley Hill has already played in one flag. There's another one on the line. He's only 21 years old. Hawthorn 3-2. Sydney.
He looked a bit shaky there, Grundy.
Well, there's moments in games, and Tiger, you would see that he could have got 2 hands to that, Heath Grundy, he normally does. the good sides, the good teams, and the experienced players deal with a poor contest like that and move on really quickly. So Sydney are now going to be tested because Hawthorn players get a bit of hope out of that because they're all around Grundy and they're all around his teammates saying, hey, I think he ducked his head there, but this is where you're really challenged. The next 5 minutes tells a story.
Adam White.
Jared Franklin came off just for a break, but the doctor definitely did speak to him about that right shoulder. They had a bit of a conversation, but he's obviously gone back on now.
Hawks by a goal. Lovely tap from Hale, taken by Shields. Feeds it off to Lewis. Hawks inside the 50 again. Rioli, he was held out of it. It spills to the back. McAvoy against Grundy. It gets away and goes out of bounds.
Rioli was tackled 5 metres off the ball there. You don't get any easy kicks in a granny.
Right forward pocket for Hawthorn. 3-2 to 2-2. Hale and Pipes. McAvoy went third man up, won it down to Hale, who lost it. McGlynn to Kennedy to Hanbury. He shoots a hand pass out the back, and Nick Smith will clear the defensive 50. Tippett on the long lead was pushed. That had to be a free kick against Brian Lakes.
He's up on the ground, isn't he? And he's doing very well. Tippett is providing the option coming out, and you're looking down the ground, and you got Spanger now, obviously, and trying to cover Franklin and Reid.
Tippett all the way back to half-back. Kicks over centre wing. A pack gathers. Ball bobbles. There's no mark. Burgoyne hand pass to Puopolo. To Lewis, who's started on fire. And a beautiful pass to Mitchell. Lewis has had 8 possessions already. Mitchell goes by hand to Burgoyne near the logo centre wing. Oh, he's nearly run down from behind. But then he escapes.
Didn't tackle him. Reid.
Up he goes. Gibson. And now Shields. And he kicks a beautiful ball. Puts it out in front. Gunston juggles and marks. 40 out.
Well, at that contest to Grundy's, because Sam Reid had him cold and then thought, he's going to handball it, so I won't tackle him. And Burgoyne's hard to tackle at the best of times, but that was just composure from Mitchell, Burgoyne to be able to get that ball through. Liam Shields, as I said, elite disposal by foot, left foot just lace out to Gunston.
And those two moments are scrutinised so much in the grand final, and that's what will be most disappointing from John Longmire and the coaching staff, and he'll bring that up a quarter time. It's those moments, just lay a tackle, get your hands on the ball. They're basics and simple that win you the game.
Gunston, 3 years at Hawthorn since he came from Adelaide, 3 grand finals. There's for his first goal from 45. He's missed to the left, so he's had 2 bad misses to start the game. He was such a star in the finals last year with 11 goals. Hawthorn 3-3, Sydney 2-2.
Shaw in quickly, off to Grundy, under pressure, tumbles the kick to the 50. Hodge has got first play at it. He was bumped to ground but still released it. Mitchell stands 55 from goal, looking for a target. Lofts it to the hot spot. Grundy is there. Backed himself, jumped in hard.
That redeems it.
Hand pass to Nick Smith, out to Malcheski. Run down by Hill. Not holding the ball, you're joking. Hill goes and wins it. He's tackled to ground. Malcheski, what a reprieve. He works the hand pass out to Shaw. Kick around the wing. Tippett strong. Lake working off it. Lake wins the footy to Gibson, to Suckling. He's run down. He slapped that away. They're getting away with it at both ends. Gibson to Lake, to Hodge in tight confines. Out now to Burgoyne.
Burgoyne with a little bit of time from the wing. His disposal is just brilliant again, and Bruce gets on the end of another one. He marks, and he finds Rioli, who can't quite take the mark, and juggles the ball out of play in the forward pocket.
The only thing I could think of as the replay comes up is that the ball might have just hit his foot on the way down. Nothing. That was holding the ball missed.
Well, the umpire went to blow it, and he'd stop.
Just the foot skills from Hawthorn's incredible under the pressure that Sydney are trying to apply.
Sean Burgoyne's disposal has been just brilliant from the boundary throw. Massive hit laid by Roughhead. Here's a shot by Hawthorn up short of the goal square. It's paddled towards the goal. Gunston regathers his own tap, kicks the goal, and Hawthorn go to 4-3, leading Sydney 2-2.
Are you allowed to do that? Is Roughhead allowed to charge?
Yeah. Well, he was anticipating that he was going to take possession. And once again, he's been smashing pillar to post handed, but he's a tough kid, and you know him better than any time. But how's he going to handle these initial knocks?
No, he loves it. He will absolutely love it. He'll bring it on. It's just how much of a physical toll he'll actually take on him. He'll take that on board, and I can guarantee he got up pretty quick. He's very, very sore. Yeah. On the flip side, that's exactly what you want when you're Jack Gunston, when you're not kicking straight. An unlucky bounce for Heath Grundy.
And anyone's in the way there in the forward line, they're fair game. Let me tell you, Hanbury's fair game there.
He had the pill, Jared, so it was legitimate.
Yeah, it was. It was a savage blow. That'll probably be felt for the rest of the grand final. Parker wins it in the middle for the Swans. McGlynn now, Goods, a smooth move. The kick is for Franklin. He releases to the back and takes the sprawling mark.
It's just the two defences, isn't it? We kind of knew that coming into the game, which one was going to stand up, and because both forward lines are going to get the opportunities. But it's a special mark.
Well, this will be if assuming that Franklin scores here. I mean, Sydney have scored 4 times out of 6 entries, so they go in there, they score. But Hawthorn have gone in 12 times the other way, so they're controlling the ball through the middle.
Franklin after a superb mark in the left forward pocket, tight angle. Can he drill it? No, he can't. He misses by a considerable margin. It's the Hawthorn fans who cry out around the ground. So 2-3 to 4-3, the Hawks by 2 goals. Adam White.
Jared, the doctor went out to Dan Hanbury, who waved him away. It was almost the identical spot to the issue he had in the grand final 2 years ago with that massive collision.
Burgoyne's kick in, gets outside the 50. Paddle back by Lake to Lewis. Lewis puts Mitchell out in space. He gathers. Ugly looking kick, but it skims along the ground and is well trapped by Hill, centre wing. He's nearly run down by McVeigh. Concedes some ground. Back to Mitchell. Inboard he goes to Isaac Smith. And now away to Suckling. Gets the ball away. Gibson. Long to full forward. Doesn't quite get there. And a good defensive mark taken by Malcheski for the Swans. 27-15, Hawthorn lead.
Quickly off to Hanbury. His kick was smothered though. Rioli with a play. Dives in. Feeds it out to Puopolo. Lofts it over the top. Rioli trying to get back there. He turns his way back inboard. Splendid off to Gunston who butchers it. He grabs it near side and he's got 1 goal, 3.
A big concern for Sydney is they've had 5 tackles in 24 minutes of a first quarter of a grand final, and that's where the pressure's not coming from them coming through the middle at all. They're under no pressure whatsoever, Hawthorn mids.
Yeah, there's some pressure up forward though. The defence is under enormous pressure. Chase downs, just tackles. There should have been a free kick there for holding the ball. They just don't get any clean possessions in their defence.
We don't have tackle efficiency stats, but I reckon they've got their hands on a few and only laid 5 effective.
And that's Sydney number 1 at their tackle efficiencies as a whole for the year.
Stratton had knocked that ball out of play from the kick in by Shaw, and from the throw in. It's now going to be a ball up, so it's close to Hawthorn's goal.
I mean, Hawthorn are showing just great composure under Sydney's pressure. They're not going fast or slow. They're just seeing it, hitting it, and trusting each other.
I think if Sydney can actually get a bit of change and momentum and do the basics well because they're so efficient going inside the forward line.
Another short kick which has been turned over. And a beautiful mark taken by Hodge. Langford got it and kicked the ball. It was no higher than knee height the whole way, and Hodge dived and plucked it in one-handed.
He certainly was a target he kicked for, but he didn't kick it perfectly. But they just another re-entry. They just kick it out. They just push it back in. Goods was against 2, got beaten again. And Will Langford, he's turned into a bit of a player, this kid. He's a young man, 20 games, and he's got good composure, and he's tough and strong, and he can run. And he runs all day.
Luke Hodge, milestone game, 250 in the grand final. The Hawthorn skipper, 35 out, kicks it across the face of goal. And how many times have we seen it in this final series? You miss early, you pay the price. It happened to Fremantle against Sydney. It happened to Port Adelaide against Hawthorn.
Essendon and against North.
It's so much that's happened, you know, when a team's on a momentum, and if you don't kick straight when that momentum's with you, it goes against you, obviously, when the opposition get the momentum and actually kick straight.
4-5 to 2-3. Malcheski on the kick in. There was a delay as he had the wrong ball, so they're pretty well manned up. He has to play onto himself, kick it as far as he can. He was offloaded by Rioli as he did so. Brought to ground by Tippett. That should work, although Parker's hand pass is indiscriminate. Gunston trying to paddle it forward. McVeigh cuts it off. Put it through Hanbury. Cunningham works it around now, tight to the boundary. Kennedy was muscled over after Rampy put the hand pass in his direction. And 50 out from the Hawthorn goal. It stays trapped.
Hawthorn are winning the wrestle in those scrimmages. They're getting out with their hands when they get the chance, and they're stopping Sydney from getting out when they have to put the pressure on.
It is tapped to the back by Lewis, and a massive tackle laid by Hodge. In the back, say the Swans fans. Umpire says dead heat. Give it to me, I'll throw it up.
It's this pressure. It's unbelievable from Hawthorn. They're beating Sydney at their own game the way they're pressuring them every time they get a ball. You can imagine Clark was saying it before the game. Let's pressure them and try and beat them at their own game.
Jetta not happy with the attention. Comes out the back to Malcheski. Off the left boot he goes. Richards well up the ground. Reed has a bit of a fumble. And Burgoyne turns it over there for Hawthorn. Ball comes back in to Suckling. Camp pass to Spanger. Deep to full forward, Hale, but it doesn't quite carry him. Malcheski comes in to chop it off.
He's taken 2 or 3 down there.
Yep. Hawthorn 4-5, Sydney 2-3, and we've played nearly 28 minutes.
Hand pass to Grundy across the face of goal for Rowan. He kicks out the far side for Jetta. It bounced away from him. McAvoy's got to play against Jetta. McAvoy gets the footy. Jetta lays the tackle. The ball spills Hawthorn's way. Isaac Smith is onto it. He's 50 from goal. He sets it to the hot spot. Puopolo jumps, so too Rampy. It reaches the back. Puopolo made a lunge at it. It's loose. Langford throws it onto the boot. He snaps it home for a goal. Langford has been so influential late in Hawthorn season, and he pushes it out to a 20-point lead deep into time on of the opening term. 5-5 to 2-3.
This kid's playing like he's a first-round draft pick. I mean, he was a New South Wales scholarship pickup, obviously father-son, but didn't get picked up till really late in a pre-season draft from that scholarship program. But I mean, that pass he gave to Hodge 5 minutes ago was lace out, showed real skill and class, and we know that he can win the ball in tight, and that snap over the shoulder. If it was Bruce Puopolo or Rioli, you wouldn't have been surprised, but it's Langford, and he's doing it all.
Absolutely incredible goal. In the middle, McAvoy wins for Hawthorn. They're winning the football match and most of the brutality around the place as well. For a while they threatened to kick themselves out of it, but they've had 10 scoring shots to 5, lead by 20 points. Thrown up again. Tippett wins in ruck this time. Comes down to Jack. Oh, he works it across. Parker. It's a hard ball to win clean in there. It's really tough. Back in the circle it comes. Lewis throws himself at it. And he might get knocked off and being the bloke who went for the ball. No, the umpire says, give it to me, I'll throw it up. Crowd loving it.
Well, you can't knock off the blokes who go for it, I tell you. That's the worst part of it.
Yeah, we're looking outside the stoppage, and you're saying, but I think Sydney at the moment need to actually control inside and get their hands on the ball and have a re-stoppage and have a re-stoppage.
Yeah.
And the players will understand what's going on with 3v1 at the back.
Well, Franklin's gone up to the stoppage and late stayed, and Roughhead's gone to play as a 7th. So that's where they've got that 3v1 in Sydney's forward 50 at the moment.
And they'd have no problem with it, Box. I think it's just let's get a re-stoppage.
Yeah.
We've got to try and get this game back in the tunnel, because all facets of the game for me at the moment, Sydney are getting out pressured. They're not doing the basics, not being clean. Hence, we've got to score 5 goals to 2.
Lewis split open. He comes to the bench under the blood rule. Dying seconds of the term. McAvoy gets a free kick, uses it quickly to Shields, bangs it up inside the 50. Hale's got 3 to beat. And Richards was granted access as the back with Grundy shepherding the way. That is quarter time. The Hawks have put a stamp on it early. 5-5-35 to Sydney 2-3-15. The Hawks have goals through Hill, Gunston, Brust, Puopolo and Langford, while the Swans had them through Josh Kennedy and Lance Franklin. It's the Hawks by 20 points at quarter time of the 2014 Grand Final. This is Grandstand AFL on ABC Local Radio, Radio Australia and Grandstand Digital.
There's a world of great sport content right at your fingertips with ABC Grandstand Online.
Visit abc.net.au/grandstand.
Get the latest sports results and stories and find out what's coming up with the broadcast schedule. Log on to abc.net.au/grandstand for sports coverage like no other.
Grandstand Sport.
It's on your radio, online, on digital radio and on your mobile. Grandstand AFL.
Grandstand AFL.
The AFL Grand Final.
The Sydney Swans and Hawthorn in the 2014 Grand Final. Someone's going to back-to-back. Is it Buddy or is it the Hawks?
Pokes a short pass past the circles. McGlynn gets a hand pass. Puts Kennedy in the open. He goes long, very long. And Kennedy gets the first goal of the Grand Final.
Hill pulls up. He tries to get around Cheddar and did enough. He kicks to half forward. Perfect ball. Suckling inside the 50. Puopolo. Paul Puopolo hasn't kicked a goal in either of his 2 Grand Finals coming here today. From 46 metres out, that's the one. It gets the Hawthorn campaign underway. Good stands at ground level. Flipped it out the side. Lloyd will kick it inside the 50. Franklin, yes! This is far more kickable than the previous. He'll score all right. From 45 metres out, Franklin. Bang on. Oh, that'll be good for him.
Gunston too far out to score. Kick didn't have all that much penetration. Grundy gets a fist to it, but it goes behind him. Picked up by Hill. On the turn, Hill snaps the goal. The shot by Hawthorn up short of the goal square. It's paddled towards the goal. Gunston regathers his own tap, kicks the goal.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Local Radio, online and on ABC Grandstand Digital.
It's the Hawks by 20 points. Ty Kennelly, Mark McClure and Nathan Buckley.
No, it's a ripping start, a high-octane start to this game. It was hard at it, hard to get your hands on it. But when you did, it was hard to get rid of it. There was fumbles. If you fumbled, you lost it. I really enjoyed the defence of Hawthorn. They were terrific down there. They had the thing is they had 7 inside 50s only for the quarter for 5 shots on goal, Sydney. They were pretty good in converting, but they continued to push back. They pushed up the ground and they wouldn't let them pass the centre after a while. After that first onslaught, Buddy started well with a goal and Kennedy was a ripper early, but then all of a sudden the Hawks took over. Melchesky was good in defence and Kennedy through the middle of the ground getting the ball. But Burgoyne, Hodge, Lewis and Mitchell, they're stars. They're guns. They're leaders. They just took control. And then young Will Langford got his hands on a few things, and I love the way their forward line held up with Piopolo, with Rioli and Hill and a few others down there, just chase and tackle, harass, don't let them out. Once it got out, it came straight back in. Very interesting quarter. Hawks won comfortably. Sydney, gee whiz, they're off the chewy. Their tackle count is 7 for the quarter. Unheard of in the history of Sydney's life, I would have thought of. 7 only.
Yeah, look, that's that's quite significant. Hawthorn are winning in tight, and that's what Sydney have prided themselves on. Sydney get the ball. They love to pinball handball, as was written in the paper this morning, and 2, 3, 4 hands and then get out to their runners. Hawthorn are preventing that, but then when Hawthorn get the ball, they're going the other way. If you're John Longmire, you're looking for glimmers of hope. One, you've got to improve your ability inside, because that's what you've rated yourself on for the whole year. Now, if you don't do that, the game's over anyway. The thing that I have seen that they can work on with their ball movement, Tippett has been playing 50, 60 metres down the line so that at any time a Sydney player is pressured, they quick kick down to that point. And they've been able to get front and centre from there. It's actually looked very effective. But from that point there, they need to get forward of that contest, because they're not challenging the Hawthorn defenders enough.
And Bucks, it's going back to where Sydney played 2 years ago with a bailout kick, basically, because their kicking efficiency is 68%. Hawthorn are running at 80%, and that's the pressure obviously the Hawthorn are putting him under. And I couldn't agree more with you. Go back to the basics, and I think Sydney players need to just relax. Just relax and take the heat and take the basic and take the sting when the game is going against you.
Easier said than done, isn't it?
It is, and it's certainly easier up here. But like you said, go back and go down the line and take your opportunities when the ball is there. Get it out of the line and try and restructure this team, because Hawthorn plays such a high-octane energy game of football around the ball that they love controlling outside the stoppages. They're controlling inside, they're controlling outside, they're controlling the pressure, they're controlling the effectiveness, and they're controlling the scoreboard. And Sydney got an awful lot to do for me.
I think Dan Hannaby's feeling that crunch that he got from Roughhead. He had ice on his neck during the quarter-time break, and he's starting this quarter on the bench. So I think he's completely rattled straight down the middle.
Well, he got smacked 4 times in that. And this is the test of a man. This is a test of a footballer. And this is a test of the Sydney Swans, who have been so good throughout this season against the other really great side of the comp. And Hawthorn have come to play. Their first 30 minutes have been exceptional.
And can they keep it up is a question. And can Sydney lift and try and match it in an area that we know they can go? And I think that's going to be the concern for John Longmire. And he's going to ask for a reaction, John, and I'm sure he's going to get it.
The inside 50s in that first turn, 19-7. 2 years ago, Hawthorn led by 19 points at quarter time. Sydney reeled off a 6-0 second term. So the challenge is very much thrown down to the Swans. Hodge took it. He was bowled off it by Franklin. Mitchell wins it back for the Hawks. Gives it to Stratton. Thumps it up towards the 50. Puopolo out of position against Nick Smith. Langford comes through and gathers it one-handed. He kicked it up towards goal. Bruce runs onto it. It just got jarred out of his grasp by Grundy. It was a despairing effort. Kennedy gathers, gives it to Melchesky, works it around with Lloyd in the back pocket, and the kick on the way out from Melchesky. Franklin, the fist in there by Gibson. Beautifully timed. It falls the way of Shaw, though. Gives it to Jack. The Swans are on through the middle. Hand passes it up to McGlynn. Kicks to full forward. Goods will see it through for a goal. He opened the way. He laid the shepherd, and McGlynn's ball got there.
And there's a distinct shift already in what Sydney have done. Tippett not coming up. He stayed deep. Franklin comes up. And that was the first time the whole game that Sydney were able to rebound out and find that much space. Actually, the first time since Kennedy kicked that goal, probably 5 minutes into the game. But that was a distinct shift, and you'll see Tippett and Lake deeper with a bit more space through their half-forward line and seeing whether they can run through that.
Because Franklin actually came in straight off the square at the start of the game. What it does is it creates a space, obviously in the middle of the ground, when you don't have Tippett at centre-half forward, crowding out the space, which allows Benny McGlynn and any player really to run through the middle of the ground and kick from outside 50.
But he's in a position to do it again. He's on the white line. This time he stays back. Hale gets a fingertip to the tap-out. Mitchell works it back to Hodge. Here come the Hawks. Gets past Puopolo. Deep inside the 50, though. McAvoy is there. Well done, big fella. Hand pass away. Gunston centering ball. And McAvoy juggles but marks 45 metres from goal.
They're very good at that little chip kick. Yeah. Really good in dangerous spots. They kick it 15 to 20 metres only. They pick off someone and they trust themselves to hit that spot. And they do it often. McAvoy was the recipient.
Well, maybe a big selection gamble. McAvoy didn't play last week in the preliminary final. Didn't play for Box Hill in their grand final in the VFL. Save for this game. Replaced Jonathan Segler in the selected side. His form in the VFL has been great. Can he transfer it to the AFL? He shoots to goal and gets the distance but hooks it. Misses to the left. Hawks 5-6. Swans 3-3.
Malcheski on the kick in. He's going to bring this long. Kennedy has run into a pocket. 55 from defensive goal. Now where's the next? He looked down the line. McGlynn offered short. Jack trying to open up a little bit longer. The kick will go in the Tippett direction. Lake wore him close, made the spoil. Jack onto the crumb. Tackled by Hodge. Dragged to ground. The two skippers hard at it. Lewis is driven over the boundary by Reid. He takes exception to it, Lewis.
We mentioned the grand final a couple of years ago. This game been played very differently at different stages 2 years ago. Hawthorn might have had 8 or 9 defenders and Sydney had 8 or 9 defenders. Very much man-on-man all over the field.
Pike down to Kennedy, kick smothered. Lewis gets hold of it, gives it to Mitchell. Hand pass going the Hawks' way was smothered by Reid. It's out of play. Adam White.
You'll notice with Jordan Lewis, he's come back on the field after getting that blood rule situation before quarter time, but he's got a nasty nick under his right eye, and that's starting to close up now.
He's up to 10 possessions. Burgoyne also 10. Mitchell 10. Malcheski 11 for the Swans. Boundary throw in centre wing. Big Pike, the Canadian, gets a hand to it. Doesn't clear the area. It's a scramble. Mitchell a hand pass. And they're out in the open. Spanger gets the hand pass away to Birchall. Goes a short left footer. Barely 15 metres. It was paid.
50 metres in.
Hodge. Mitchell took the mark.
That's 50.
There was a question whether it had gone 15, but once the umpire paid the mark and said it had gone 15, that is 50 metres to Sammy Mitchell.
He's up to 11 touches. This will be his 12th. He's been a damaging player through the midfield. There's no doubt that he can't clamp down on everyone, but he gets a bit of the ball.
Will he kick it left or right?
He was kicking him left in the warm-up. Serious.
Doesn't matter what you do in a warm-up box, does it?
Apparently.
It depends if you're kicking him or not. He'll kick it right.
Man on the mark's been taken back to about 44 metres. Mitchell from about 48. Thumps it left foot.
Isn't it?
It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable. Look at this bloke.
When does he decide?
When does he decide?
How many players have started their careers as one a left or a righty and gone to the opposite by the end?
Hawks by 16. Jenner marks the kick in. Back across the face of goal. Nick Smith onto the left boot. He'll clear the defensive 50. Hannabury's back onto the field. Shields makes the spoil over the top. Rampy's got to go against Bruce. Bruce beat him to the footy. Regains his footing. Hand pass to McAvoy. Needs a bit of help out the back. Shields is there to do just that. Sold the dummy. Kicks inside 50. Rioli couldn't mark. Ball is loose though. Brewster's on it. He was taken high. Free kick.
How's the work rate?
Unbelievable.
I mean, he set that up.
Yeah.
He got it to McAvoy in the first place, 40 metres away, and then was able to just slide forward into a dangerous contest. Now, if you've got your head over the ball, you're not always just going to have to come out and win it. Sometimes you're going to ask the question of the defender, and you get the free kick from there. Great play by Bruce.
He got the knee right in the side of the face, and Bruce is slow to rise, understandably. But when he does turn, he's going to see a pretty simple shot at goal. He's put back on his correct angle and as much time as he can to recompose himself. His head will be rattling, but Luke Bruce 30 metres out directly in front. The All-Australian kicking for his second, and he neatly guides it home. Pumps the fist and takes a deep breath. That's the commitment that it takes. 6-7-43 Hawthorn, 3-3-21 Sydney, 6.5 into the second term.
Yeah, look, they're trying to settle the storm a small bit here early enough when Sydney actually got a goal very quickly, which they needed. But, Box, you just made the point. It's so difficult sometimes as a defender what to do in the situation when the player is down with his head over the ball. Do you wait? Do you try? You've got to try and go in and make the decision. And making the decision off his forces the error of giving the free kick away. So you stand him up. If he's on the ground, obviously you're trying to hold the ball in there, give the free kick away. He slipped over, he's on the ground, he's probably thinking to go in and actually choke it up and get a free kick.
One thing that's true in any stage, in any part of the field, is get to the ball first. It gives you the best chance.
Exactly.
The bounce in the middle, almost outside the circles. It comes to Pike, but his kick is smothered. Lewis works hard at ground level to try and win it for Hawthorn, but the umpire comes in to throw it up.
Sam Reid's gone behind the ball for Sydney as the extra in Hawthorn's forward line.
That's his only go. Yeah. He doesn't touch it any rules.
Third man up is Lewis. And a chain of hand passes, and Hawthorn are out in the open. Langford to run onto this. He paddles for his own advantage and sprints after it. Fantastic footy. And he kicks off the left, inside 50. Not a fantastic finish. Grundy gathers for the Swans, kicks round the boundary line outside the 50, takes a hit after the kick, and Roughhead is spoken to by the umpire, and the mark up the ground has been taken by Hanbury.
Didn't like Luke Parker's chase, that last one. Langford got off him too easy.
Hanbury turns it over. McAvoy marks on centre wing.
He goes to Birchall. He cribs around the wing, and he's going to try to split through the gap. He has a bounce, drives long to half forward. No mark taken. Rioli with a hand pass to Puopolo. Rioli goes again. He's almost through. Nick Smith brings him down, dispossesses him. McVeigh is in there working hard. So too is Shaw. Rioli paddled it around. It didn't quite come off. Rampy's kick on the way out was a blind effort, and he's kicked it straight to McAvoy. So the Hawks reload. Short to Suckling.
They're absolutely dominating Sydney. Sydney won inside 50. They're just peppering this.
Suckling pulls the kick to the centre of the ground for Gibson. Took it on the bounce, gives it to Birchall, runs to centre half forward and measures it off to Mitchell. Takes the contested mark in front of Jack. And he'll use it short for Hale. The Hawks are toying with the Swans.
And Sydney know that. That's disappointing. That shot selection that Hawthorn do, they do it so well, and they do it better than anyone else in the competition.
You saw that with Rioli, that 3 or 4 or 5 efforts, and Puopolo, and they're just that momentum forward. And what it does is it draws all the Sydney forwards up the field, trying to defend and trying to stop that from going anywhere. And then the quick kick comes out. You've got 5 Hawthorn blokes that can raffle it, and it goes straight back.
Well, David Hale played 8 years as a Kangaroo before switching to the Hawks. It's his 4th season in the brown and gold, looking for a second premiership. He's 40 metres out, directly in front. Hale's kick is true. And Hawthorn taking full toll on the Swans. It's 7-7-49 to 3-3-21 in the 10th minute of the second term.
Absolutely outstanding, that forward line, and they are taking toll on the defence. The defence were always shaky for Sydney, and now it's been shown up very badly. They can't handle a man. They actually can't handle the smalls. Hill gets down there as well with pace. All of a sudden they chop them up. Mitchell's in the forward line of stages with pace, but the big ones are Rioli and Puopolo.
You say pace and Mitchell in the same sentence?
Well, but seriously, I didn't say that. But he's smart. Yeah. He's smart with his hands and
pace
feet.
Of mine.
But pace of Rioli and Puopolo have actually scared the hell out of him. They've destroyed them.
It's a Sydney midfielder for me. They just haven't come to play today, and it's a big issue.
Yet. Give
exactly.
A chance,
I am, don't you worry.
Tip it over the top, wins the hit out, but a shark by the Hawks. Chain of hand passes.
Time is running out.
Darts through, gets it across. Birchall, awkward looking kick. Hodge, great pick up. Off to Langford on the run. He kicks from 45 and goals.
How's this kid?
Langford's kicked 2 goals in the grand final. He came into the game with 6 career goals. Hawthorn 8-7, chopping up Sydney 3-3.
Well, you called it, that pick-up from Hodge. I mean, it rings true. I mean, experience is one thing, but you still need to be able to execute the basics well. Mitchell, Burgoyne, Hodge, Lewis, Birchall off the back. They're dangerous small forwards. They're just executing the basics well. Hodge, fantastic pickup. Give it to a runner. Langford, just kick under pressure. Just kick straight and hard to the face of the goals and give yourself a chance.
He powered away from his opponent too.
11 minutes into the second term, and it's already now or never for the Swans. The Hawks are nearly too far gone. McAvoy knocks it up to half forward. Hodge knocks it further on. They swarm at it. Jack works a hand pass out. McVeigh's kick is a wobbly one around the wing. Shields a deft touch. Down to Suckling. Back inside the 50. Rioli against Nick Smith. Rioli on the bounce. Paddled it. Couldn't get back onto it. Richards ran into 2 tackles. Coughed it up. Gunston to Rioli over his head. It won't be a goal. Puopolo chases it in the pocket. It's off hands and out of play.
They just can't get their hands on the ball, Sydney. And it's
just here, Suckling works across and McGlynn watches from 20 metres away. Hawthorn outnumbering at every contest.
Outworking them.
Left forward pocket for the Hawks, who lead by 34 points. Lewis, third man up, tried to flip it out the back. Parker's onto it, not a great hand pass. Roughhead got it, kick smothered. It still falls the way of Shields. Back to Roughhead, second time. Hodge in the square. The skipper hugs it to his chest.
Now their heads go down. You can have a look around. The Sydney heads have dropped. They're in big, big trouble. Can they get back?
The Hawthorn skipper, from point blank range, against all expectations, the Hawks have blown this apart. They lead by 40 points, and we are not at the halfway mark of the second term. 9-7 to 3-3. Adam White.
Well, there's not much bad news for Hawthorn, but at least from a bench point of view, there is an issue with Josh Gibson. He had his boot taken off. He's had some problems with his right foot, so he's gone down to be assessed. But that's the only issue Hawthorn's got at the moment.
The only thing Sydney have got going for them is they've been inside 50 only 8 times, but they've scored 6. If they can get any service at all,
just neutralise it. They've just got to neutralise this momentum, and it's so hard to do it. You just got to get your hands on the ball to try and stop momentum.
Yeah, the inside 50's out of control. 28-8. Hawthorn's favour. Bruce dives over the top of it, comes up with air, gets the hand pass to Mitchell. Hand pass to Lewis. Lewis at half forward, sweeps it out wide to Hill. 60 from goal. He centres the ball over, Roughhead it goes. Langford's there again, but turned back by the Swans. Hanbury gets the hand pass back to Malcheski. Outside the 50 he goes. McAvoy's there for Hawthorn. Gets a fist of the ball. Well done, Big Mac. To Hodge. And back. Suckling short pass. McVeigh chops it off.
Yeah. Big boy got him.
Franklin just forward of the wing. He's got an open forward line ahead of him, but he loses control of it. It is won by Lake, who kicks across the half-back line, and Hawthorn can start again.
Birchall will kick it beyond halfway. Shields is after the bouncing ball, and Goods is after him. Well, Goods took Shields, who didn't have it. He got away with it. Shaw brought to ground in a firm tackle.
Oh, no.
Too high was the call. Stratton was the one who went in.
Too forceful was the contest.
Shaw's been called to play on.
Jetta's still down.
He's kicked it to nobody around the wing. It's an awful effort. It'll roll end over end and out of play. It speaks to the rattled mind of the Swans.
That's a panic kick if I've ever seen one.
Jetta in the hands of 2 trainers over on the far side of the MCG.
Either get up or get off, Jetta. Otherwise you're one short.
This block's the man for me. Goodsy's got to get him back in the game, and he's putting it upon himself in there.
Pike to Kennedy to Goods to McVeigh's hand pass was battered down though. Hawthorn winning in the clinches and winning in the open space. Isaac Smith gathers. He has 2 bounces. He feeds it to a Puopolo. He splits them apart, and from 50 he launches a behind. It'll be the best behind of the afternoon. 9-8 to 3-3.
It's lazy. Reece Shaw was on Smith, and he saw 2 chasers coming from behind.
Rowan kicks in, chopped off by Hodge. Hodge marks and goals. Rowan's having another nightmare like his first final, and they're letting him know. And Hodge has kicked 2 goals for the quarter in his 250th.
That's what you look like when you play against a real side. North Melbourne was a false sense of security for him last week. They come here today against a side who is absolutely committed. They are outstanding up forward. Their midfield's killing them in the centre of the bounce. Their takeaways this quarter, I think it's 8-1 this quarter. I think they lead 17 or 9. What is it? 17 to 19 to 13 at this stage of the game. They're killing them in the tackle count. They've got him in the possession count. They are just destroying. Their mind's gone. They are destroyed. They can't wait for half time so they can get in and actually sort of rearrange something, but I don't know what.
11 inside 50s to 1 in the term. 5-3 to 1 goal. This has got shades of 2007 about it. It's nearly over at the halfway mark of the second term. Parker to Goods out of the middle. Kick inside the 50. Sean Burgoyne led up Jack. Jack forced it clear. Got it to Franklin. He was run down. He hand passes Hoping into the pocket. Tippett lunges after it, but he coughed it up. Straight to Stratton, who gives it to Bruce, who kicks the Hawks beyond the defensive 50 for Hill. Stratton has kept coming. He'll receive the hand pass forward of half-back, and he might use Hill again.
Can't do that. Sure, you're just leaving opponents over the top 1-2s. It's lazy football.
Pulls the kick to Gunston, hand pass to Stratton, kick to half forward. Langford, the spoil made on him. Kennedy at the drop to the Swans with a hand pass away.
Smith works it into Lloyd, first year player. Across to Richards out of defence. Here comes Sydney, half back to half forward. Tippett, chest mark, 55-60 from goal. Franklin up near the goal square.
No two-way run. They're not getting forward. They've been having to run back so much, but they're not getting forward now.
And then he kicked it off the side of the boot, out wide towards the pocket. And ironic, cheers, great Kirk Tippett, as the ball is fisted over the boundary line in the forward pocket. Throw-in.
Well, they came in with a down-the-line philosophy with their offence. I think Sydney just have to spin it out wide whenever they get the chance. They've just got to get out into space and force the Hawthorn defenders to defend open side.
Here's the throw-in. Chance for Sydney if they can get it out of here. But Hodge doing it at both ends. His hand pass, though, is intercepted. McGlynn, the kick goes nowhere. Hawthorn get it back. Now Kennedy gets it back for Sydney. A little hand pass to Jack. Centres the ball, and a magnificent mark taken by Goods. Adam Goods surely is at the tail end of a career, but the way he sprung at that, there's something left.
This is as good a half of football from him, I think. He's putting himself in there and taking the responsibility. And we know he doesn't get a whole lot of the football, but it's they need him. They need him, and the quality for a bloke that's 35 years of age, you know.
They trail by 47. Goods, point blank range from 15, kicks the goal.
They need him. There's no energy out there, is there, from Sydney's perspective? And it's been sapped from by Hawthorn.
He was trying to create it then. He celebrated that one because he knows he's a leader. You got to manufacture it. You got to fake it to make it. And that's exactly what they've got to do in this next 10 minutes. Jeddah, 1 touch. Rowan, 1 touch. Sam Reid, 2 touches. Rampy's defending, but he's only had the 3. Franklin just the 4. So they need... Their bottom 5 or 6 need to pick up. They need to find something, and they can't wait till half time because it's too late. The next 10 minutes, they really need to grit their teeth, dig deep. If they can outscore Hawthorn by 2 goals going into half time, then at least they go in with some momentum.
Hawthorn by 41 points. Ticking up towards time on in this second term. It's a bounce outside the circles. It'll come back. Adam White.
Jared, good news is for Hawthorn, Gibson's come back from the room, so he's got his boots back on. He's ready to get back into the action.
Thrown up Pike against Hale. Hale cleanly down to Mitchell. Hand pass to Langford. Kicks a high ball to half forward. It was well read by Nick Smith and intercepted. He plays the Swans out the far side where Goods is camped on the wing. He takes the mark, turns immediately, uses it short for Lloyd. He took it on the bounce, didn't do a great deal with it. He gets tackled high. That's a reprieve. Lloyd has it between the wing and left half forward.
Sam Reid sitting tight as that 7th. They're playing with 5-man forward line at the moment, the Swans.
He's going to kick it in long in the Franklin direction. There were 2 who scrambled to defend, and it's knocked away and out of play.
Yeah, the key is not to panic, obviously, as well, when things are going against you. But when it's at this stage in the game, and it's not even half-time, you've got probably 10 minutes to half-time, is to try and change it. And it's hard to change the way you're going forward with your ball movement when you've had such a tactic.
At the throw-in, Goods knocks it goalwards for the Swans. Kennedy tries to run onto it, but Hodge blocks his path, and the ball runs out of bounds alongside the behind post.
Hodge's doing it all at the moment. He's either in the goal square kicking goals down this end or saving him in his D50. Just that total footy that Hawthorn have tried to implement over the last couple of years, all players playing all positions.
Just a phenomenal grunt player. This is tapped out the back, a bit of a fumble by Lewis, close to goal. Mitchell comes in to help him out. But McGlynn takes him over the boundary line. A fierce tackle into the fence.
You know when you've got Hodge, then Lewis, and then Mitchell defending for their life, you know that you're on, aren't you?
You're on.
It's not just your young, hungry blokes, it's the blokes who've been around forever.
Hawks lead by 41 points. 21 minutes played, second quarter. Boundary throw in. Pike works it to the front. Snared by Lewis of Hawthorn, though. His kick to half-back flank. Rioli throws himself at it. Gets it to Puopolo. Poppy, cross his body up towards centre wing. The ball pitches on turf. Rowan comes forward and punches back for the Swans. Oh, Kieran Jack's in there hard. He works it to Hanbury. That's better, Sydney. He kicks in the direction of Franklin. Works it towards the boundary line. It's no mark, and Hodge is happy to see it over.
There's a period of time where Hawthorn can finish this game if they want to. But Sydney is starting to push. They want to finish it.
It looks like they've kind of settled a small bit, Hawthorn, and actually trying to take the heat that Sydney are going to give them.
Exactly, and they're smart.
Yeah, they can't last this for 4 quarters.
Hawks by 41. Pike wins the tap, but Lewis is onto the footy. He gains good yardage, finds it pitch in the field of play and bounce out into the stand.
Because it forces Sydney. Because Sydney got to win the game now. So you got Reid and you got Hodge at one end. So Sydney or Hawthorn are quite happy to do this going in at half time.
Still 7 minutes to play.
They're wasting their time with Reid back there. Seriously.
Thrown in. Hale had a couple to go against Parker, won the tap down to Kennedy, released it to Hanbury. Kick up towards the 50, it dips away, and it's a great mark by Birchall.
Had a great quarter.
Too canny for Lloyd there.
Just keep your eye on it, Jared. That's the one. You keep your eye on it, you give yourself a chance.
He goes backward to Hodge. And the Hawks just have the tempo perfectly under control now. Back to Lake. Just absorbing this little surge from the Swans. Out into the right back pocket now for Stratton. Stratton has Mitchell working beyond the defensive 50. Nobody stood the mark for a moment, but Mitchell was happy to hold it up, which probably tells you everything. It was usually the turn and go man. 25 metres up the field for Hill. Precise kicking. Hale is a good option up on the logo. The kick reaches him just as the defence did as well. Parker did enough to make the spoil. Kennedy pulls it out of the skirmish. Gives it off to Hanbury. His kick is smothered on the way through and it ricochets to Hill. He gives it to Mitchell and plays out the far side.
Shields got plenty of room on the southern stand side. Centre wing. Kicks in towards the 50. Well, it's chopped off by Reid. His hand pass is not good.
This is what they need.
Richards had to go and fetch it. Across the ground he comes to Shaw. Now on the broadcast side. Shaw gets it outside the 50.
I don't think they've got the
Lloyd
work rate at the moment to do it, box. And it's certainly the tactic to try and pull it back inside or the other open side of the field, but they're just not having the work rate for it.
Lloyd to Grundy to Shaw. Kick by Shaw to half forward. It bounces past the pack.
Yep.
And
Spanger.
Free kick to Spanger. Held in the contest.
And also, at some point as a player in a grand final...
Oh no. He's kicked backwards to Lake, who tumbled over. Jack comes in and says, thanks a lot. Lake comes back and tackles him magnificently, and he's holding the ball. So Lake made a howler and then won the free kick back.
That's how they're going, Sydney. Fair dinkum.
We should have known from the first moment of the game when Kieran Jack was running through to an open goal as well. You think but that's Brian Lake, isn't it? He makes a mistake, and the recovery that he had was incredible.
Well, what has actually happened is Hawthorn have beaten Sydney at their game, and the only way Sydney get back in this game is beat them at Hawthorn's game, which is the open transitional style.
Ball worked its way out of play at left half forward for the Swans. Hale with the tap underneath. There's a free kick Sydney's way. Advantage claimed by Kennedy and paid. He kicks from 60. Franklin in the square. 1, 2, 3 bites. Yes! No. He hauled it in. It's paid as a mark. 2 metres out from goal. He had both Gibson and Lake all over him. Deftly kept it up in the air like a kid with a balloon until finally the way was clear to mark it. And Franklin will string a couple together for the Swans. It was the desperately needed counter-offensive. There's still 35 points the wrong side of it, but they've steadied. 5-3-33, Hawthorn 10-8, 68, 25 gone of the second term.
It's so draining, the game of football. Obviously, Hawthorn couldn't keep up the pressure itself, but what it does allow when you try and, I suppose, take the pressure and take the heat that Sydney, you draw them on you, and you draw the opposition on you, so you can't keep going. Now, this is probably Sydney's opportunity. For me, they want the quarter to go on a bit longer here. They don't want half-time now. Sydney need a couple of goals, and are feeling it a bit better now at the moment.
Ty Kennelly on grandstand. Adam White.
Yeah, Brian Lake's in a bit of trouble here. He actually called for the trainers with that tackle, and then he had to be there for the marking contest. He's taking himself from the field.
Yeah, that bounce was outside the circle. Lewis lays a terrific tackle in the midfield, not awarded. It comes to Franklin. Off the left, he kicks wide. Oh, Jetta had it spent before he actually had possession of the footy. Left it behind. And it's taken by Gibson, who goes the short pass and marked off his bootlaces by Hill in the blue boots. Hill in between half-back and wing. Kicks towards half-forward. Rioli's there. It's a free kick. Front on charge. Took him to ground. Franklin cleaned him up. Franklin twice his size. Rioli with the free. Finds Roughhead about 60 from goal. He's had a quiet one so far after 6 goals last week.
Out here.
He's gone short for sure. Hey? Is he going to have a crack?
From a standing start, pretty much. He kicks it right to the goal square. Punch to the front. Rode by Lewis. Hand pass to Puopolo. But he's out near the behind post and he's taken over the behind line in a terrific tackle by Rowan.
How dangerous do they look when they get in their front half, Hawthorn? I mean, and it's constant work rate. I mean, it's no surprise. They drill it, they work it, they trust each other. They've got a real belief in the plan and they execute. I mean, and if you do it and you do it and you do it, it just builds belief.
Rush behind to the Hawks.
And it's hard to stop. You know it's coming. You know, forward half Hawthorn, everyone knows they'll get it in as quick as they can, but they got some blocks at the ground, in the air. They're so dangerous in the work rate, like you said, Bucks. It's just unbelievable to try and keep it in there.
Malcheski long on the kick in. Tippett got it, but Rioli tipped it away on the hand pass. Did the 1-2 with McAvoy and kicked it to Roughhead.
All those people who said that Rioli shouldn't have played. They should have a good look at the call here.
It's a great little intercept, isn't it? You know, just a bloke that's busy around. And that's panic a bit from Sydney, and that's the referred pressure when you've got a bloke with speed around you and agility that he's got. Well, you're getting rid of the hands. Tippett obviously looks who's coming at him.
Not your best run and carry player.
He's not, is he?
This is such a big kick as we bear down on half-time. Jared Roughhead from 48 metres out. His drop punt is online. It's through. And it repels the Swans and resets the margin at 42 points. 11-9 to 5-3 after 28 minutes of the second term.
No, that's why Cyril's put in. That little death touch of just get a hand in there, block it. And then what he did is he gave it to Roughhead, who's struggled today. He hasn't kicked a goal yet. He's been leading up forward. He's worked hard. He's buried a couple of blokes. Hanbury's gone down, but this is his first chance to kick a goal. So he kicks it to the big fella. Give him some confidence. Cyril Rioli, should he play? Well, he's killing them. That's what he's doing. He's absolutely braying them up there with Puopolo, and they are destroying this Sydney Swans side.
Well, he's had 8 possessions, Cyril.
2 direct score assists out of 11. Cyril
had 10 possessions in that 2008 grand final win in his first season, which were telling. A great 10-possession game. Threatens to do it again. From the bounce in the middle, the ball not going anywhere, even though Tippett tried to wrestle his way free. 75 to 33, Hawthorn lead. Lewis third man up and then wins the ball at ground level. Hand pass to McAvoy, to Burgoyne and back to Stratton. He goes wide. Hill had to wait for it. Here comes Hanbury. Hanbury in the run might have been grabbed by Hill. Hill won it off him though.
Look at the pace.
Bradley Hill just darts away from them on the southern stand wing. Comes to a halt. Centres the ball at the feet of Suckling. Didn't take it first time. Into Burgoyne though. Now to Lewis, who's playing a blinder. He kicks inside half forward. Flips off the hands. Comes to Malcheski of Sydney. Hand pass back to Grundy. Oh, he just gets boot the ball. It's not a great clearing kick. It pitches it, sits up. It's going to be okay for Cunningham, who gathers. He's kicked it backwards. Well, they're just making a meal of this, Sydney. Eventually it's in the hands of Grundy.
I think it's more a reflection of Hawthorn's structure and pressure. Drew, they've just got it covered. There's always heat on the peel. There's always heat on the next receiver.
Malcheski slipped as he kicked it. It wobbles in short and it's intercepted by McAvoy. Hand pass to Birchall, kicks the Hawks back to the 50. Hale brings it to ground where Lewis was dutifully waiting. He kicks it up to full forward. Richards has got the run. Reid makes the spoil. Brewster's the crummer. Breaks the first tackle, caught in the second, and that is holding the ball. Nick Smith with the winning saving tackle.
They're so scared down there. There was 2 in that goal square trying to mark the ball. Reid didn't know what to do, so he punched it away. Absolutely scared, frightened they are. What's going to happen?
there was a moment there for me in the game. Dan Hanbury second-guessed himself and actually should have went for the contest with McAvoy, and that's where they're at the minute now as well. Sydney start second-guessing themselves when they've got the ball because of Hawthorn's pressure.
Closing seconds of the half, and Sydney bringing it out short from defence by kick marking. Eventually Hanbury goes longer and kicks to centre wing. Jack leaps and takes the mark. He gets the hand pass out in the clear. This is good. Parker up to Franklin, one out, and Buddy can't quite take the mark, but Hodge spoiled him. Bud's got half a foot on him, and Hodgie beat him. Franklin goes back to confront his former captain face to face. Sensational little contest within a game.
He would have said, well done.
Franklin was 10 metres behind Hodge there, and Parker had no pressure on him. That should have been a goal 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, very poor.
This comes Hawthorn's way. Siren imminent for half-time. The umpire comes in to throw it up.
That's what pressure does to you, isn't it, Bucks? You know, normally you're thinking there's pressure coming from somewhere, and you're going through. Even players of the likes that have played a lot of football, and he's running back towards an open goal, and he should have.
Tippett gets it going goalwards, but Spanger gets it for Hawthorn. The kick doesn't clear the area. It comes to Langford. He's pinned in a good tackle, and the umpire will throw it up. No, he won't have to. That is half-time. Hawthorn looking for back-to-back premierships. Have blitzed Sydney in the first hour of football. They lead 11-9-75 to Sydney, 5 goals, 3-33. And at this stage, the mighty signing of Buddy from Hawthorn to Sydney has been a fizzer. He's kicked 2 goals in the first half, but they've only managed 5, and they trail by 42.
So goal kickers to this point in the match. Hodge has 2, Bruce and Langford as well, with singles to Roughhead, Hill, Gunston, Hale and Puopolo. For the Swans, Franklin 2 goals, 1, and singles to Kennedy, McGlynn and Goods. A 5-goal first term, a 6-goal second term for the Hawks, and they have smothered the Swans here. 11-9-75 to 5-3-33. It's all unfolding on Grandstand AFL on ABC, local radio, Radio Australia and Grandstand Digital. Your experts, Ty Kennelly, Mark McClure and Nathan Buckley.
Yeah, well, Sydney dug in there in regards to their tackles. They had 17 tackles to 9, and one of the reasons that they were able to do that was because Hawthorn had far more of the ball. They had 30 more touches in that second quarter. I mean, the overwhelming stat, which probably reflects the game beyond the scoreboard, that is 35 inside 50s to 15. I mean, Hawthorn had 19 in the first quarter and 16 in that. 35 and a half is massive. I mean, it doesn't matter who you're playing, where you're playing or how. If you give the opposition that much scoring opportunity, they're going to hurt you. And a side like Hawthorn, been able to hit the scoreboard 20 times. They've shared their goal kickers, as Jared just went through. But Sydney tried to stabilise by putting the 7th in behind the ball for that, probably the last 20 minutes of that quarter in Sam Reid. It did make it a little harder for Hawthorn to score. There was just the 1 goal each in the last 10 minutes of that quarter, and that probably was what Sydney needed to do, was just stop the rot and give themselves a chance. Mitchell's been huge through that first half, 19 touches. He was just in everything up to probably the 20-minute mark of that second quarter and really set his teammates up. But it's been such a consistent performance. Brad Hill consistently being the outlet for the Hawthorn defence, working up from a forward position, pushing out wide. Birchall or Stratton turn around, or Spanger turn around and look to have a teammate there, and he's right there. And he's 10 metres clear of his man, and it's an easy, uncontested, unpressured outlet. And that's something that Sydney haven't had, something that Hawthorn haven't allowed them to have. Burgoyne, I reckon, was best on ground to outline Hawthorn's dominance. Burgoyne was best on ground with 10 touches in the first quarter. He didn't touch the ball in the first 25 minutes of the second, but it didn't slow him down. They're such an even side, and they're coming through. McAvoy, great selection, 12 touches, has been dominant in the ruck and around the ground, and just playing his role for the Hawks.
Yeah, look, Hawthorn just appreciating the opportunity. They've come to play, obviously, and we saw it with all the stats that we're throwing up, because you can see clearly they're outworking Sydney for me, and they're beating Sydney, like we said during the call, at their own game, and they're putting them under that much pressure. Now you're getting the referred pressure, thinking the pressure is actually coming to you, because of the first quarter pressure that Sydney were under was just incredible. They've got 46 more uncontested possessions. When you're playing Hawthorn, you know you like their foot skills and you got to be on them. That's a clear indicator early in a game that you know if your team is on and off defensively. Certainly Sydney are not on at all in most facets of the game. Now the last 10 minutes, like we said, I think Hawthorn took the foot off the gas a small bit because you just can't keep it up, and Sydney were able to come into the game a small bit. Probably wanted to have to go a bit longer, but look, it's not looking great for me for Sydney because the better players aren't playing great, and when you've got a bloke that's 35 years of age, Adam Goods, you've got to take a bow because you've kept this club in the game.
Oh, I think Hawthorn have just been terrific. They've set up well, they've played well, they've played how they've expected to play, and Sydney haven't played anywhere near it. I'm really worried about some of their players. I'll have a look at Gary Rowan's hardly touched, he's had one possession for the game. Jetta's had one possession for the game. This is a guy who laid on the ground there for 10 minutes while his team ran around him. Drove me mad watching that. This is a grand final. If you can run, you can get up. And that's what you're supposed to do. Young Rampy, who was great last week with the way he played, he's got 3, but he's under pressure down there. Mike Pike's only had a couple. That's okay. McVeigh's one who's troubled me with 5 only. I mean, he's one of their leaders, and he's one of the drivers through the middle of the ground. And then you got McGlynn. He's desperate to play in one, and we love McGlynn, what he's done and all those sorts of things. He's had half a dozen. He's been out there most of the time, and Cunningham. So they've got a lot of lift in this side if they want to, but they just struggle because of the middle of the ground. Their midfield's absolutely dominated Hawthorn midfield's killed them, and then in their forward line they just won't let them out. They're just not going to let you out. I don't care what you want to do, we're not going to let you out. We're going to harass you, we're going to attack you, we're going to destroy your confidence, and they've done that beautifully, Hawthorn.
Any chance, Sydney?
Zero.
Any
I didn't give them any from the start.
Yeah. What do they have to do? What do you want to see, Ty?
It's extremely difficult to change your mindset, but the first thing they'll say, no matter who you are and what you're doing, forget about it right now and move on. It's one thing saying that, it's another trying to actually implement the plan and going about doing it, and a team that needed a break just as much as Hawthorn because of the pressure that they've done. But they just need to get their hands on the ball, plain and simple, at the cold face. And we talked about it beforehand, thinking that it'd probably be outside the game where it'd be won. But it's inside now. Hawthorn have dominated the clearances, which is something that Sydney have been able to change the momentum of games numerous times. And it certainly doesn't look like they've been able to do it at all. Now, the contested marks, Sydney are dominating in the contested area. Do you go back and try and go back down the line? That's very difficult to score extremely quickly. So you've got to take the game on with handball receives.
Half-time at the MCG in the 2014 Grand Final. Hawthorn leads the Sydney Swans by 42 points, 11-9-75 for the Swans, 5-3-33. More from Ty Kennelly, Nathan Buckley and Mark McClure after the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News, read by Mark Adenall. US aircraft have launched a 5th consecutive day of airstrikes against Islamic State militants in Syria. Peter Simpson reports.
US officials say the mission in Syria is now similar to air raids on Iraq, with near-continuous combat flights. The Pentagon said earlier that 4 tanks were destroyed in air attacks on Iraq and Syria. Despite the strikes, IS militants are advancing on the Syrian town of Kobani near the Turkish border, where they're battling Kurdish fighters. Speaking at the Pentagon, the US Armed Forces Chief General Martin Dempsey said the air campaign is damaging IS, but will not be enough to defeat it. He says political solutions and ground campaigns will both be needed in Iraq and Syria. Meanwhile, British airstrikes against IS in Iraq are likely to begin this weekend after a majority of UK MPs voted to join the US-led mission.
The leader of the New Zealand Labour Party, David Cunliffe, has announced he will resign, but he says he intends to seek re-election through a leadership primary contest. Mr Cunliffe made the announcement in Auckland after appearing in front of the party's ruling council. It had been meeting to set the terms of reference for a review of Labour's election campaign. Mr Cunliffe said that Labour suffered an historic loss in the recent election, and in resigning as leader he took responsibility for that. Police have begun an internal inquiry into a car crash which injured 3 people following a police pursuit. Noni Walsh has more.
A man and 2 women were injured in eastern Sydney early this morning when a Range Rover crashed into a taxi. The taxi driver and 2 women were taken to hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Shortly before the crash, police had been chasing the Range Rover after it sped off from a patrol in a nearby suburb. However, they lost sight of it. A 25-year-old man who is alleged to have been the driver is also in hospital under police guard. A substance believed to be methamphetamine was seized from the Range Rover. The police critical incident investigation will be overseen by Professional Standards Command.
A Melbourne woman caught driving at nearly 200 kilometres an hour on a South Australian highway this morning has had her licence immediately taken away. The 23-year-old from Port Melbourne has also been fined more than $1,000. Police say they clocked her travelling at 189 kilometres an hour on the Augusta Highway between Port Pirie and Crystalbrook just before 6 this morning. The New South Wales opposition says a plan to sell or lease land at Royal North Shore Hospital is short-sighted. The Health Infrastructure Department says it's taking expressions of interest from private companies wanting to lease or buy the southern section of the hospital grounds. The department says the site would be used for childcare, carers accommodation and offices, and the money would go towards clinical services. But Labor's health spokesman Walt Secord says land is in short supply at the hospital.
Land in Sydney's North Shore, in North Sydney, is in a premium, is very difficult to get, and if they sell it off now, it could be more expensive in the long term. So this is a short-sighted money grab by the state government.
To the national weather for Sunday. Sydney sunny, a top of 24 degrees. Melbourne windy, late rain heading for 28. Brisbane a possible early shower, 25 degrees. In Perth a shower or two, 19. Adelaide windy, partly cloudy, 29 degrees. In Hobart windy, late rain, 28. Canberra early fog, then sunny, 23 degrees. And Darwin sunny, a top of 34. ABC News.
Mental health
is important
to all of us.
In October,
ABC brings you
Mental As,
a week of shows and events
to get people talking about mental health.
With mental illness
affecting nearly half the population.
Don't be afraid to talk about it.
Seek help from friends,
family,
or health professionals.
And please, give generously.
During Mental Health Week.
Talk.
Give.
Seek. Mental As.
October 5 to 12.
On ABC television, radio and online.
Grandstand AFL.
Grandstand AFL.
The AFL Grand Final.
Gives it to Jack. The Swans are on through the middle. Hand passes it up to McGlynn. Kicks to full forward. Goods will see it through for a goal. Took it on the bounce. Gives it to Birchall. Runs to centre half forward and measures it off to Mitchell. And he'll use it short for Hale. The Hawks are toying with the Swans. It's 40 metres out, directly in front. Hale's kick is true. And Hawthorn taking full toll on the Swans.
Awkward looking kick. Hodge, great pick-up. Off to Langford on the run. He kicks from 45 and goes.
It still falls the way of Shields. Back to Roughhead. Second time. Hodge in the square. The skipper hugs it to his chest.
Now their heads go down. You can have a look around. The Sydney heads have dropped.
From point blank range. Against all expectations, the Hawks have blown this apart. Advantage claimed by Kennedy and paid. He kicks from 60. Franklin in the square. 1, 2, 3 bites. Yes! And Franklin will string a couple together for the Swans. It was the desperately needed counter-offensive. Tippett got it, but Rioli tipped it away on the hand pass. Did the 1-2 with McAvoy and kicked it to Roughhead. This is such a big kick as we bear down on half-time. Jared Roughhead from 48 metres out. His drop punt is online. It's through. And it repels the Swans.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Local Radio, online and on ABC Grandstand Digital.
Half-time of the grand final, Hawthorn 11-9-75 to Sydney 5-3-33. So what was a 20-point margin at quarter-time became a 42-point margin by half-time. And if you're looking at historical records, the biggest three-quarter-time comeback in grand final history is 28 points. So the Swans are, well, they're beyond the red zone right now, unless they can find something unforeseen after the main break. Drew Morford, give us all the numbers to this stage.
Well, the total possessions are 207 to 160. So they're 47 in front, Hawthorn, in total possessions. That's made up of kicks, they are plus 27, and hand passes plus 20. It's amazing. Contested possessions, pretty even, 75 to 70. The marks, reasonably even, 37 to 32. The clearances are 22 to 14 in favour of Hawthorn. Sydney have got to do something about that. The tackles, well, they've started to lay a few more, Sydney, in that second quarter, but they're still 32 to 24, and 24 is way off the pace for half a game of football if you hope to win. The inside 50s are completely out of control. 35 to 15 in favour of Hawthorn. And the efficiency of their disposals, 78% for Hawthorn and just 71% for Sydney. So let's start from the top for Hawthorn. Mitchell, 19 possessions, 7 kicks, 12 hand passes. He's had 5 clearances. Lewis, 18 possessions, 5 clearances, and 8 of his 18 have been contested. Birchall, 14 possessions. Hodge, 14 possessions. What a captain's game he's played. McAvoy, recalled to the side, 12 touches. He's had 6 contested possessions and taken 4 marks, doing exactly what's asked of him. Burgoyne with 12 possessions, mostly in the first quarter. Hill, 11. Suckling, 11. Gibson, 10. Down the other end of the scale, David Hale, just a couple of touches. Roughhead, a quiet day. 5 possessions, just 1 goal. Isaac Smith, 6. Puopolo, 6. For Sydney, Malcheski leads the way with 17 possessions. He's taken 4 marks and 7 of his 17 have been contested. Josh Kennedy, well, he's a contested possession animal. 10 out of his 16 possessions have been contested and 51 Dream Team points to half-time. Shaw, 12 touches. Hanbury, 11. Injured in the first quarter when he was smashed by Roughhead. Parker, 11. Jack, 10. Getting down to Goods with 9. Lloyd, 9. Smith, 8. And from the bottom, and Nathan Buckley talked about this before we left for a break, Rowan, 1. Jetta, 1. Rampy, 3. Pike, 3. Cunningham and Reid, 5 each, with McVeigh 5. And just not good enough. Grand final sprint, something for you, Jared.
Murdoch has strung away and won by 3 or 4 metres from Hartung and Hunt of Melbourne. He was the raging favourite, Murdoch, from the moment that he entered and Paddy Dangerfield withdrew. And so for the first time, Dangerfield had won 3 in a row, so a cat wins it. There's a couple of stray results back through the history of the sprint, like the year Brendan Favola won, but that'll hold up. Murdoch, one of the fastest in the league.
Yeah, he was pretty quick there. What are they going to do, Sydney? Well, I think Longmire needs to challenge his leaders big time at half-time. This is what did you come here for? What are we here for? We're not doing anything like we should have started the game with. Parker. Parker's the one who's disappointed me in a sense. I think he's strong, but his chase and tackle's been poor in a couple of areas. Kennedy is the other one in his clearance area. They've been smashed in the clearance with Jack and McVeigh need to stand up. They're the ones who are leading the way. Goods is still doing what he's supposed to do. Hanbury as well. He's been punched from pillar to post, but they have some real trouble clearing the ball at the start. That's the start of the game. That's how you start it, and that's how you get the ball moving forward. And then keeping it in your forward line's the other problem they've had. They can't get any repeat entries. It comes out too easily when it goes in, and sometimes they score. 50% of the time they're scoring almost inside their 50. So they're doing all right when they get in there, but they can't keep it there, and they can't get a repeat entry. So there's 2 or 3 little things that they need to work on. Their tackle count's atrocious according to their levels and their standards that they set. So they've got some work to do, but it can be done. And if you can peg back 2 or 3 goals this quarter, that's what he'd be working on. Let's get to see if we can get within 25 points. Let's see if we can pull back 15 or 16 this quarter and get within 25 and then have an assault in the last. He's got to sell some hope. He can't go in there and give him a bake and say, look, you've been atrocious, you've been terrible. It's all about, hey, sometimes you've got to con them to get through, Bucks.
What Hawthorn do to you is that as you look at it and you go, okay, well, we need to score to get back in this game. So how are we going to score? Well, we probably need to keep 6 forwards forward of the ball. And then you
Absolutely.
but then when you get that, geez, but we can't afford them to score real heavily either because if we're going to need to kick 15 goals in the second half to get this game to where we need to. Or, they're going to get 12 to 15. They're going to have to kick because you can't see Hawthorn kicking in less than 6.5.
It's almost about respect,
and the balance of that is tough. Well. No such thing in a granny, mate. They've got to play. You got to play to win. You're not playing to minimise the margin. Kieran Jack's had 1 kick. I mean, he's played a fair bit of time in the forward line, but it's just their leaders need to stand up. You mentioned them, Jack, McVeigh. I reckon Parker's sort of been iffy, but he's one of that mix that needs to pick up. Kennedy's having a crack. He's had 10 contested possessions. But all of them, to a man, just need to stand up. They need to find another 5-10% each, and that's the only way they're going to get back in it. Really hard to see, given the experience of Hawthorn. They just ask so many questions of you as a coaching staff, as a playing group. They just ask so many questions of you, and they're able to answer all of your questions as well. And they've done really well in the first half.
There's no magic portion to it.
No.
John's not going to be in there trying to swing things around and do things different. You go in with a plan, okay, it hasn't worked. You're getting smashed in one-on-ones all over the place. So at some point in your own pride and your own personal ability, that you've got to put it upon yourself to stand up. And that's what it comes down to at the end of the day. And that's what they've got to be asking themselves individually inside there. Am I good enough, or am I going to fold at this point? Because the game looks like it's gone from them, yes. But at some point in a game and in a grand final, are you going to look at yourself and say, well, I've got half an hour, and then move on at three-quarter time? It's the first 10 minutes, they're not going to do anything drastic. 15 minutes, maybe then when the game is probably gone, if it is blowing up against it, where you put a Franklin in there on ball. He intimidates them. I have no doubt about that he intimidates the Hawthorn players, and I'd put him in there and just try something different. That's not straight away in the second half. I would wait, because you've got to look at your players and back them in now and say, well, you haven't been able to do it in the first half. Give me something in the first 10 minutes as an individual that's going to help the team performance.
Yeah, well, it takes real character. I mean, and the Swans have shown, and you've been there, mate. Yeah, from the outside, looking in at the Swans, you just say they will never give up. They will give everything they've got, regardless of what the scoreboard says, what the circumstances are, where they're playing in Australia. They'll have a crack. We haven't seen it. They'd be bitterly disappointed internally with their first half, but. Or you can't do anything. You can't go back and play the first quarter again. You can't go back and look after that ground ball that you might have missed 15 minutes into the second quarter. Just let that go. Boys, all you can do is come out and give everything you've got in your first contest in the third quarter, and it has to pick up from there. And you've just got to do it contest by contest, because that's the only way that Hawthorn were able to do it through that first half, and it's the only way that you can get back in the game.
So, like 2 years ago, Sydney had a bloke named Ryan O'Keefe who won the medal. And 2 years later, he's not good enough to get a game. He laid about 15 tackles in that grand final. The leading tackler for Sydney today is Smith with 4. You can work out a fair bit of work rate when you look at a stat like that.
And he's in the back pocket.
Defensive style of football, and obviously tackling especially, is a mindset. And if you come with the mindset, and that's the big deficiency in the game for Sydney at the minute, is just the mindset to tackle and do the hard work has not been there for the first half. No, you also don't want to be running around the ground chasing all day. You've got to try and get your hands on the ball inside.
Do you think that easy kill last week sort of set them up for a little fall this week? They did have a very easy kill there.
Quite possibly. What's going to be on Sydney's side here for me is they've played probably a game and a half in 3 weeks, so they might have a bit more legs. But you're in the grand final now, and you're not thinking about that at all as a player. This is me looking from the outside. I've no doubt it probably has set them up for a bit of a fall playing such an easy preliminary final. But because you want to be battle hardened and you want to go into the game and address rehearsal that you're doing.
Lewis Jetter's going to come for a little walk over here.
Yeah, it hasn't been Lewis's day, and we talked about the outside players for Hawthorn and Sydney, and the difference has been drastic in their performance. But again, to be fair to Lewis, I suppose, in one way, he's so reliant on the players inside to get the ball out to him. When they're not performing at a level, well, he's not going to perform, and that's where his game's got to improve.
Well, he's got to maybe have to go and get some.
Well, he doesn't have to go and get the footy. You can still chase, you can still tackle, you can still help a teammate out, you can still work. He doesn't have to go in and get 100 contested possessions.
No one's asking that.
Craig Bird's got his vest off and warming up, and Lewis Jetter's walking to the boundary and is sitting on the bench. So
no, it's worse than that. He's gone down the stairs to the rooms.
Yeah, indications would be that Bird's in the game. We don't know who's come back into it yet, but isn't it amazing? I mean, so Sydney run on the ground, and this is a perception thing, but this counts for everything. It's an intimidation factor. It's a belief factor. Sydney ran onto the ground, and I looked at them and I thought, geez, an hour ago, when you look at the Sydney side, you have totally different feelings and thoughts than you do when you see them now. You think, geez, they look a bit fragile. But it's not that. They're still the same size and shape. You've still got the same amount of ability. And the biggest challenge for Sydney right now, through that break and the coaching staff and their leaders, is just to forget about what they haven't done and just to believe in what they have in the past. And that is the biggest challenge for them now, because if they've got in their minds at all, geez, what happened in that first half, they're lost. I mean, they're lost.
It's a hard thing to do.
That's likely, because it's very hard to admit.
It's hard to change, isn't it, Nathan, as a footballer? And that's probably the true stars of the competition, that throughout the generations that played the game has been able to change their mindset from having such a poor performance in the first half to be able to try and rectify it and change that mindset. But it does go back to body language. It goes back to your mindset. It goes back to being up and about, and it goes back to having a bit of pride in what's going to happen in the next half an hour.
Yep. Oh, we've all been around a long time. It's pretty hard to flick the switch.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, once you're in a hole, it's hard to dig yourself out of it.
But you can control your body language, can't you? You don't have to. You can still come up. You can still control your action. You can still control, and that's why when you see Goodsey and Goodsy's up in the board. I mean, what has Adam had? You know, he hasn't had a whole lot of football, but his impact has been drastically different to what the rest of the team has had. You know, and that's a body language thing. From a bloke that's body language has been questioned numerous times throughout his career. You can clearly see that he's in the opportunity right now, and he's here believing and knowing what he's in the opportunity. I don't think Sydney are believing they can win this game right now. And that's a big That's a big problem for them.
I don't think they're on their own.
In the first 3 minutes of this quarter, we'll have some sort of indication with what sort of intent they're coming out with.
Well, television just shown a replay of Jetta being smashed accidentally by McAvoy. It was Jetta fighting out of his division, and I'd say he's taken a hit somewhere around the neck or the head, and all indications are that he's been subbed out of the game at half-time. Bird is taking his place.
It looks like Franklin's gone on the wing at the moment, trying to get him into the game. He does intimidate this bunch of Hawthorn, obviously. You know, it's a good move, and it's just hope he can get enough of the football. I presume Spanger or someone will probably go up to me. He did this against Fremantle and just kicked 2 cannons.
Gibbo's going to him. Gibson will go across. Yep.
Adam White.
Yeah, Drew, look, from my information is that Lewis Jetta has taken the 20-minute concussion test because of that incident that you spoke about. He came out and ran out with the players initially, but he looked like a wounded man, and then came back off away from the players. But I think, at my understanding at this stage, it is the concussion situation. Gee, I saw the Sydney bench walk past me. They just looked shell-shocked.
Yeah.
Second half about to get underway. It's a 42-point lead to Hawthorn. They're 11-9-75 to Sydney 5-3-33. Sydney, the minor premiers. And unless something changes drastically, they're going to go under in the grand final. Pike gets a hand of the ball from the restart, but it's not coming out of the circles, and the umpire will restart it by throwing it up.
Sydney man-on-man all over the field.
After a bright and sunny start, when Tom Jones sang, it's now overcast at the MCG, but still mild, mid-20s on the temperature. Parker, a little hand pass. Back to the ruckman. Kick forward, not much good. Turned it over. Oh, here's a good tackle laid. And Hawthorn coming out of defence. Shields was taking it a bit quietly. And Bird, who started the game in the vest, he's come on and made an impact straight away with a ripping tackle. Takes the free kick. Kicks to the goal square. Punched out of there by Hawthorn's defence. Comes to Stratton. Hand pass to Lewis. Lewis's kick spirals out of defence. Swans need to keep it on the forward line, or Hodge might have gone in and interfered. Hodge has given away the free kick to Malcheski. 75 from Swans' goal.
He ran past the ball and gave it to Malcheski. He had a chance to grab it.
Malcheski back inside the 50. So again, a high and hoping ball up went late. Brought it to ground. Burger went underneath for the Hawks. Hand pass to Lewis. Squeezes out a kick. Did pretty well. Hodge threw himself at it. It bounced away and out of play.
It looks like, obviously, John said, well, we can't do what we planned to do. Let's see, can you do one-on-one? Let's see, can you do it? And ask the question, can you do it as an individual? What it does is make you extremely reactive.
Left half forward for the Swans. McAvoy with the tap back underneath. Spinning out was Isaac Smith, off to Mitchell, dispossessed. Bird with another touch, gives it off to Malcheski inside the 50. Tippett has a one-on-one, but he's behind. He brings it to ground away from Lake. Hill goes to tackle Tippett and he wraps him up. How will the umpires see it? The ball was in motion. He decided to ball it up.
If Hill stood next to Tippett, he'd come up to his place.
Yeah, great tackle by Hill. Gary Rowan's gone forward, and you're right, one-on-one all over the place.
Pike works it to his foot from the ruck. It comes to Tippett, 20 from goal. The hand pass to Bird. Well, his kick was smothered, went backwards anyway. Punched away by Stratton. Comes to Puopolo. Gets the hand pass away. Suckling on the run for Hawthorn. Puopolo lays the shepherd. Opens it up for Suckling just behind the wing. He hooks the ball inboard. Taken by Shields on the logo. They're cutting them up here, Hawthorn. Kick by Shields, doesn't hit a target. Oh, Suckling goes to ground. Southern stand side, the umpire having a good look at it, and this might be a stoppage, it will be.
Certainly better intent already, isn't it, from Sydney around the ball?
Well, Craig Bird started it, chase down tackle, comes on, has an impact, gets his teammates up.
Thrown up, taken by Parker, but there's a bit of interaction around the ball that's going to result in a Hawthorn free kick.
That's Bruce.
Bruce's ball. He got pushed by Parker, flush in the back.
So we've
Bruce between the wing and left half forward for the Hawks.
Just a frustrating free kick giveaway, isn't it, really?
Chance his arm up to the forward pocket. Richards dropped the mark. Mitchell fed it out. Roughhead takes the snap at goal. It's across the face. Through from behind.
Puopolo was on his own 10 metres forward of that contest. Miscommunication by the Sydney defence.
Kick in by McVeigh to Richards. And Hodge is just harassing. A moment ago, gave away the free kick when he ran past the ball. He loves that sort of stuff. Rather give away a free kick as long as he makes the opponent hurt. Now Kennedy has it at half-back for Sydney. Pretty slow and ponderous. His kick up towards centre wing. Oh, was it too high, or should the mark have been taken there by Reid? Anyway, Hawthorn have got it again. And a high ball floats out of bounds at half forward.
Fox, you know when you go one-on-one, obviously it's a defensive mindset. You still got to try and take the risk when you've got the ball in your hand to come back inside and take it like you're just doing now.
Kennedy at the restart on the 45-degree angle to centre half back. McVeigh marks. He looks to go from one end of the square to the other. He's overkicked Bird though, and Spanger, a Hawthorn cult hero, takes the mark. He delivers out across half back for Gibson. Isaac Smith working 20 metres forward of the ball. Hill runs into open space, about the same advance. He's got Langford leading up on at him, and so too Shields. Shields grounded right away, didn't take the mark. Getting a hand in there was Rampy to jar it loose, but Lewis wins it back. Puts it through Puopolo and to Isaac Smith. Up to half forward. Roughhead tried to clear the way. Piked over the pack though. Launches himself in and takes a good mark.
Good mark by the Canadian rugby player. Fantastic. Goes for a half-distance pass, and Hanbury takes the mark, still at half-back. Sydney haven't added to their half-time score of 5-3.
Gee, they're slow to pull the trigger.
They don't look like adding to it in a hurry either. Kick by Hanbury over the wing. Tippett is there. Franklin in the same pack. Tippett juggles and takes the mark. No, told to play on now by the umpire. He's got up the mark. Smothered by Rioli. Spills to Hale. Hand pass away to Lake. Lake tumble ball to half forward. Grundy palms down to the front. But here comes Langford. He runs onto it. Hand pass to Gunston in space. He gets to about 30. Unselfishly centres the ball to Roughhead, who marks about 15 metres out right in front.
Sirioli Smother set that up. Absolutely brilliant, and all of a sudden it was just rushed forward. There's no unselfish stuff. Beautiful play.
Where did Roughhead's first goal come from? Kurt Tippett trying to handball to someone. Cyril smothers it and gives it to Roughhead. This one, Kurt Tippett takes a contested mark, tries to kick it on. No good.
Roughhead kicks his second goal. It's exactly what Sydney didn't need to start the second half. And Hawthorn's lead is 49 points.
Well, I reckon they're on their way to 20 goals here, Hawthorn. They've really got the game under control. Sydney are trying their best. They've gone one-on-one all over the ground. They're slow to pull the trigger when they get the ball. There's no real movement around the ground that they can kick to a space. There's no 45 kicks that they can do. It's only little lead-up passes, and they can't even get them right. So all of a sudden, when the big guys get it, they should be giving it off with their hands. Ruckman should never try and do something too clever. And little Cyril, he's just carved them up again. So ball goes forward, and Gunston had an easy shot on goal, but no, he was happy to share it with Roughhead. And that's what I love about good teams. They do it all the time. Share it round. Doesn't matter how we win, just as long as we win.
Roughhead with a couple. Hawthorn by 49. Bounce back in the middle. Pike wins it out to the side for Kennedy. He got down by the tackle of Bruce. Hodge winkles it out to Gibson, off to Birchall, high up to the 50. Gunston! Rampy might have been all over him, but Gunston protected the drop zone.
Well, good forwards always play in front of their men, because the ball usually drops in games like this and you're under pressure, and Gunston was in exactly the right spot and received the right whack by taking a mark. You play in front, you win.
He had 4 scoring shots in the opening term, Jack Gunston, and you would have for all the world marked him up for better than 1-3. This is a long-range shot, but there's no angle to deal with. Gunston looking for his second. He gives it a well-timed ride, and that's more like it from Jack Gunston. 55-point leaders, the Hawks, in the opening minutes of the third term. And something completely unworldly would have to happen from here to deny them.
I just thought of the drinks we're going to have after the game. I wonder if Hawthorn are thinking that too.
No, I think they'll be thinking about, we're going to crush this mob. We're going to give it to them. You know, they've actually gave it to us 2 years ago. It's a little bit of payback coming back. And Malcheski kicked the first goal of the match and kicked the last goal to finish them off and put them through some pain. And they'll remember that.
55 the margin.
Sydney got the 7th behind again. It's Rowan this time.
And bounce in the middle. And it's won by Pike. It's sharked here by Lewis. Lewis has kicked to half forward. Batted on by Hill. McVeigh had a very poor day. Hill's run rings around him. Hill gets away from him this time. Hand pass to Puopolo. He centres the ball Hawthorn style. No mark. Crumbs wanted by Hawthorn. Oh, there's plenty of brown and gold there. Lewis, the hand pass to Langford. Running away from goal, Gunston. Now out into the centre square. He kicks to half forward. Rowan charges at it. Drops a mark he should have taken. Bruce is there for Hawthorn. Sydney and all sorts trying to get out of here. Kennedy to Rowan. And now he can bank his pace. He goes for a gallop. He gets up to the logo centre wing. Oh, no. It comes unstuck. Just about the only skill he's shown is sprinting. He regathers the ball, kicks long for goal. It's in the goal square. Tippett is there, but it's seen away from him by Lake out of bounds. Hand-fisted, I'd have to say, by Sydney. Throw-in.
Well, that's the difference, isn't it? Yeah. Hawthorn are gelling so well together, and they're just their composure and their synchronicity is what we're seeing. We're seeing them play together as a team. The champion team is beating the team of champions at the moment.
Swans in the left forward pocket. Pike tapped it back over his head. Mitchell coughed it up. Hanbury works it around to Jack. A rare kick. It's a shot at goal. It gets home. Kieran Jack strikes for the Swans and returns it to 49 points. 6-3-39 to the Hawks, 13-10-88.
On first look, I reckon Dan Hanbury threw this out to Kieran Jack. It's as good as the throw as you'll see, I think. But they'll take it, Sydney. It's certainly what they needed. Because you're so one-on-one, obviously you're so reactive, and you could end up chasing. You've got to try and create at some point, and that's what Sydney are going to try and do. A problem is they're going to have to try and get back-to-back goals first for me. Oh, no, I think he's in throat. Just looking at the replay.
That's called handicap umpiring, I reckon. Hale in the middle makes a good contest, but Tippett eventually wins it. Gets it to Jack. Here comes Sydney again. Franklin on his chest. Marks 45 out.
It's one of the few times we've seen a Sydney forward get a one-on-one contest since probably the first 10 minutes of the game. Hawthorn's defensive structures have been excellent. The pressure on the Sydney ball carrier, for one, that's when they've got their hands on it. But secondly, their ability to slide and cover for one another, get the extra number in behind the ball. Spanger's played that role particularly well as an unheralded player.
Well, Buddy's mate, Josh Gibson, has got a cut over the eye and has to come off with the blood rule. So it gives Franklin just a little bit longer to think about this shot for goal from about 50 metres. He's kicked 2 goals, 1 for the game. 77 for the season.
If you can imagine the line out here, on either side of Buddy Franklin there's about 6 Hawthorn players, 3 at either side of on his left foot.
He goes from about 51. That is a glorious kick. Oh, he's kicked it into the crowd, do you mind? Well, he played for Hawthorn last year when they won the flag, and he's now playing for Sydney. Could he revive them? Gee, it's a long way back. But they've kicked the last 2 in a row. It's 43 the difference.
Yeah, look, if anyone, as we said, knows Buddy Franklin, it's the Hawks players. So to see them line up on either side is interesting.
Yeah, it's like a guard of honour, wasn't it?
Yeah, it might be a little bit of a tactic that didn't work on that occasion, did it? But no, look, Buddy hasn't got that many one-on-ones in that forward 50. Neither's Goods, neither's Reid. We talk about Tippett. He's been up the field quite a bit. Sydney just haven't been able to get any free flow through the field, through the midfielders often. Hawthorn's pressure's excellent.
Hawks by 43. Hale wins the tap in the middle down to Hodge, but there's no escape from the clutches of the tackles. Adam White.
Jared Jett has come back out from downstairs. He hasn't got a vest on, so there are 4 Sydney players without a vest on at the moment, but he looks like he'll be able to come back on when that 20 minutes is up.
Parker's kick at the stoppage was smothered.
I'd stick with Bird if I were him.
There's a bit of afters in all of that, and it's resulted in a Sydney free kick. Franklin's been down by Lewis. The first cost him a free kick. The second's lucky not to cost him 50. So Franklin is putting himself right in the middle of this match to try to change it and disrupt his former teammates. He lays off the pass for Grundy. And then stays in the middle as if a little stung buddy. Grundy's kick is smothered by the man on the mark, Hodge. It tips away. Lloyd gets hold of it though. Kicks to full forward. Late up over the top of Tippett. He's taken a hanger, the fullback.
Two best marks have been taken by the fullbacks.
That's amazing.
Got a nice little sit there, doesn't he? Slow kick in there.
Pass out wide. Marked by Hodge. He goes for the short pass to Mitchell. Sammy Mitchell up to 21 disposals. Lewis has had 23. Mitchell off the left this time. What a great kick, it has to be said. Up to centre wing. Stratton gathers. Kicks to centre half forward. Bruce on the 50.
That's a transition. So quick. Movement.
Horrible defending. Absolutely horrible defending.
Looked like he was setting himself to take a hanger and then didn't get there for the spoil.
For our New South Wales listeners, Luke Bruce from Rugby League country in Temora, southern New South Wales. He's been a champ for the Hawks. He goes from 52. Got plenty on it, but had to hook it to get the distance. That's 2 goals, 1 to Luke Bruce. One of 3 Hawks who've passed the 50 goals for the season mark.
Melcheski on the kick in. He's had his troubles with these this afternoon. Spanger was able to make the spoil on Cunningham. Not sure why he would have been the target. Roughhead was held up with it. He was taken high. The Hawks again trap it.
Actually, I thought he slid in with his leg.
In the forward third, he lays off the kick to the side. It didn't reach the intended target. Jack got a hand in there. Cunningham and Lloyd, a couple of the youngsters combined, and Rampy as well. He winkles a kick down the line, but he's delivered it straight to Brian Lake. Took it on the bounce. Hand pass to Burgoyne. Feeds it out wide to Gibson, who's strapped up and back into play. He bounces it up to half forward. It gets through Bird. Roughhead takes it. Somehow got it to his boot. Tipped on by Mitchell. Off to Hodge. Now to Hill. The Hawks are out. Gives it to Bruce. Cruises through the 50. He goes to the hot spot at the top of the square. Rioli came with the flight. Chart it loose. Puopolo gives it to Suckling, who snaps a goal. Genius from Hawthorn. All the little things combining to provide the big results. Suckling with his first. There were 12 with a goal assist in the play though. 14-11-95 to Sydney 7-3-45.
You wouldn't want to know who was there. Puopolo and Cyril. They were up against 2 blokes who were a foot taller than him and beat them both. Beat him in the air, beat him on the ground, and then off to Suckling and then finished off. It was set up by a really good player here. I think it was Hodge who put his foot towards it here just to get it to someone else instead of actually... No, it might have been Ruffy, I think. Ruffy had his foot there and he kicked it straight up to somebody else. And then off they went forward and the rest is history. Hill, good decision maker, used the ball extremely well. And then also with Bruce as well.
Hawks by 50 points. In the middle. Pike hasn't turned it up. 1 scrap. Goes sideways from the circles. Towed off the ground by McGlynn, the half forward. Hand pass out. Oh, Cunningham got tackled the minute he got it. Now the ball comes out wide and short pass goes to Goods. Came from Bird. And Adam Goods, the Aussie of the year, will be kicking for goal from about 40 metres out.
Banging a great tackle there and Bird able to get his hands out of the tackle and flick it out. Well, Bird was the one that kicked it in, but Goods just a half a metre, and that's all he needs.
Adam Goods kicking to the punt road end in the bright sunshine. Oh, it's away to the right-hand side, a minor score. Adam Goods, no good. 1 goal, 1.
Hawks by 49. Suckling, who kicked the previous goal, will do the kicking in at the other end. Didn't quite like the short options that were presented to him, so he'll bring it out longer and clear the defensive arc. Gunston, that was a perfect curling kick that I don't think Gunston realised was coming to him until he looked up and realised he didn't have to run into a pack. It was just going to land with him. He gives a bit of ground to Lake.
I wasn't certain Suckling thought it was going to get there either.
Yeah, I think so.
He'll have another go, Suckling, because he's got it at full back.
Bit of a moment came off.
He's trying to get away from Cunningham, who's wearing him close. Suckling.
That was good.
Yeah, he plays the other side. He played the percentages, worked it around the margins to Spanger, who kicks to the open side, and here's Hill. He paddles to his own advantage. There's no one between him and the goal. He's on a 2-bounce run from 60, puts it onto the chest of Roughhead.
Yes.
He had every right to take 2 more bounces and try to kick one of the goals of grand final history. That's not the Hawthorn way. He saw Roughhead leading full-chested at him, and Hill laid it off.
And Ruffy was in between 3 Swans. The kick was perfect.
He's kicking for his third Roughhead for his 73rd of the season. 35 out, no angle, nurses it through. The Hawks return it to 55 points. And their fans celebrate as if they're going to have one of the best 45 minutes of their lives. Cheering all the small things from here on.
Anything in the MCG for the Sydney side, Toe?
Quite possibly. You know, they changed the tactic yesterday where it actually came and had a bit of a kick on the ground before. Never done that before.
Yeah.
So it's obviously in the mindset beforehand.
See, a bloke like Luke Parker looks to me like the open spaces have hurt him a little bit more.
He's not that quick, but look.
No,
he's clearly saw it there. He's on the treadmill.
And when you're playing against a side that have got the impetus, everyone looks slow and everyone looks a little bit lazy. But the Sydney side have just been shown up.
Buddy Franklin starting this centre bounce out on the wing. Langford tries to tow the ball forward. Malcheski gets in the way for Sydney. Half back to half forward, or a bad bounce for Tippett. But a chance for Jack to run onto it. He runs into a dead end. Hawthorn back in numbers. He comes back to Kieran Jack.
He's having a crack.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Sock it away. Comes to Gibson. Into Lewis. Spanger. Mitchell spun out of trouble. Which way did he go? Gets it across to Lewis. And a beautiful foot pass by Jordan Lewis out wide. Birchall marks it left half-back flank.
I wonder if that Australian Federal Police bloke could find Mitchell. Like he couldn't find the Governor-General.
Birchall kicks long down the line. There's a free kick up on the wing going Hawthorn's way. You might have to explain that in the pre-match. A member of the AFP came in and said, have you seen the Governor-General? Which we did think was a rather odd moment.
I didn't know if it was a Special Forces bloke, the Governor-General.
Bruce kicks up to half-forward where it's been marked by Isaac Smith. Oh, he's going to kick it to centre half-forward where Lewis is all on his own.
What sort of a game has he played?
Very good one. He bought his own footy this third quarter.
This will be disposal number 26 of the afternoon.
Not feeling the cork thigh, I wouldn't have thought.
No. Following up all Australian selection with I won't even.
Could he get?
Not going to try and sway the jury.
He gets married in 10 days. He could have the triple.
Yeah.
He's got a nick under the eye, the battle scars of it all. Jordan Lewis will take his absolute best from 55 out. Now he set it up to the teeth of goal. Puopolo makes the spoil. Langford underneath. He got caught with it. Shields can't get it out. He's in a good tackle from Malcheski. And it'll stop there, 20 metres out from the Hawthorn goal.
55 points Hawthorn's lead. 15-11 to 7 goals for. You don't often kick this sort of a score in a grand final. Certainly not recently. McAvoy a hand pass out. Bruce, they're losing ground in possession, Hawthorn. Oh, Roughhead lays a big tackle, but it's high. Ruffy will say it was worth it because I made it hurt. Malcheski with the free.
One thing that stands out is just how efficient the Hawthorn side are. I don't know if they're any fitter than Sydney, but geez, they're more efficient.
Malcheski with the pass, and the mark has been taken by Reid. He goes further short.
It's just a depth and high energy that they have around the ball so much and so often when they do have it, when they open space, but obviously around the football at the stoppages and general play, they're looking so much more fitter and sharper at the moment.
Cunningham told to move it. He kicks to a contest. Pike gets a hand pass back. Doesn't quite hit a target, but Hawthorn make targets move because they are just throwing themselves in to contests unbelievably, and until eventually Isaac Smith gets a free kick for a tackle that was low. He kicks the ball back to Hodge. Well, when he ran out his banner for his 250th, called him a general, and he has generalled them today. And he looks like leading them to 2 successive premierships.
Mitchell out across the face of goal for Lake, and now Hill has it at half back, and he can take off again. He's 2 bounces to reach halfway. Got a good shepherd from Spanger. Just about ran into a dead end, Hill, so he had to lay it down the line. Now Chesky has this covered for the Swans, but he has a fumble against the boundary, then shovels it away to Grundy, who's met by Hale and worked back out of play. Adam White.
So Sydney have activated the sub properly now. Jetta into the action. Jake Lloyd is out of the match. He's got the red vest.
45 from the Hawthorn goal. Pike wins it down to Parker. Hand pass to Kennedy. Works it around to Shaw. Out the back now to Richards. Fires his kick around the wing, but it's all Hawthorn. Lake will take the mark unopposed.
Well, surprising that Jetta has won a reprieve. So he's back into the game. He's had only one touch.
Just got to get some speed around the ball and try and get something going. That's probably the decision.
Maybe next
year
it'll be all right, Ty.
Well, McAvoy's kick to midfield. Airmail's a teammate, but Birchall's there to tidy it up. Away to Lewis. Lewis has passed to Bruce. On his fingertips, couldn't quite take the mark. Bird comes down. Kennedy receives a hand pass under pressure from Parker. Parker's under pressure. It's kept alive. Shot for goal from the boundary line. Langford's got his third goal of the grand final. He threaded the needle. Impossible. What a star this kid is. Prior to this season, he'd had only one game of AFL footy.
No, they just don't give up.
He's come into the bench. Listen to this.
That is an amazing goal.
He's at the top of his game, isn't he?
Oh, he's strong. He's a really tough kid, but if you look at him, he's a hard-running kid. He's strong. He doesn't give up. He wants to play. Very proud father. He's a commissioner who played in the premiership for the Hawks as well.
He's an example of what I think Hawthorn do. I mean, he's been
they
built.
Bring him along.
He's been built by that football club to become the player he is.
I agree.
And he's got to take the credit, but the club as well.
By 61. Swans almost won the clearance. Hodge repelled, but he kicked it straight to McVeigh out in the wing. He'll go for Tippett, who's in a 2-on-1 against, and the spoil was made in defence. Gathered by Gibson, shares it with Hodge and gets it back, and now to Lake and Gibson again. Delayed the hand pass, ran himself into a dead end, gave it to Lewis, who was in a tackle, trying to get it back to Gibson. Maybe too much there. Mitchell wins it back, though, like a terrier. He feeds it out to Hodge, who's a bit more judicious with it, to Lake. His kick missed Bruce, and it slips out of play. You forgive him that one. It's out of play on the wing.
Hodge's hand pass just had the backspin on it like a drop punt. It was just a pearler. Lace out hand pass. 16-11 to 7 goals for. Bird comes to the bench. Gary Rowan comes back on.
61 points, Drew. That's a long way up. There's no coming back from here.
No, it's massive. I wonder what Port Adelaide think, because they're probably unlucky to lose last week to Hawthorn. They might think, gee, where's another bounce, another minute last week in the preliminary final. This could have been us toweling up Sydney. Adam White.
Drew, Luke Hodge has had 20-something disposals. He's kicked a goal. He's done everything. He's also had a kiss. He's just kissed Lance Franklin at half-4 when they had an exchange before.
Mitchell runs through the pack, goes without it though. Goods gets it for Sydney. Hand pass is good to McGlynn. McGlynn off the right, penetrates the 50. Tippett! Oh, with courage, running in the same direction as the ball. Magnificent by Kurt Tippett. A mark only 20 metres from goal. Gunston confronting him. Tippett eyes only for the pill. And he hung on. He is scoreless today. Punt road end. He steers it home. Barely a ripple of applause because the cause looks lost. Margin 55. Hawthorn 16-11 to 8-4.
You spoke about the tactics of Hawthorn and who's on Brad Hill. You asked that about 5 minutes ago.
Who is?
Well, what they're doing is Sydney love to play that player that plays down loose. That we were talking about Nick Smith in the first quarter. Hawthorn have read the play beautifully. Great tactics. Brad Hill has been the player that's played as that 6 forward more often than not. And if you're 30 centimetres away from Brad Hill, you're too far away. If you're 60 metres away from him, well, he can do whatever he wants because he runs that hard and he's been able to cut them up through the midfield in this, especially through the second and third quarters. 5
goals to 3 Hawthorn's way in this third term. McAvoy wins the tap. Jack worked off it by Burgoyne. Hand pass. There's no one going by initially. Isaac Smith threw it out. Franklin took it. Rioli grabbed hold of him. Hand pass found its way to Shaw. Kick up to half forward for the Swans. Bounces past the first pursuers. Gunston runs into Tippett. Had to get rid of it in a hurry. Stratton paddles it out for Lake. He's caught. Cunningham got him over the ball. It comes out the back. Goods lays the next tackle. And the Swans keep it 50 from their goal as they head to the punt road end.
Well, at the moment, McVeigh's loose and still can't get a touch, so he's had a horrible day. Ball thrown up. Rioli, through the pack. That's what he was picked for. Left boot to ball. Here's McVeigh playing loose in defence. Takes the mark. He kicks to full forward. Tippett in a wrestle. And this time his opponent beats him late.
So this bloke's coming across from the Western Bulldogs. Played 3 years for Hawthorn. He's going to be a dual premiership player.
In 2 years.
Life there.
Yep. Lake kicks over half-back. Roughead in the middle of the pack. No mark. Comes to the front. Ball runs out of play. Left half forward for Sydney. It's 107 to 52 and close to three-quarter time.
Left half forward for the Swans. Pike against McAvoy at the throw-in. Rioli's up hunting the footy. The tap came his way. He tapped it forward, tried to open things up for Shields. He got crunched from 2 directions. And they'll peel him up and ball it up again. Ruckman grapple. Pike gets his hands clear. Down to Parker. Hand pass to Franklin, who broke from the stoppage. Kicks it out of bounds on the full. And the Hawks fans' day gets better and better. Gibson has shoulder charged Franklin, and it really should be a free kick for Buddy.
Silly.
You can't be doing that. Gibson a
kick,
moment of indulgence. Just to go and pummel his former teammate and close free kick. So it'll be Franklin's ball in the left forward pocket.
Is it Franklin's ball or is it it's Tippett's ball? It's Tippett's, actually.
Relay.
Yeah.
So Tippett closest to it on the down-the-ground free kick. So he's just kicked his first Tippett. This is a tougher assignment.
Gibson's been brilliant. He's had a few shots on goal, Buddy, but you couldn't have thought he could have done better.
There's clearly no love lost, friends or no friends. Tippett screws it at goal. He's missed across the far side. It's a behind, and the Hawks lead by 54 points.
Burgoyne kicks in to Hodge. What a player, Luke Hodge. He goes to Isaac Smith. Goes to Hill, just outside defensive 50. Can nearly score from there. Works it up. Birchall palms off an opponent, goes for a run, and delivers lace out. Up to Langford on the logo. Couldn't quite hang on to the mark, but he recovers and he's got it again. Give him the medal, Bucks. He's kicked 3 goals. He's going like a champ. But his kick has turned over. Malcheski marks.
They're taping this, you know. He could be in trouble here.
Kicks to full-back for Bird. Bird up over the top to Shaw. Shaw's got Richards if he wanted to use him wide. He's going to be more direct and kick down the line. Tippett against Mitchell. Surely he'll mark, and he does, Tippett. So he got long. He's got Reed trying to open up some space. When it arrives, he'll have a couple to fly against. Gibson came over the top. Stratton fell back into him. They both spoiled him. And it's worked out of play at left half forward for the Swans. Seconds left in this third term. The 42-point half-time margin has grown to 54. It'll be the Hawks by 9 goals at the final change. Kennedy at the stoppage. Hand pass to Parker. He's been dispossessed. They power in. Burgoyne works the kick. The siren sounds. Hawthorn fans, they know it. Never mind being able to taste it or feel it. They know it. 16 goals, 11, 107 Hawthorn to Sydney, 8-5-53 at the final change. The goal kickers, Roughead has 3 and so too does Langford. 2 each for Hodge, Gunston and Bruce, with singles to Suckling, Hill, Hale and Puopolo. For Sydney, 3 for Franklin and 1 each to Tippett, Kennedy, Jack, McGlynn and Goods. At three-quarter time of the grand final, Hawthorn by 54 points. This is Grandstand AFL on ABC Local Radio, Radio Australia and Grandstand Digital.
Spring into the new season with the October issue of Delicious magazine. There are sensational entertaining ideas from Matt Moran's best ever fried chicken to Valley Little's lemon curd tart. Jamie Oliver shares comfort food favourites, plus cook the latest trend for modern Asian flavours. Food is life. Make it delicious. ABC Delicious magazine, available now from ABC shops, centres, shop online and newsagents.
Grandstand AFL.
Grandstand AFL.
The AFL Grand Final.
But here comes Langford. He runs onto it. Hand pass to Gunston in space. He gets to about 30. Unselfishly centres the ball to Roughhead, who marks about 15 metres out right in front. Roughhead kicks his second goal. It's exactly what Sydney didn't need to start the second half.
Hodge winkles it out to Gibson, off to Birchall, high up to the 50. Gunston looking for his second. He gives it a well-timed ride, and that's more like it from Jack Gunston. Something completely unworldly would have to happen from here to deny them.
Gets it to Jack. Here comes Sydney again. Franklin on his chest. Marks 45 out. He goes from about 51. That is a glorious kick. Oh, he's kicked it into the crowd, do you mind?
Lloyd gets hold of it though, kicks to full forward. Late up over the top of Tippett. He's taken a hang of the fullback. Roughhead takes it, somehow got it to his boot. Tipped by Mitchell, off to Hodge, now to Hill, the Hawks are out. Gives it to Bruce, cruises through the 50. He goes to the hot spot at the top of the square. Rioli came with the flight, chart it loose. Puopolo gives it to Suckling, who snaps a goal. Genius from Hawthorn.
Parker's under pressure. It's kept alive. Langford's got his third goal of the grand final. He threaded the needle. Impossible.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Local Radio, online and on ABC Grandstand Digital.
Hawthorn by 54 at the final change. Ty Kennelly,
He's
Mark
gone.
McClure and Nathan Buckley. It's not a great sign, is it?
No, he's actually gone. He's on the early plane, I think.
Well, Hawthorn outscored Sydney by 2 goals that quarter. So Sydney came out with slightly different tactics, but still got outpossessed by 43. Hawthorn took 30 marks that quarter alone. So they just adjust their game so well to whatever the opposition throw at them. They talk about taking what the opposition give us from an offensive perspective. They just have so much support for the ball carrier, and the ball carrier's got so much confidence in that support that it becomes very hard to pressure them and to turn it over. Their execution very good, 74% disposal efficiency against 63 from Sydney that quarter. They're the complete side. They've been able to ride the lows this year and the challenges that they've had. The depth of their list has been tested. Like a bloke, there's some great stories there. Matt Spanger, I think he's played a very important role. Every one of their players, bar David Hale, has had 10 touches or more. No, everyone bar Rioli and Hale have had 10 touches or more. So Rioli's had 9 touches, but had a profound influence on the game. David Hale's had just the 3. So consistent across the board. Such great team football. Look, this is what they've played football, and you go through the highs and lows and the challenges together to reach this day and to go and perform. Hawthorn have, Sydney haven't. Hawks will enjoy this next 30 minutes, there's no doubt.
Well, they went back-to-back the last time in 88, 89. And there were some great Hawthorn names around then. You know, Dermott, John Platt and Dipper. These blokes are going to level them.
Let me tell you, the other guys you're talking about here, Mitchell, Lewis, Hodge, Gibson, Hill.
Right up there.
They'll be right up with those names in a few years' time, as you all talk about. The only problem I have with Sydney is I think the coaching staff and the planning they put together has just, nothing's worked. They haven't stuck to one thing, and their heads are low, went low very early in the second quarter, and they haven't recovered since then. It's been an absolute destroyation, I would call it. And seriously, they have... You know, you walk inside, are you proud of yourself? I can't see anyone. I suppose Goods has done a reasonable job. Kennedy's done a reasonable job, but the rest of them, you couldn't put your hand up and you'd say, I'm sorry, I failed you. And I think that's what's going to happen. If they're true to their morals and what they talk about, this code they live by, they'll be all in there with their hands up in the air saying, hey, mate, I let you down.
I thought your mathematics was bad. Your English is worst.
Is it?
Yeah. Adam White.
Well, spare a thought for Taylor Duray. He's been watching it alongside me on the bench. He's still got the green vest on as we start the last quarter. I don't think there'll be too many Hawthorn players keen to go off at the start of this last term, just in case they get the red vest.
The difference between you and Taylor White is at the end of the day, he's going to be a premiership player.
Celebrating on the field.
When you both leave your seats.
Correct.
Into the final term on Grandstand AFL. It's Hawthorn by 54 points. It's a battle for the ball in the middle initially. It spills the way of McGlynn. His kick is partially smothered by Gibson. Hodge is after the spillage. Goods is after him. Goods went over the top. Hodge released it. Off to Suckling. High to half forward. Gunston cleared the way. Richards made the spoil, but straight down to Shields. Back to Gibson. Up to half forward where Isaac Smith ran into space, and he can use it short because Brewster's presented for him in the pocket. All on his own.
Bruce started at the centre bounce and has pushed forward from there. They do it so well. They're just so well drilled. All right, I'll start in the middle and I'm going to push forward, and you start forward and then you go in the guts. And it's just those little flicks. Hawthorn know exactly what they're doing. It just asks the question of the opposition.
The All-Australian half-forward Luke Bruce kicking for his third in the grand final. He sets it on its way. It's beautiful, as is everything the brown and gold have done this afternoon. Bruce emphasises his status in the game with 3 in the big one. The Hawks by 60 points.
And it's that high rotation that does upset you as a defender. And obviously you know it's happening, but you're still conscious of going in with your opponent or not at a stoppage or at the centre bounce or who's coming out. Sometimes the mids are obviously ball focused and they slip through you. But for me, they're getting smashed now, and the outside speed probably from day dot is a question mark through the whole game. But Sydney's speed has been questioned. It's obviously coming to a work rate now, but the speed now is clearly a standoff.
Luke Bruce only kicked 1 last year in the grand final win against Fremantle Dockers. He's got 3 today after just a couple of average finals leading into today. With everyone playing their part. Gibson on all fours gets the hand pass back. Hospital ball. Mitchell can't gouge it out. The umpire will restart with a throw-up. Hawthorn 17-11. Sydney 8-5. Hawks were great last year and they won the flag with Buddy, and they're going to win it this year without him. And not only that, again him. Cleared by Shields for Hawthorn to the 50. Rioli a chance. Oh, he just slipped over at the last moment. Grundy there for Sydney. They take it to the line. It's out of play just outside the forward 50. Cyril started the game. There was conjecture as to whether he might start with the vest. He's been there. He's contributed. I wonder if he's going to contribute with a goal in the last quarter.
Hawks by 10 goals, Nate. Lewis flips it out of the stoppage. Didn't quite work that time. Jack to Kennedy. Sideways to Melcheski. He'll kick into midfield and put it out in front of McVeigh. He's got time to gather. Rioli's in pursuit, so his time closed up. Oh, he shirked the tackle. Good play by McVeigh. Goes long to Franklin, who's got the sit on Stratton. Couldn't mark, does gather. Stratton wraps him up. Franklin hand passes up to full forward where Suckling just got a toe on it to keep it away from Tippett and through for a rush behind. Hawks by 59. Whitey?
A couple of anxious moments there. Cyril Rioli when he lunged for that tackle.
So the kick-in turned over and Rowan banged it back towards goal. It missed out to the far side. So it's 58 points back-to-back Sydney behind.
Obviously, John Lomer trying to swing a few things around. He started Gary Rowan forward in this last quarter. It's so difficult as a forward, let alone be a defender in this game, and putting Gary Rowan forward when he's not having the best days. Interesting decision.
Loud cheers for Rioli as he comes to the bench. I don't think it's a hamstring issue this time. Franklin has it. Snaps for goal off the left and misses. So I think he's just gassed, isn't he? Whitey?
Yeah, Drew, I don't think it is a hamstring injury. I think it's just an exhaustion issue. And I reckon, I thought he's about to get the red vest. No, he's still part of the action, at least at the moment, but he's sitting on the bench getting a drink.
The Hawks blundered the past 2 kick-ins. This one's okay for Birchall, who works it short for Gibson. And Lewis at the defensive 50. Disposal number 30, the game high. Has a look to centre half back. Stratton makes a good lead. Birchall just patted the air. Don't give it to me as I go past. There's a better kicking option for Gunston. Now it gets to Birchall. Kicks up to half forward. Roughhead's got to fly against Rampy. Brings it to ground and gathers. Rampy wrapped him up. Great tackle. Holding the ball. The Swans will get it at half.
He dropped that too, but Berg only gave away 50.
So Rampy will be taken over the wing. He's had a very quiet day. 2 kicks, 2 hand passes.
Take your time.
Everyone getting back. Rampy goes for the hand pass to Malcheski, who drives it long from inside the centre square to the goal square. Off hands it goes. Spanger is back there. And he gets it after leaving it for Gibson. Lewis, they work it out. Burgoyne now on defensive 50. Little left foot toe poke over the top. Oh, gee, Langford's become a hero for the Hawks fans. Listen to this as he takes a mark. He's a mile from goal. He's 3 goals today. He kicked 6 in his career prior to today. Clearly a lifetime best here today. Gunston, a hand pass back. Comes to Mitchell. Short pass to Hale. Hawthorn toying with the Swans at the moment, sharing the ball about. Langford has it again. He drives it towards the 50. Gunston was interfered with before the ball got there. No whistle on the play. Comes to Shields, who's decked. Kick, no penetration. Lobs it about the 50. Worked down by Gunston. Kept alive unbelievably by Bruce. His kick over the top. Here's Cyril's chance. Oh, it comes off to Isaac Smith and goes out of bounds alongside the behind post.
I reckon if Cyril gets a goal, he might raise the bat and take the bib. Just one last act in the game, perhaps. Yep. Left forward pocket. The Hawks by 57. 6 minutes into this final term. Lewis will go third man up. Knocked away from him by Pike, though. Parker fought for it underneath. There's a high tackle laid by Hale. And Jack will rise with the free kick. At full back. Hand pass backwards to Grundy. He kicks across the face of goal. Risky. Nick Smith just took the mark before Rioli could shut him down. Smith didn't see Shaw short. He's trying to run into further space to get the footy, but Jack has been left on his own at centre half back. He marks, and really if the game was in the balance he would have played on quicker than that. He would have kicked it better as well, because he from one end of the square to the other he picked up Stratton.
Who comes across the ground to Hodge. Heroic Hodge. Lace out pass to Mitchell. Mighty Mitch. Back edge of the centre square. Short pass. Gibson.
Great
to
kick.
Hodge. The kick by Hodge out in front of Shields. He lopes onto the bouncing ball. Gets to 40. Short pass. Rough head marks. And Ruffy could finish with 4 or even more. Adam White.
Looks like Cyril's done because he just had a little nod to the bench. Taylor Duray's gone on. No, Cyril, you don't take the green one, you take the red one, mate. He took the wrong one. So Cyril out of the game, but he's had a huge impact and he's going to be a 3-time premiership player.
And I see he was getting hugs from teammates for his contribution. As Roughhead lines up for his 4th, we're right behind it. He sneaks it in. He was quiet early. And this could finish up being anything. 18-11 to 8-8.
Now they know they've got it in the bag and they've sealed the game. And this is a beautiful time to be part of a grand final when you're in front and you've got them covered and you cruise around, but it's not the time to actually slow down. The Hawks won't slow. They're going to get to 20, I reckon. They'll push past 20 goals, which will be an absolute thumping, and Sydney will never forget it. Ruffy started rough, but he's actually finished very smooth. He's kicked 4 in the end. Been fantastic the way he's gone about it and the way they've fed him with the ball. Those little chip passes from Hawthorn are special, and we should say that they share it around, they give it to each other, and they make a difference to their team scoreboard.
He's working into his use of English.
Oh, your English is getting better by the minute.
Thank you. Up to first grade.
Tippett has gone into the ruck. He won the tap down, but that's where it ended. There are 5 Hawks who are going to play in their first premiership. Matt Suckling, who was one of the heartbreakers last year when he missed the season with the knee. Ben McAvoy, Spanger, Langford, who's had such an influence, and Duray, who's just come onto the ground. Mitchell wins it out of the middle. Hale dives at the mark, which he didn't complete. Puopolo tips it out of Melcheski's hands and then fights on to win it at ground level, or at least halve it. And it'll have to be balled up 50 from the Hawthorn goal. So Puopolo with 2 desperate efforts. This is what he's paid to do. McAvoy spikes it forward. Isaac Smith was the target. Standing against him, Bird won it to Hanbury. Melcheski kicks into the middle of the ground for the Swans. Spanger flew, but he's outmarked by Kennedy. Kennedy wants to get it on out to the right for McVeigh. Goods wants it up in the pocket. Shaw runs past the receiver, hand pass. That's where it goes. Shaw closes to 60. He'll kick it for Goods. He hasn't given him much room to work in, but the champ still took the mark. He runs around and Goods snaps a goal for old time's sake. He has tried his heart out in what might prove to be his final game. And the Australian of the Year kicks a goal on one of the nation's great days. It's the Hawks by 57 points.
Game just petering out as you'd expect with the scoreboard looking as it does. But Hawthorn just have continued to answer any challenge that Sydney have thrown at them, to the point where Sydney have become disheartened. You can see there's a couple of guys that are putting in special efforts, and Goods is one of those. I thought Kieran Jack stood up in the second half, and Kennedy throughout the game's had a real crack. But too much left to too few for Sydney today.
Roughhead went to the bench and gave a warm hug to Cyril Rioli. Hawks break from the middle again. Hodge, absolutely sensational. All the way to full forward. But Grundy takes the mark in defence for the Swans. Off to Shaw. His kick doesn't hit a target. Gives Sammy Mitchell a chance. He gets the hand pass to Lewis. Back to Mitchell. 65 from goal. Mitchell a standing start. High ball to full forward over the head of McAvoy. Gary Rowan gets back and marks for Sydney. Hand pass away to Shaw. He's kicked it to green grass. There's nobody there wearing a Swans jumper. Here's Giray, the sub on for Hawthorn. His first possession's a pearler. A hand pass to Hodge. His kick not great this time. On the bounce and at the bootlaces of his teammate. Made it tough. Taken away by Shaw for Sydney. He kicks over the top. Reads out an absolute Barry Crocker. And he's ridden into the ground by Giray, the sub. And the ball spills out of play.
Yeah, he's no good, Sam. He's hobbling off there and hasn't had a great day. Look, he's not the only one, but he's certainly looking extremely sore at the minute.
Hawks by 57, not quite at the halfway mark of this final term. Tip down to Burgoyne, uses it to Shields. Birchall, Duray, they both had two hand passes, and Duray was able to find the way through. His kick goes up to half forward. McAvoy makes the spoil down to Gunston onto the outside of the boot. He'll get it up to full forward. Rowan went with the flight. Good mark in defence by the speedster. He goes out the far side for McVeigh. He makes the space 60 away from defensive goal.
Bit of a party trick with Gunston.
Kicks down the line to Hanbury. Hanbury quick inside the 50. Franklin one-on-one with Lake. Lake gets the fist in. But he gave away the free kick for a hold. I'm not sure about that. He beat Franklin fair and square with the fist. He just momentarily had hold of the front of the jumper. I don't think that should be paid. Franklin will kick a goal in every term if he can slot this. He does. It's his best grand final return at 4 goals too, but it's not going to amount to much. The Hawks by 51 at the 13-minute mark of the final term, 18-11 to 10-8.
And just a bit of aggressive ball use. It was a super kick from Jared McVeigh, and they hadn't had many opportunities with the corridor open, and took the risk into Dan Hanbury, and just giving him the opportunity, one-on-one, too few opportunities for Buddy Franklin, 1 out and 30 yards out, and he's always going to win his fair share or get a free kick or get the ball to ground, but just not enough ball obviously for Sydney to have the opportunity for him to be aggressive with the ball, one, but to create the opportunity inside 50.
Glorious sunny afternoon now, but ironically the lights are on here at the MCG. Massive crowd. Numbers, I'd reckon, about even in the crowd between Sydney fans and Hawthorn fans. Lewis clears out of the middle. Hill runs onto it and marks. You could make a case that he's better than his older brother Stephen Hill of Fremantle. And this young fella's going to be 2 premierships by the age of 21. Phenomenal. Back he goes. Birchall short pass and gets the sub-Duray into the game, and he marks on centre wing. Gibson runs into space, being picked up by his mate Buddy. Gibson takes the mark. Bandaged around the head. Franklin's kick 4, Roughhead's kick 4. Might be interesting to see who wins that race. Gibson off the left. Kicks to full forward. A high ball, a power. Gunston up a mile. Couldn't take the mark. Langford receives a hand pass from Hale and snaps for his 4th, but it's across the face and out of bounds on the full. Get in the votes, young fella. Will Langford.
He does this all the time, Bucks.
Does he?
You know what you do? You just push him out. Don't put him in.
Jetta on the long restart, no good. Stratton into the pack to take the mark.
I'm tipping he'd be in the votes. He might be on
Don't
the
wear
podium.
yourself out.
Might be on the
Short
podium.
to Burgoyne. Burgoyne from 52. He's lashed it at goal. And Sean Burgoyne celebrates in his 5th grand final. He's going to win a 3rd premiership medallion. One of his best from outside the 50. So influential early. And with a neat finish late. Hawks by 57.
Such a professional unit, aren't they? And so consistent across the board. Burgoyne had 10 touches in the first quarter. He's only had 10 since. But as I said, if one guy's sort of having a bit of a quiet patch, and you got 3 or 4 that come up and fill his stead. So just been so dominant around the ball. Lewis, Mitchell, Hodge, Burgoyne himself, Liam Shields and Brad Hill on the wings. Lake and Gibson, Spanger, Stratton looking after the back line, and then those dangerous forwards around Roughhead. Great side.
This will be Hawthorn's 12th premiership, so they're getting up there amongst the big boys, and for 30, 40 years they were the easy beats of the competition. Bounce in the middle goes to nothing, and the umpire comes in to throw it up. Ball comes down Sydney's way. Bird a hand pass back to Shaw. A high spinning ball inside the 50. But he flew, couldn't take a mark. Comes to the front, Duray. The Sheridan defence. Now finishes up with Shields. Short pass to Langford. In the blue boots and the blonde hair. Langford's kick to centre wing. Lewis stands underneath pressure. Takes the mark as Grundy was coming hard at him. Lewis, what a game again. Out to Duray, who's racking up the touches in the last quarter. What a kick to Gunston. Oh, but at the last moment, Gary Rowan got a fist of the ball and saw it out of play.
Said 6 already, Drew.
Hawks by 57. Throw it in the left forward pocket. And finish off to the punt road end. Hale and Pike grapple for position. Pike down to Rowan. Off to Kennedy. Out to the side. Didn't find Shaw. He tumbles it around the boundary. He's kicked it deliberately over. The umpire says throw it in.
So like your premiership was a close one, so you didn't get a chance to celebrate until right at the end. Sellers, most of yours were close, weren't they?
Yeah.
So this is
but we
unusual.
played Collingwood, so it didn't matter too much, which is, twice.
Oh, so, but you didn't have time to celebrate and soak it in during the game?
Oh, last 5 minutes, that's it.
Canterbury to Shaw, worked it around to Bird out of half back. Kick up for Tippett, the spoil made by Lake. And again, he sees it out of play.
Yeah, Drew, I don't think you do anyway. You kind of sense it, but the effort's probably not there so you can afford to kind of sit back behind the ball, maybe small, because this outfit's so professional. I'm sure they're not going to actually sit back and obviously let Sydney back into it and take the foot off the pedal.
At the throw in, Langford gets it at the stoppage, bounces it forward up over the top of Puopolo. Shaw to Rampy. He'll put the Swans up to the 50. Tippett's got a couple to beat. Lake over the top to spoil. Stratton worked underneath. Feeds the hand pass out to Gibson at the defensive 50. Checks the kick in the Hill direction and he works Cunningham off it expertly and hand passes down the line. It'll work. McAvoy gets it and gives it back to Hill, who gets under this one and floats it up near half forward. Langford went with reckless abandon there, and it's Richards' ball.
Langford momentarily hit 100 Dream Team points, giving away the free kick. He's back to 99.
He's within the top 20 players in the field, Drew.
Oh, 20. There's only 3 blokes who've got the ton: Lewis, Mitchell and Hodge.
And in the vote soon.
Langford was there for a moment until he gave away a free. He'll be back there in a sec. Ball's out of play. Half-back flank for the Hawks. 18-minute mark last quarter. Hawthorn 19-11, 125. Sydney 10-8, 68. The Hawks led by 20 at quarter time, 42 at half time, 54 at three-quarter time, and it's now 57. So they're threatening to win every single quarter. Hodge just barges his way through, clears a path, hand pass to Hill. Hill a little left footer down the line, up near centre wing, seen out by Grundy, and we get a boundary throw in right in front of Adam White, who'd love to get out there and have a kick, but you'll be going to the rooms, Whitey.
That's exactly right, Drew. I'm just seeing Patrick Keane from the AFL getting the votes from Cameron Ling for the Norm Smith medal.
Well, these are pressurised minutes, especially when you're the chairman of the panel. Up on the wing, they fight for the ball at the stoppage. Goods had it for a moment, lost it. McAvoy the same fate. Hanbury rushes onto it for the Swans, kicks in the Franklin direction. Spanger across the front. Gets the fist into the joy of the Hawthorn crowd. Melcheski a chance at the drop, didn't handle it. Gibson trying to get through. Franklin dispossesses him. Gibson goes again. Hand pass to Isaac Smith, who threw it to Spanger. Got away with it. Gets it back. Smith with a good kick to Lewis. Disposal number 35 coming up for Geordie. Hand pass 40, lagged it beautifully up to Suckling. Has a look to the 50 and rolls out the barrel. He's kicked it for Hale against Grundy. Grundy held his ground well, and he takes the mark.
It was a Hail Mary to Hale. Grundy short across the ground. Rampy takes the mark. Well, he's found some space here for Rowan. If the game was on the McGlynn, if the game was on the line, McGlynn could have gone for a bit of a gallop. He works it up in the full forward. Tippett caught behind. It's punched to the front, and a chance off the left. A shot for goal by Jack, and Kieran Jack gets a late goal. He's kicked a couple. Swans go to 11-8-74. Hawthorn 19-11-125.
He's kept going, Kieran Jack. I mean, it's not much for Sydney to play for. They're a bit numb, they're a bit stunned, and it'll take them a while to get over this. But I mean, the story's Hawthorn and how consistent they are across the board. It's been a fantastic effort by them. That back six is just, and the defensive mechanisms of their midfield have been absolutely phenomenal today. You know, they've at times they've been criticised for being forward running from the midfield, and they can afford to do that when their defence is so dominant, when they cover so well for each other.
Crowd goes up at 99,454 for the grand final. McAvoy down to Lewis. Hand pass didn't quite get to Hodge. He tried to muscle it forward anyway. Rowan came the other way. Worked the hand pass forward now. Goods gets on the end of it from Parker. Kicks up to full forward. Reid sets himself. They come from all angles to make the spoil. Lake has it in the back pocket. Off to Gibson. Back to Lake. Clear of the defensive 50 for Duray. It's a bouncing ball and he hit it sweetly. He can go for a galloping run. He's had 2 bounces. Gets the Shepherd from Hill. Upgrade him to 4 bounces. Make it 5 for Duray. He kicks inside the 50. Roughhead 2-1 against. Free kick.
Free kick downfield.
Downfield. Roughhead's going to come up with it.
You can see what happens with the tall forward line. They don't contain the ball inside 50. They just run it out too easy against them. They've continued to charge the talls and spoil them and bring the ball to the ground. And then all of a sudden they just rush it out, easy to take out of the defence. So Sydney have got a real problem with all those talls up there, unless they've got plenty of ball coming in really well.
Jared Roughhead for a handful from 48 metres out. He puts up Hawthorn's 20th goal. A rare feat in a grand final. It gives you a taste of their dominance. First time since 2007 we've had a team kick 20 goals. 2011 131 to Sydney 11-8-74. In the rush on the far side, Brad Hill threw a shoe. He's had time to get replated, and he's still got a little bit left to give.
He's too good for them, far too good. Bradley Hill shepherded this time. Instead of trying to get an easy kick, he just shepherded Duray out of there. Let him have 1-2 bounces. Their work rate is enormous. The standards they set, they will not drop. They don't want to drop it. They don't want to walk in at the end and say, well, I gave up and I didn't really have a go the last 5 minutes. They're just a tremendous footy club.
So Roughhead and Franklin, who went to Hawthorn in the same draft. Now Franklin's playing against them. Roughhead 5, Franklin 4 goals. Here come the Hawks again. There's more on offer. The hand pass comes to Isaac Smith. Can he kick a goal? He gives it off unselfishly, and Burgoyne has taken the mark about 40 metres from goal. Well, last year Isaac Smith, 60 metres didn't bother him in the grand final against Fremantle. This time, such a team-oriented game. He had a chance to nail one from 50, gave it off.
Interested to know the highest scores kicked in a granny.
27.
Be up there, wouldn't it?
28.
27.
28.
28 was Carlton.
Carlton against Richmond in 72. They kicked 50 goals between them. The game was different then. Burgoyne goes from about 42, and it's another one. 21 today for the Hawks. The margin 63. Hawthorn 21-11. Sydney 11 goals 8.
We talk about 100 points being that sort of tipping point. I mean, Hawthorn regularly kick 120s, 130s. I mean, it's pretty hard against good opposition too, and it's pretty hard to win a game when the opposition's kicking the scores like that. We talk about Sydney being the best defensive unit for the year, rated number 1 in so many categories. Well, they've had 21 goals kicked against them, 32 scoring shots from 61 inside 50s. I mean, that's a not too shabby offensive effort, is it?
Average 112 for the year.
And Sydney averaged 67 against.
When the Hawks went back-to-back in 89, they kicked 144 points to do so. They've got 137 in the quest for the same. Tippett wins a free kick in the middle, and he blazes the Swans up towards the 50. Lake protects the space perfectly and allows Stratton to come back and take the mark. Out to the side for Gibson. Gibson has Bruce on shorts. He stepped off his line, he didn't kick, so he's called to play on now, and he'll have to kick to a contest, which Hanbury closes on, and he takes the mark low down. He's up to go, he's called to play on, he dropped the footy, gets it back, wobbles it up to half forward. Isaac Smith wins it away from Kennedy, hand pass to Hill, who threatens to get through once and gets through it the second time. Hand pass to Mitchell, onto the right boot for Hodge, it wouldn't have been 15. Out to the side now for Burchell. The Hawks mass out on the members' wing. Kick for Burgoyne.
There's 3 guys standing there, but no one near them.
Yep.
It's unbelievable.
Hodge will run into the space to take the mark. And a moment of gratitude from those in the brown and gold for their
they
leader.
Are standing and applauding their captain.
He kicks down the line, maybe like Bradman with tears in his eyes. He couldn't see where he was going. Snocked away and intercepted. Kennedy
second ball.
Kicks up the wing. It's not a bad hit at all. Parker got cannoned into. Stratton came with the flight. It's a Hawthorn ball after all that. Parker is very much the worse for wear.
Well, Stratton was flat out, wasn't he?
And Stratton comes out wide to Hodge. Oh, he turns inboard. Beautiful football. Showed it to the opposition. Took it away from Cunningham. But then he copped it up.
Oh.
Well, he has played some sort of a game jetter. He just barreled it long towards full forward. Turned it over. Burchell has it for Hawthorn, the Tasmanian. Up he goes. Stratton gets it away from Margaret River in WA. And he goes the short one. Gibson playing his 100th game for Hawthorn today after coming from North Melbourne. Short pass. And Hodge has got it again for more cheers. Lewis has got it again for more cheers. Over to Duray, the sub who's come on and burned in the last quarter. And he's coming up for his 8th possession.
About 140 more touches. It's a shellacking.
Kicked by Duray, short of the 50. Juggled by Hale. Gets the hand pass out looking for Mitchell. Mitchell goes in and wins the tough footy. Tip it in there for Sydney. Some sort of a hand pass to get it clear. Hawthorn are keeping it there as though it's 1 point the margin with 20 seconds to play. It's 63 the margin, and they've wrapped this up. Sammy Mitchell, you're a beauty. Dream Team points, Hodge 154, Lewis 138, Mitchell 136.
Lewis went third man up. Parker, though, gets on for the Swans. Malcheski gets mown down by Bruce. And he'll win holding the ball. Bruce at left half forward, kicks inside the 50, Gunston up. They scrambled the defence to make the spoils. Shaw wobbles it out through centre half back. Spanger's going to win it back. Hand pass to Suckling. Off now to Duray. Out the back for Lake. Flips it up over the top to Stratton. He's in open space. Stratton will kick it up to full forward. There's nobody home though. Cunningham with Langford to battle against, and it rolls away in the forward pocket and out of play.
But even that kick, I mean, Stratton had a look, no option to go to. They just kicked the grass, and let a ball ground level player try and compete for it or take the stoppage.
Buddy back in midfield with hands on his head. Oh, Burgoyne bursts through that pack, wins the footy, but kicks out of bounds on the full, missing the behind post. Just over a minute remaining, and what a win this has been for the Hawks. Interesting to see the reaction amongst Hawthorn players and Franklin at the final siren.
11 players have had 20 disposals or more, 11 Hawks players.
51 weeks ago, it was the biggest news story for Yonks. Franklin going to the Sydney Swans, good heavens.
What's uncontested possession, Tom?
Hanbury has it to Sydney. He kicks to Franklin. He gets it on the bounce. He's got Burchell to beat. He kicks from about 75. He's kicked it a long way. It bounds on its point in the goal square and comes back to the general. Hodge has it. doing work at both ends of the ground. Just a phenomenal day for Hodgie.
Plus 130. Uncontested possession.
Shields received it from Hodge and he uses it short for Mitchell. He's going to be one of 6 Hawthorn triple premiership players, and you can throw Burgoyne in as well. 1 with Port and 2 with Hawthorn. Mitchell dances with it in the back pocket, had a bounce. He kicks around the wing, Bruce in front of Shaw. It's a free kick going Bruce's way. Langford claims the advantage. Hand pass to Hale. Gives it up to Roughhead. Could they kick one more on the way out? Up for Burgoyne. He has a look inside the 50. There's nobody home. Spanger wants it desperately and the fans want it to go there. Here's the kick for Spanger. He sets himself. He couldn't get there. Richards intercepts. Gives it to McGlynn as the seconds tick down. And this proves that the Hawks are masters of their craft. Despite all the adversity and the steepling difficulty of the season, Hawthorn goes back-to-back, thrashing the Swans by 63 points. Hawthorn 21 goals 11, 137, dismantled the Sydney Swans 11-8-74. They led by 20 at quarter time. It was 1 at the half. They led by 42. It was 54 at the final change and 63 at the end to emphasise just how dominant they were. And for the first time since 88-89, Hawthorn wins back-to-back premierships. They have 12 now in total. Jared Roughhead kicked 5 goals for the winners. Luke Bruce and Will Langford 3 each. There were 2 for Sean Burgoyne, Luke Hodge and Jack Gunston, with singles to Suckling, Hill, Hale and Puopolo. For the Swans, Lance Franklin booted 4, but he's watched his former teammates claim the flag. 2 each for Jack and Goods, with singles to Tippett, Kennedy and McGlynn. And the story's out in the middle. 5 first-time premiership players for the Hawks, 7 triple premiership players. And the likes of Duray and Spanger and Langford, who have done it the hard way to be here. They share the accolades with what will become some of the great names in Hawthorn history. Roughhead, Lewis, Mitchell, Burgoyne, Birchall, Hodge and Rioli. All 3-time premiership players, and Alistair Clarkson, who has led them so well. They've kept it together just brilliantly throughout, and then at the end, well, that's an exclamation point on the season.
Unbelievable, Jared. They're great to watch. You've got to give them that. They're exciting to watch. They're brilliant in how they use the ball, and some gutsy selections to start the week with Rioli and McAvoy to come in. You know, Segler and Simpson go out and they cop it sweet. They're probably out there congratulating the players who go. That's the culture of this football club. They're smart. People said, oh, they're wrong. Well, no, they're not. They're smart. They know what they're doing. They know that Cyril puts pressure on a weak defence, and he did so, and that was a difference. The execution by hand and foot was outstanding today. They were brilliant with their short passing and their hands, and they're really clever over their head, getting the ball out of their hands over their head and giving it off to someone else in another position. It just happens all the time. Everyone goes, oh, how'd they do that? Well, gee whiz, they practice it and do it extremely well. But they're hard in the clinches too. They're tough, they're strong. You know, the Lewis, the Hodge, all those sorts of guys, Birchall. Yet you're expected to. You want to. You've got to. Probably even Hill has to do it at times. And the Talls, you know, Hill's not an inside player, but he's expected to do it when it's his turn. And they do it all the time. They're youth. You know, they are set a standard. When you have a look, at young Will Langford. The standard, he was said 20 games he's played, that kid. 20 games of football. He's right up there amongst one of their best players, the hardest runner. If you want to be a leader in somewhere, you can be the leader in the hardest runner. He's that. He charges to the next contest. His fitness is outstanding in what he does. They are just a really good side, and they set great examples. Their leadership, well, they're players. They're still the best players. Lewis, Hodge, Mitchell, Gibson, Birchall, Burgoyne. Away you go, keep going. All the great players play on the top. They still keep pushing themselves to higher heights, to as high as they can possibly get, and they continue to do it. Their culture is one to be. It's an example for everyone else in the competition to reach. And I reckon what I like about them, they share and care to each other. They really do share the ball around. They're fantastic in the way they do it, and they're going to be hard. They were hard to beat 3 times in a row. Can they make it 4 grand finals in a row? They bring in a Lake who come from the Doggies. He had to lose 9 kilos to meet their standards. He did so. Played in 2 premierships in a row. Pretty ringing endorsement, you would call it, for a wonderful footy club.
One of the warmest hugs out there was the coach went over to Rioli, nearly lifted him off the ground. He hugged him that hard because he vindicated the selectors' decision to put Cyril in. And a good moment too between McAvoy and Segler. Segler missed out. McAvoy went over and gave him a warm hug. A mate of yours who you spent plenty of time with on Fox 360, 200 games, missed out towards the end of the season. He's out there. Yeah, he feels a bit separate from it all, Brad Sewell, but a lot of listed Hawthorn players who missed out in the premiership last weekend for Box Hill. They're out there as well. And Buddy Franklin went around, I reckon, pretty much the whole list and had warm hugs with all of them.
So they're all being assembled now, the Hawks, for the presentations of the day. They're always such great scenes when the siren rings, regardless of how long you've known for. The fans in the aisles rose and players collapsed to the turf.
Hodgie's run off to get his kid, a little number 15.
Same as last year, the families are going to share in this. And Hodge, whose every movement has been applauded in this final term. And he trots back with the kids in tow.
Just such a professional outfit. Just the great team, the team environment, and the amount of people that question it during the week, you know, and people that are supposed to know the game and experts of the game. It's just incredible testament to the environment that they've been able to create, obviously playing in 3 grand finals in a row, but to get the result the way they've done it, it shows in football and any sport, I think, if you don't start well, you're up against it, you know, and it gives the team that starts well belief and the team that doesn't start well the self-doubt.
I thought she'd left at half-time. Haven't heard much from you.
It's extremely hard to swallow, to tell you the truth.
What do you think about the boys? What do you think about the Swans? We've talked about it, the Hawthorn guys. What about Sydney? What will happen now? They need to bounce.
Look, it's going to take them a long time to get over this. Look, it's extremely difficult, but it's not about Sydney at the minute. For me, it's all Hawthorn. What this club has been able to produce, and you know, not too long ago, in 1996, they were nearly gone. And it's an incredible football story, the way that they've created a dynasty, and we've talked about dynasties for so long, and the environment that they're able to bring players in from other clubs, and obviously blood young players into the football environment. That's probably the testament that, to me. Look, Sydney, it's going to take a long time, like I said, to get a loss like this and to 21 goals in the grand final, because you can see when you've got an opportunity and to not take it. And the hardest part for players is it's bloody hard to win a grand final. It's hard to get there. It's hard to win them. I think you take it for granted.
Sydney had far too many non-contributors today. I mean,
the term you know box well than anyone else, the weight the numbers.
Lewis Jetta,
it's just not there.
Lewis Jetta won't be ticking. He was and he was observing a lot of the day and wasn't putting his body on the line when the time was there. Gary Rowan looked overawed, still a young player getting used to it. Craig Bird came in, did okay in the second half. You know, Sam Reid was quiet. You talk about culture, you know. They basically were ineffective, and when you have half a dozen, if you have 2 or 3 players that don't play their role, you're knackered. If you've got 6, 7 or 8 that go nowhere near it, well then you're absolutely uncompetitive, and that's what we've seen. Talk about culture. I mean, the clubs that we admire for their culture, and Sydney's right up there with the way that they've carried themselves and the way they've gone about it, and that just gives even more credence and credit to what Hawthorn have been able to do today and throughout the year.
dismantled them completely, didn't they? Just took away their air.
I think it was a shock as well. The shock, I think, the way they had actually attacked them early in Sydney, hadn't prepared for it.
Yeah.
Or took it for granted, like we talked, the way they actually came into the grand final.
So out of 10, how close did Hawthorn play to their best, and how close did Sydney play to theirs? What do you got, Ty?
It's as close as you get from Hawthorn's performance for me. They were just
to 10. And what about Sydney? How close to their best?
Oh, you're lucky if you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll give them lucky to get 50%.
Yeah.
So I'd say 85%, 85 to 90 they were at. That's where they run at all the time. They run there all the time. They're always there, but they were down around about 45.
Yeah. So
that's
when
where they're at.
The whole idea is that you get here
and
you want to be ready to play your best game.
Yeah.
Now, Sydney played a lot better against North Melbourne last week. The question being, how much do they control the game, and how much does their opposition allow them to? Hawthorn have always been a side. I mean, the last 3 years they've been a side that they control games. They control. They do enough in tight, and they were dominant in that today. But they control the ball. You can't get the ball back off them. And they're underrated for their ability to pressure the opposition just to get the ball back, and then that's enough. So they control the game with their offense. They've controlled it with the contest today. And I reckon they were a 9.5 out of 10, and I reckon you're right. I reckon Sydney were about a 4 out of 10 of their capacity.
So there's clearly a problem here out on the ground, which is delaying the presentation. As the teams have been herded for quite some time, there's a lot of anxious discussions going on between officials and messages passed at the moment. So it's just a little unclear why, but we're in a holding pattern before the cup is bestowed.
The Swans staying out there to watch the victors, about 20 metres away.
Just want to be swallowed up right now. You just want to be swallowed up and get out of here. Let's get it on and get out. But
Ben McAvoy, he's done what Lake did last year.
Here we go. We're ready to go. Or not.
Well, just
perhaps
keep
not.
going until Craig gets.
Did you stay on the ground
back
back
together?
Yeah, both times. I mean, it's obviously a demoralising period. You want the ground to swallow you up. You don't know where to look. I was watching sort of Horse Longmire walk back across, and the last thing you feel like doing is patting blokes in the back and saying it's okay, because it's not. But then you're balancing up that support with, geez boys, we really let ourselves down today.
Yeah, you've got to keep your head up.
And you've got to analyse it, and it's going to be the hardest thing they'll do as a football club, and there'll be so many questions over the 6 months.
But it's only their second loss in 18, 19 games, isn't it?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Jared McVeigh to the podium to say a few words.
Firstly, to Clarko, Hodgie and the Hawthorn team, the challenges overcome this year has been an unbelievable effort, and to go back-to-back, you're a really respected team, and it's a team we aspire to be like. Thank you to our sponsors, to QBE, to Citi, to Volkswagen. We thank you for your continued support. To our fans, we're sorry we let you down today, but thank you for cheering us on all year. We'll be back next year. To the AFL and their sponsors, we thank you for today. Unbelievable crowd, and once again, a great showpiece for our game. To our boys, commiserations. We're going to have to get better and improve, and we'll be back here next year. Thank you.
Jared, thank you. We look forward to seeing you and the Swans in season 2015. Ladies and gentlemen, would you now welcome former North Melbourne Premiership player, a man who won the Norm Smith Medal in 1996, Shinboner of the Century, Glenn Archer, to present the Norm Smith Medal to the player adjudged as best of field in the 2014 Toyota AFL Grand Final.
The winner of the 2014 Norm Smith Medal is Luke Hodge.
It's a second Norm Smith for the inspirational leader. Luke Hodge with 35 disposals, 21 kicks, 14 hand passes, 10 contested possessions, 12 marks, 4 clearances, 4 tackles. But for the generalship of it all, Luke Hodge hailed again.
First of all, to the Sydney boys, you've had a super year. No doubt you guys are going to be back on this stage in the coming years. You're a quality side, quality outfit, and we've got a lot of respect for you guys. So well done on a super year. To our sponsors, the AFL, to my boys, to our coaching staff, and to all the Hawthorn supporters out there, thank you very much for a super year. Cheers.
Thank you, Luke. And Glenn Archer, thank you. It's every youngster's dream to be on this grand final dais on the last Saturday in September. We have 22 very excited young NAB AFL Auskick participants who will now present medallions to each player. The premiership team, Hawthorn, starting with number 2, Jared Ruffhead.
5 goals for Ruffhead in his 13 disposals. He took 5 marks. He put his print on the preliminary final and followed up, did it again in the granny.
Number 3, Jordan Lewis.
Well, what a week. All-Australian for the first time. A massive grand final, 37 disposals, and gets married in, 10 days?
He was my
Number
choice
4,
for the award.
Matt Suckling.
He missed it last year after a knee injury wrecked this season. He had a late hiccup, but here he is with a premiership medallion.
Number 5, Sam Mitchell.
33 possessions for him, 12 of them contested. His third premiership.
He was good in the first half when the game was won.
Number 6, Josh Gibson.
Pitted himself against his friend Lance Franklin and had 32 disposals out of the back line. Gibson has been 5 years a Hawk. He's a 2-time premiership player.
Number 7, Ben McAvoy.
Well, he's done what Brian Lake did last year. Transferred clubs, got a premiership in his first year. Former Saint, came across to Hawthorn for a draft pick, and Savage went to St Kilda. Premiership first year. Wasn't in the side last week.
Taylor Duray.
He lost his place at the end of last season. This year he was a fixture. He played 23 games in all and was never a risk. He played as the sub and he won the flag.
Number 9, Sean Burgoyne.
10 years ago on this ground he won a premiership for Port Adelaide, their breakthrough premiership in the AFL. And now he's gone back-to-back for the Hawks for his 3rd individual premiership. 2 goals in the last quarter today.
Number 10, Bradley Hill.
Electrifying in the way he plays the game. He had 15 disposals in last year's grand final and a goal. This year he upgraded to 23 and a goal.
Number 14, Grant Birchall.
One for our Tasmanian listeners from Devonport, Grant Birchall. Geez, a beautiful kick. And today he had plenty of the ball, and he's his 3rd premiership.
Number 16, Isaac Smith.
4th season, 3rd grand final, 2nd premiership, 17 disposals in it this afternoon.
Number 17, Brian Lake.
Couldn't wait any longer with the Bulldogs. Came across to Hawthorn, 2 years here, 2 premierships. Didn't quite get the Norm Smith this time, but the premiership medal, take it every time.
Number 19, Jack Gunson.
He's now kicked 8 goals in his 3 grand finals. He put up 2-3 this afternoon. Usually 5 shots would result in more than that, but he had 18.
Number 20, David Hale.
One for our Queenslanders from Broadbeach originally, went to North Melbourne and then across to Hawthorn. His 2nd flag for the Hawks.
Number 22, Luke Bruce.
The crowd knows how to greet Luke Bruce, the All-Australian half-forward who was sizzling around goal this year, and he kicked 3 goals, 1 in the
Number
big one.
24, Ben Stratton.
From Western Australia, Ben Stratton. He had 22 touches today, 10 of them contested, 5 marks. Part of a big defence.
Number 26, Liam Shields.
You can miss him given all the big names around him. They don't. He's had 22 disposals today. And it too is his 2nd premiership.
Number 27, and what a journey, Matt Spanger.
Cult hero, all right. Got a flag last year for Box Hill, Hawthorn's reserves. He's been on Sydney's list. He's been on West Coast list. He finally gets to Hawthorn and wins a senior flag, the cult hero.
Number 28, Paul Piawapalo.
Poppy. He kicked a goal. He had 10 disposals. He was harrying and tackling all day, back in partnership with Cyril.
Number 29, Will Langford.
Well, we thought last week was the game of his life. He surpassed it today with 3 great goals, 21 possessions, a premiership for the youngster from New South.
Cyril Rioli.
He went 91 days between senior matches. He paid his way handsomely. 9 disposals don't nearly tell the story of the hand he had in here and the foot
the captain,
he had in there.
Number 15, and Norm Smith medalist, Luke Hodge.
Well, we've sung his praises already. In game 250, he wins the medal, Norm Smith, for the individual performance. He wins his 3rd premiership medal. He is Hawthorn, the general. Phenomenal day.
Would you now please welcome 1988 and 1991 Hawthorn Premiership coach Alan Joyce to present the Jock McHale Medal to the coach of the 2014 Toyota AFL Premiership team, the coach of Hawthorn, Alistair Clarkson.
Well, it has to be beyond debate now. He is the mastermind in the competition. What he's built was impervious to his own presence in the middle of the year, but he has returned to finish the job. He is a 3-time premiership coach alongside John Kennedy and Alan Jeans at the Hawks. It's a big grin from the coach.
Thank you. Such a proud moment for our footy club. See so much gold in the crowd. It's just magnificent to stand at this podium and be premiership winners in 2014. To the Sydney Swans and my good mate Horse. They knocked us off a couple of years ago. We had to get one back on you boys, but you've been a great side all year and I'm sure you'll be back again next year. Thanks very much for your effort today. To the Hawthorn Footy Club and their sponsors, Rico and Adidas, also Bupa, our great sponsors down in Tassie. We'll be bringing the cup down to you on Wednesday, I think, which is going to be fantastic. And also, Bupa have been a great contributor to our footy club for a long, long period of time. And I'm sure Peter Hudson's going to enjoy this one this week. To the AFL, to Gil and Mike and all the team, Dougie, you'll be enjoying this tonight, Dougie, just like we will. But thanks for all the support. Great competition. Filled this stadium on grand final day. It's a magnificent effort. And we're very, very happy that we got the cup this week. To our boys, we've had to do it the hard way. Super effort. Hodgie will speak more about it in a tick, but I just want to acknowledge one little fella who filled in for 5 weeks throughout the course of the year in my absence, Brendan Bolton. Thanks, champ. And to all our supporters, as I said, the gold, everyone wears their colours. It's a magnificent thing about AFL footy. Everyone comes in their colours. It's terrific to see the red and white of Sydney today and also the brown and gold of our great club. And it salutes once again. Thank you.
Just following on from what Clark said before, to John, Jared, Kieran, the Sydney boys, as I said before, we respect you guys so much. Holly and high regard. We've had some battles over the last 2 or 3 years, and we know it's going to continue. So we've got the utmost respect for you guys, but on a great year. To AFL, their partners, Toyota Australia, put on another super season. It's the best sport in Australia, best sport in the world. As you can tell by all the supporters here, we love playing it, people love watching it. Clarko touched on the sponsors, but it's all the sponsors of the footy club, to everyone who works at the footy club, the parents, partners, all the family. It's a roller coaster. Football is a roller coaster. We've seen some ups and downs over the past few years, but tell you what, the last two we've had a lot more highs. So thank you to Clarko, the coaching staff. Look, we've had some ups and downs as well with Clarko being sick and all the coaches stepping up and filling the void. So to everyone for pulling their weight, doing a bit more, thank you very much for all the hard work you guys have put in. To my boys, such a resilient group the last 2 years, always striving to push each other harder. Great result, back to back. It's an unbelievable feeling, so well done, boys. And finally, to the Hawthorn supporters, everyone here, everyone at home, everyone with the brown and gold, thank you very much for your support over the last few years. You're outstanding. We love you, so thank you very much. Cheers.
Well, to the victors, the spoils. I now have much pleasure in inviting Australian Football Hall of Fame member, Hawthorn legend, Jason Dunstall, to present the 2014 Toyota AFL Premiership Cup to Alistair Clarkson and Luke Hodge.
Well, Jason Dunstall has given Hawthorn so much to build this era, and as he hands over the cup, the Clarkson years become part of Hawthorn legends. 3 flags in 7 years. Clarkson's teams equal the feats of John Kennedy's and Alan Jeans's as the gold streamers fill the air, and Hawthorn rules again. Back-to-back premiers, 2013, 2014.
Gee, that's hard to do in a competition which is so hard to win. Fancy winning it 2 years in a row.
Well, what does it say about a club, Nathan? They overcame so much. They had a crippling injury list for good portions of the season. They lost their coach for 5 weeks and actually tested what they preach. They preach 1 in, 1 out. And yet their system actually, it withstood what you really wouldn't have imagined from the outside, that it would have had to have had some impact, and yet they didn't lose a game in Clarkson's absence.
No, and lost the first one that he came back. But you're not going to go. There's no such thing as a perfect year. There's no such thing as perfect, full stop. But geez, what the performance that they put forward today was pretty close to it. Team football is about relying on each other. It's about everyone's got strengths and weaknesses. So how can you match your teammates' strengths so that they buffer your weaknesses? And it takes a coaching staff, an administration, really strong leadership and direction. It takes unity. It takes sticking together when things don't go well. We made the point with Heath Grundy going back with the flight. How do you handle those moments when one of you or the club itself doesn't perform it at its optimum? You've got to be able to take the lessons from it and move on really quick. And I think Hawthorn do that particularly well, because you can wallow in it a little bit much and it doesn't result in good performance. We spoke about Langford and him standing up and the type of player he's become in 20 games. That comes from belief and a strengths-based focus and an understanding that I am important and I will give my teammates everything I've got. They were exceptional. Only 5 players had less than 15 touches. Matt Spangler was an amazing story. Brian Lake coming over. Josh Gibson's pec was detached for most of the year, and he comes in. I had him in the best 3 players on the field. Burgoyne, 10 touches in the first quarter, and then just ran the game out. Brad Hill, he's got 2 up on his brother now. Liam Shields, Ben Stratton missed quite a bit of the last 18 months. So look, they've just been an exceptional side, and there's plenty on the pine for them as well to come up. So it's never done, but they're going to be thereabouts and hard to beat.
There might be a couple there you can pinch.
Yes.
And the Magoos who hang around and have that the thought process and the understanding of what it takes.
Yeah, the other thing that people think is you just can recruit intellectual property. You can't pick the club up and put it over somewhere else. It's a balance of all of those people at that time, all tipping in, and with a unity and a momentum that builds. And momentum's the one word that strikes home with me about Hawthorn. They play their football with great momentum. They're a club with great momentum, and it's hard earned, and it takes great leadership to maintain.
Sammy Mitchell has gone with his children over in the warmest embrace with his wife. All the wives are in the race down there, and Sam's going to leave his kids in there before he does the lap of honour with the boys, because it'd be a bit dangerous to take those youngsters on this lap. Oh, they've reappeared. But the players, they're high-fiving over the fence down at the city end. A mass of brown and gold behind the city end goals. And there's Brad Hill. He's going to sit on the fence. Paul Puopolo's going to join him. They're going to have selfies taken with people, the big shots on the scoreboard. Everyone's part of this.
It's a super moment. This is the time, I've said in the past, when things are tough and you'd like to put it in a bottle and swing it, take a swig from it. Is this probably 10 minutes? Well, I'd like to swing it right now because I'm not feeling the best watching it. But it's a special moment when you know it's done and dusted, and you're kind of enjoying the moment, when, especially with your family and friends. And you can let your hair down a small bit.
How did you vote, Nathan, in the Norm Smith?
I voted. I didn't have Hodgie in my top three. I gave 3 to Lewis, 2 to Mitchell, and 1 to Gibson. The reasons I gave: Lewis, I thought over the first 3 quarters was the best player in the field. I thought Mitchell's first half was exceptional, but those 2 boys in particular, their clearance and contested ball, I thought from the inside out they got it done. Hodgie was probably my 4th. Birchall was in the mix as well. But I just thought that was so...
Burgoyne's first quarter was incredible as well.
Burgoyne's best on at quarter time.
You can't be throwing Hodgie in there.
No, definitely not. I thought they were so consistent. I am interested to see where the other 4 judges went. I'm not surprised to see Hodgie get it at all.
Yeah. No, not at all.
Well, they embark on a lap. I reckon it'll be a slow lap, as the Hawks will savour every moment of this. They're still yet to leave the goal square at the city ends. And why wouldn't you savour it after going back-to-back?
Incidentally, for listeners in Melbourne, they're setting up the stage on the other side of the ground from where we had it for Tom Jones pre-match. They're going to face the Great Southern Stand. And I think it's 6:30. They throw the gates open, and the public who didn't get a ticket to the game can actually come in and see Ed Sheeran and Tom Jones for nothing. So if you're close enough to the MCG, get down here, because the concert's going to be on. But we're going to stay on till a long time yet. We'll get players. They're doing a lap, soaking it up. The crowd is just confetti, brown and gold confetti everywhere. Last year it was Brian Lake and his family, and this year it's Sammy Mitchell. He's down there with his kids in the number 5. It looks like he's on the beach, a brown and gold beach.
Starting to move though, Drew. They've moved from that pocket, I think. Just starting to amble away from it.
So Sammy Mitchell's about 100 metres from his teammates, but I suppose in the end, when you've had a couple of cracks at it, you get a chance to work out, well, what do I really want to do? I might just play with my kids for 5 minutes in the confetti. He's on his way across now.
They're certainly tiny, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
How old are they? 12?
They wouldn't be that big.
All added up, it wouldn't come to 12.
12 months. No, they're only babies.
It's probably our best chance to actually talk about the Swans momentarily, or the timing of the lap. They will be shell-shocked, as that was a good phrase that Whitey used, because this would have been a long way from their minds, not just the performance, but the magnitude of it. What does a loss like that have the capacity to do?
Look, I'd say this. I think the club is strong enough to overcome it. And I think they've built up an environment and a culture that is able to. But it's going to take a long, long time. There's going to be a lot of people who's going to have to look at their own performance and honestly be judged. But if be judged by your peers, but I think first of all have to judge yourself. And that's going to be the hard thing to swallow. There's nothing that can be said to them in the next 24, 48 hours that they don't know. And if it has to be said to them, well, there lies the problem. I think as a club they're good enough. Like I said, it's probably the worst first half of football I've seen the club play in a couple of years, and the timing to do it with your leaders not doing, just, you know, you got 1, 2, 3 probably that really stood up, and when it counts early in a game, like I said before, if you don't start well in any sport really, you're chasing the 8 ball and becomes so shell shocked that it becomes a habit, and all of a sudden you're chasing the game, you're chasing the pressure. You just got to start well in the majority of games, but God, you got to start well in the grand final because it's just so difficult to come back from behind. Now, John Lommar will be extremely disappointed. I've no doubt about it. The leaders will be extremely disappointed. They'll analyse it. They'll analyse the club. They'll analyse the coaching. They'll analyse the players, obviously. But for me, it's going to go back to your on-field performance, and the words are only words at the end of the day. And when you can't back it up, people say it's a good year, but it's nothing. It's nothing right now, and it will be nothing forever. You'll never remember 2014 as a good year for the Swans, and the players know that. And so many people go through going to a grand final, obviously losing. It's the worst feeling in the world.
Tug, you should never get beaten by what you know, and they know exactly how Hawthorn play.
Yeah.
Knew exactly what they do. They got enough intelligence on them, and played against them enough times. The last 10 times, and Hawthorn won 7 of the 10 times against them, and they know exactly how they go about it, but they couldn't stop it or control it. And that is a player thing at times. I mean, it's set up. Did they rely on the tall forwards too much? Was there reliance on just Buddy? We'll get in there and Buddy will do all the work for us.
Well,
is there some things in that area?
Well, question I've got coming in. Did you think that if Hawthorn played at their very best and Sydney played at their very best, I mean, you'd expect that that's where the tips go?
I would have tossed a coin if that was the case for me.
But I mean, I would have thought. I still think that Hawthorn's best is far better than Sydney's best. Yeah. Not far better. I think it's better. So I'm not surprised. If it was going to be one-sided, I always thought it would be this way.
Well, of course, because of the style of play that they play, Hawthorn, that attacking style. You'd never think Sydney have many blowouts throughout the year.
Great sides and great teams. Their worst is closer to their best. No, so the best individuals that have ever, in any sport, in any endeavour really, when they have a bad day, their bad days are still pretty close to their best.
I think that's what's shocking Sydney.
This is the worst thing about it. They didn't go anywhere near their best. No. They were so far from it. They'd be so shell-shocked and so hurt by it because their performance was pathetic.
It still shows the growth that they've got as a team. This evolution of the Sydney side have still got more to go as a team. I mean, because Hawthorn have displayed an ability to be closer to their best on the main stage when it counts.
Yeah, they play a level style. They don't get beaten by much, and they never win by. They crush sides, but they never get destroyed. I haven't seen them destroyed at all. So that's interesting.
I didn't realise this until last week, and you said that you've never coached Collingwood to a victory against Hawthorn. So how do you unlock them? How do you?
Well, that scoreline you're seeing now is a scoreline they've been able to get against us regularly, consistently, and we've had really good periods where we'll be more than competitive. But this is the thing, across we're talking about this high performance and the difference between your best and your worst. Hawthorn are the best side I've seen do it over the last 3 years. I mean, even when they're playing average, and they played some average footy against Hawthorn standards through the middle of the season this year. But they just kept...
GWS nearly beat them on...
Yeah, they just found a way because they've got such efficiency in offence and defence. They run really solid patterns. They're really predictable to each other. They're really, obviously, clearly well coached, and they've got really good mental toughness. You know, because they can maximise their talent by being mentally tough, and it's a credit to what they do.
So is it they haven't got better talent, but they've got better teamwork or something? Even the way they shared the ball late in the game. Like Isaac Smith had a chance to kick a goal from 50, which is a stab pass for him. He gave it off.
You've got to have talent as well, obviously. Absolutely. You know, they've certainly got the ball for me, and they've got the talent at least. It's probably going back to the coaching side of it, obviously, to try and get them to play as a team and put yourself as an individual and your ego aside.
And the leadership from within the playing group.
Exactly right. And try and play as a whole.
Great pride.
That's not an easy thing to do.
Imagine the impact that Hodge, Lewis, Mitchell, even Burgoyne, I mean, he's been around for a long time now, and I know when he first came into the club, I'm not sure if he would have been perceived as a leader, but I'm sure that he would lead from within. You got Gibson down back, who's come across from North Melbourne and become a really strong leader in that crew. Now, Roughhead, they've got really strong, solid leadership that has been grown and developed over nearly a decade. They've played nearly a decade of footy together. And that takes time, and it takes experience, and it takes resilience to be built. Because those boys only won 4 games playing together in 2004.
Yeah.
So they've been through ups and downs themselves, and it's built them, it's shaped them, it's moulded them, and this experience for Sydney will do the same if they choose to take the lessons from it.
We've got a few 30-year-olds here too, you know.
They have?
Yeah, they're starting to come to... Or are they coming to the end? I don't think so. What I saw today, but you can fall pretty quickly in this game if you drop off a 0.5% or a couple of percent, and you're in trouble.
I get the impression that Luke Hodge, if you broke a team rule, Luke Hodge would belt you.
Yeah, we were talking about that with Jared McVeigh before the game, though, weren't we? He's got that capacity as well. But in the end, it was weighted numbers in leadership as much as anything.
I still reckon you'd break a rule, Drew.
I break lots of rules.
I know you do. You're very good at it. That's one of your big qualities.
That's such a hard thing to do, you know. When you've got so many different characters and so many different egos inside in a football club, to try and get them to row in the same direction. And it's obviously the formula that every club and everyone that's ever played the game in management is trying to get. But it certainly goes from the leadership side that the leaders show.
There's plenty of brown and gold still around the ground.
My word, there is 21-11, 137 Hawthorn over the Sydney Swans, 11-8-74. So the Hawks 63-point winners to claim the premiership of 2014. And the group, they're spread out like Brown's cows now. Some have reached the punt road end, but not all.
I've made an observation. I reckon the most valued selfie is with Matt Spanger.
Yeah.
They are they're all over him.
Not with Will Langford.
No. I reckon Spanger's got the nod.
That's a concession.
Yeah. He has been my love child over the last 2 hours.
I've noticed.
Oh, he can drive one home, I can tell you. Not at the races, though. He's no good at that.
What about Hawthorn possessed the ball for 60% of the game?
Yeah.
Time in possession, 60%.
440 possessions.
300 uncontested.
They smashed them in every one of them. Every stat in the game they smashed. Sydney. Oh my.
So,
this is bliss in a footy sense.
Oh yeah.
To go and execute and play at your best at when it's needed most. This is. I mean, you could win games. You can win a grand final, and it doesn't really matter how you win them. If you're ahead when the final siren goes, you're wrapped. But I reckon there'd be a little bit extra in it for the coaches in particular and the leaders of that group to say, yeah, well, this might be the second or the third time that I've won a flag, but I feel a real pride in the way we executed it.
It sent a message to the rest of the competition. You want to be at your best if you come and see us.
And you're right as well. Look, it's from a Sydney perspective, it's hard to watch, but you can only admire it. You know, really, sitting back and just watching the way they actually play their style of football and implement the plan. What they're told.
You had your head under the table most of the time.
I felt like the ground swallowed me up. But look, it's certainly, to look at the team and the way they actually perform, you can only admire the style of play that they have.
It doesn't carry over into 2015 though.
No.
And start again.
Exactly.
So all equal now, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
maybe tomorrow. The cup out there says we're not quite equal right now.
When you fail in a grand final, it's a bigger failure by 10 than a normal game. And when you succeed in a grand final, Will Langford's last 2 weeks have just been...
Give him a spell, Drew.
Mate, really?
I'll tell you now. It's just stalking. This is almost... This is right on stalking, this, Drew.
It is. Go and get a selfie with him, will you?
Did anybody know he was better than just a run with her?
Please, Drew. We'll get an AVO on you soon, I think.
Cyril Rioli down below us. And being subbed out of the game allowed great moments to be embraced by his teammates. If Matt Clinch grabs one of these, you just interrupt us. Sean Burgoyne, Jordan Lewis, Cyril Rioli going by. They lead the charge.
Jared, I've got a little observation. I think mobile phones and technology have slowed this lap down so far. No one had one in the past.
Yep.
Now everyone wants to go.
Yeah, and you wish you had them back when you were doing a lap, so it would last another 10 minutes.
Oh, mate, you walk straight off, so don't worry about it.
There's no rush.
I didn't want to go.
Celebrating a moment
I wanted to get in.
So Langford passes below Jared Roughhead. 5 goals to go on the back of his 6 from last week. Sam Mitchell, he's still got his kids down with him. I think maybe there are other kids.
You might have lost them.
They might be Sean Bergelin's kids. Oh yes, the selfies are still going on at the Punt Road. It'll be another 10 minutes before they finish the lap here.
Spanger will get off the ground on Monday.
Probably wouldn't mind either.
No, I spent 2 years with it, obviously in Sydney. It was my last 2 years, and I spent a bit of time in rehab, and Spanger was spent rehabilitation for my football body. But his application himself, he had a lot of injuries. His work ethic was something that I truly admired, you know. And it's a great story, obviously. It's a great football story. It's great for the perseverance and resilience of a bloke to keep going. He's just signed a new 2-year contract. And like Box was saying, Trotty called highly underrated for me, and Trotty, I remember watching him play here against Fremantle earlier in the year in April, and I remember watching Hawthorn that game, and their kicking skills was incredible, but Spanger the same game was a joy to watch, and look, he would have been nervous Monday, thinking if he was going to play or not, and you know, it would have been a moment going, God, I hope I get my opportunity, and it's just a great football story.
We were lucky to interview him here on ABC at one stage, and I understand what you're talking about. Well, it's just he's infectious, and he's a really good bloke, honest, straight, what you want to have at your footy club. And when he went up to the stage, if that wasn't the biggest roar, I don't know what was. It's amazing.
Well, when Gibson went down in the middle of the year, Spanger and Chaney were both playing in that role, and in the end, you do enough just to put yourself thereabouts often enough, and then you got to take that little step through the crack of the door. It'll just open up for you a little bit, and he's had it shut on his face 3 or 4 times already. Go through West Coast and Sydney, and now here, even last year, sitting watching that last year. But persistence is a remarkable quality.
It's a great trait to have, isn't it? Just to keep bouncing back.
Well, for a while I thought that West Aussie Litherland was going to be.
Yeah, he was the other one. He was up and around.
You rode him too hard, Bruce. You actually thought he was going to be a star, and you rode him, and all of a sudden he ended up in the bin.
Who's the next one?
I'm thinking Will Langford's going down.
I'm worried about Will now at the moment, actually. Yeah.
He is shining like a beacon at the moment. Am I the one that's going to bring him down?
Keep putting too much weight on him.
Cyril's doing all the Channel 7 interviews for the Hawks boys, the only one they can get.
Box, how big a decision was it as a coaching staff, you know, with Cyril? Was the plan, was it done before the prelim, you know, to take the risk?
I've got no doubt that all he needed to do was just stand up after last week. I mean, as I said, I think before the game, I think as a club, and Andrew Russell's got to be congratulated as the head of their athletic performance, and I think they run a really tight ship, and it's really what they've been able to do as a club. We talk about their resilience and their ability to find their best more often than that their worst is close to their best. I just think it's a consistency across the whole organisation. Everyone would understand their role and play their role to the best of their ability. I can imagine the communication being really clean and clear and consistent. And something like bringing a player back from injury, it's just right. This is how we're going to do it. These are the steps that we're going to take. Got to jump this hurdle before we move to the next one, and you just get it right. And you get the decisions and the process right more often than not, you get the best result. So I'm not surprised to see him up and about, and he ain't touched the ball 9 times, but as we said, he created some opportunities. Both the Roughhead's goal come off the back of Smothers, a kick and a handball of Rioli's against Kurt Tippett. They went back the other way, and turnover goals are huge, and you can't get a big score like that without that sort of pressure, and Rioli was a key in all of that.
Who's laying the dirt there, Drew?
At the moment, Luke Bruce is bringing up the rear, but Spanger is in the frame to be last to do the lap.
Stratton was laying in the streamers or whatever it was over there.
Confetti, yeah. Angels.
I don't know why you want to do that.
He wanted to get a photo.
Imagine if Spanger had taken the mark at the end. He would have been kicking after the siren.
The roar was huge.
Pandemonium that would have been really something. It's about the only thing that didn't go right.
Do you think he needs a haircut, Drew?
No.
Does Mark Zanotti need a haircut?
He did.
So the stragglers coming by now, Gibson and Lake. And Puopolo, who's guarding the cup out the back.
Lake's kids look a year older than they did last year, surprisingly.
And Matty Stainer, as they start to get a wriggle along, that might be being waved in to make sure that they do get down to the rooms at some reasonable time. Down to Clinton.
Ben McAvoy can join us on ABC Radio around the country. What a fairy tale. First year at the club, a premiership player.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been hard to describe, actually. It's almost beyond words, but I'm just so grateful. Get such a fabulous opportunity, and it's been really challenging, but Jesus, all worth it.
When did you find out you were going to come into the side this week?
It was during the middle of the week, might have been Tuesday even. Had good preparation time, knew I was going to play, and able to get my head in the right space, so it was really good.
And the emotion of the last half hour, is it everything you hoped it might be?
And then some. It's really emotional. It's hard to get a grasp on it, really. I'm just so grateful to get an opportunity at this club, and it's just a fairy tale, mate.
And John Segler, a hug with him as well afterwards?
Yeah, absolutely. I know exactly how it feels, miss out on the chance. It happened to me in 2010, so it's really tough, but he's been a fantastic player for this year. He's not going anywhere, so we'll enjoy a beer tonight.
Congratulations, well done.
Thanks, mate.
Finished with Ben McAvoy, who's now a premiership player. So, yes, Will Langford's out. He was just sitting on his own on a trolley out there, taking it all in, and Brian Lake, as he did last year with the kids down in the streamers. So there's a few who are coming to grips with it, and that's clearly the picture of Will at the moment, and some who are just revelling in it, and Brian Lake for the second year running.
Well, Will looks nearly in tears, but they call him the psychologist. He's a very smart bloke. He's going to Melbourne University studying engineering, so he'll be following the same course that his father has taken, and that's what took Chris Langford to Sydney. That's where Will grew up.
I can tell you he'll make more out of footy than he will out of engineering in the early days of his life. But he may move on to engineering where he'll make another quid after it. But
I think Langers has done particularly well.
I'm sure he has. And this kid's a good player. And if you can talk about it anymore, Drew, I'm going to ring the police, I'll tell you now.
Oh, Nathan, we'll finish up with you and let you go. What did we learn today, do you think?
Oh, look, we learnt that getting there is half the battle, but you've still got to do the job on the day. But I think you need a deep list. You need great leadership, and clearly you need top-end talent. They've done it. Hawthorn deserved their win, and we wouldn't have been surprised if Sydney had won, and it wouldn't have been any disgrace if Hawthorn weren't able to get up today. But what it shows is that they've just got a real strength and a consistency and a resilience that's been built up over a number of years. Really strong leadership, and the ability to perform the way they did today is just testament to the program they've been able to put together over a long period of time. And Al Clarkson, a three-time premiership coach, it doesn't happen that often, and he's still in the sweet spot, isn't he? Yes, it still looks like they've got Liam Shields coming through, and Smith's now 26, Luke Bruce young, Gunston young, Hill. They've got Langford,
Duray. Don't mention Langford again. He's at enough.
They've got some young players coming through. They're going to have to renew and regenerate, but that's for tomorrow. For today, Hawthorn were exceptional.
Nathan, it's been great to have you as part of the preliminary final and grand final coverage. We are much the wiser for it.
Hope not to be here next year.
Yes. Good luck to you. Good luck for what's to come at Collingwood.
Thanks.
When you get a break, enjoy it. We'll see you next year.
Thanks, gents. Cheers.
Nathan Buckley, part of our grandstand AFL coverage. We've seen Hawthorn 21-11, 137 over the Sydney Swans, 11-8-74. Kelly Underwood is in the Sydney rooms, is she? Let's check in with Kel.
Yes, Jared, if you can hear me down here in the Swans rooms. Well, the day that started with so much
hope and excited expectation. Pretty quiet down here. The players were allowed in as they made their way through the doors. I could see that Dane Rampey had been in tears. A lot of the players had their shoes and their socks off because they were made to wait out on the ground for quite some time for the presentation. And then the media was held out while the doors were closed. So just the board members and the players, the coaching staff and the reserve players as well in the room for about 10 or 15 minutes, and then the media allowed in. So not too many players as I look around the room at the moment. I can see Adam Goods. He's had the shower and he's already in the tracksuit looking at the watch as I speak, almost as if to say, can we get going out of here? But most duck straight into the showers or the locker rooms for some alone time. And they've got a grand final dinner in Melbourne tonight that they have to head to, and then Albert Park tomorrow morning for a presentation to the fans in the old South Melbourne region. But no appearance at the SCG. Those plans have just been scrapped. So the party is off for the Swans tomorrow afternoon. There'll be no homecoming celebrations. I think about 2 or 3 players are going to have a chat. In fact, Reece Shaw's about to have a chat to the media if you want to stay with me, or we can record
we'll head
this.
Into the Hawthorn rooms. We'll record that. We've just had the iconic image, I think, of the afternoon where the 2 coaches who led Hawthorn this year, Alistair Clarkson and Brendan Bolton, got up on the fence so that we could see them and raised the cup together. A shared endeavour.
Yeah.
2 coaches of the Hawks this year.
I've got them both covered for height.
No, you haven't. Both of them could walk under a coffee table with a top hat on.
That was terrific. Let's get into the Hawthorn rooms as they start to arrive. Adam White.
Thanks, Jared. And Bradley Hill is the first of the Hawks to come in. He's got the shiny gold medallion around his neck with the blue ribbon, and he's well and truly ahead of anybody else. Now we start to see them come in one by one. Geordie Lewis is there with that nick under his right eye. Luke Hodge with 2 medals around his neck. And here comes Josh Gibson and Ben Stratton with the Premiership Cup with the gold and brown ribbons tied alongside. Brian Lake, that's Isaac Smith. It's like the Karate Kid with the ribbon around his head. And that is still Isaac Smith with the shrieking. Better get out the way as Jared Rufford almost knocks me out the way. Matt Suckling, Brendan Bolton coming past as well as they're starting to circle up now. Only a couple left. Paul Puopolo and Cyril trying to get in. The cup's in the middle. So there you go. The cup's now held aloft. Sam Mitchell breaks from the circle to pick up both twins, one in each arm. And now they start to disperse in all sorts of different directions. And we'll see how we go with trying to chat to a couple of the players. Might even try and... Look, what we might do is just for the moment is maybe head upstairs.
You just shout out.
I might grab Isaac Smith. He's come here. What's this thing on your head?
I've got no idea. Someone gave it to me out there, and I don't even care at the moment.
Okay, what's better, the first or the second?
Oh, I don't know. The first was pretty unreal, but I really lapped it up today, and sort of knowing you're going to win it halfway through the last quarter is a great feeling.
Halfway through the last quarter, we're halfway through the second quarter. I mean, it was unbelievable what was going on in that second term.
I was still very twitchy, Whitey. I was standing on the outside, not getting near it. So, credit to the boys. They're unbelievable. Brilliant team effort. And I read your betting guide during the week.
Yeah, well, we probably shouldn't be talking about that, but it was a Hawthorn win. Get one more from me before I put some headphones on you for a few boys to ask some questions upstairs. No goal. Now, the goal celebrations in grand finals, Isaac, there wasn't one.
Oh, I thought I'd hand a couple off today. I had a couple of opportunities, but it was such a brilliant team effort, and that's all we'll focus on today. And, it was just an unbelievable effort today. It was brilliant.
We'll just grab a couple of questions upstairs. Mark McClure and Ty Kennelly are upstairs with Jared Waitley and Drew Morford.
Isaac, you understand how lucky you are, and not how lucky you are, how hard you've worked to back-to-back premierships. You've been in the game a very short time, and A lot of people never get close to it, but you are such a special club.
Yeah, it's brilliant. I'm obviously honoured to be drafted to the Hawthorn Football Club, and the things they got in place at the moment are working, and it's just a privilege to be here.
Yeah, well done, Isaac, mate. Ty Kennelly up here. It's a bit hard to say that, actually, but no, congratulations, mate. It was a super game of football. The first half. What was your clear tactic against Sydney as far as dealing with Buddy Franklin?
It was funny, we just treated him like he was any other ordinary player out there. There was obviously a lot of hype around him during the week, and the media and everyone were obviously pumping him up a fair bit, but if you worry about one player, there's another 21 out there. So, we didn't put a hell of a lot into him, to tell you the truth.
Isaac, tell me about the culture there. Tell me about the leadership of this football club and the standards you set.
Yeah, well, the standards are obviously very high, and you only have to stray a little bit and you're told about it, which is brilliant. It's a great, honest football club, and as you can see, we don't have a bad leader leading the whole thing.
How much self-belief does Clarko instill in the football club and obviously the football players?
A hell of a lot. And Clarko knows his players really well, and so do all the other assistants, and they deserve a lot of credit this year as well. So, there's obviously a hell of a lot of belief, and the group believe in each other, and that's just what you need, I guess. And we've got a good thing happening at the moment, so I hope it just keeps on rolling.
Who's the best coach? Happy or Clarko?
I don't love them both, so don't worry me.
Isaac, how many people have you got down from Wagga and the environs?
I think I had to get about 15 tickets today, so not too bad. But yeah, the old credit card gets a fair whack this time of year.
We might let Isaac go now. He's just found his family, so we'll let him go and try and find another Hawk.
Good stuff. Isaac Smith with us in the Hawthorn rooms. The Hawks by 63 points over the Swans to claim back-to-back premierships. The discussion about Clarkson and three-time premiership coach at Hawthorn, and it's an 8-season window. He came in and took them from the depths.
Unbelievable.
And they have really created something.
I know that they went through an extensive process to get a coach. They talked to some of their older players involved who've been in coaching, and all of a sudden they sprung upon Alistair Clarkson. Let's go back to
Yep, we'll have more of that shortly. Whitey?
Yeah, we've got Brian Lake. Very good decision to go and play at Hawthorn.
You would say so, yeah. That's 12 months ago, get this feeling, and now two-time, it's phenomenal.
Explain that first quarter, because Buddy was on early and he was taking a few marks in that first quarter, but you stuck to your guns and it became a great battle.
Well, we know what Sydney do. Sydney come out really hard in the first quarter, so it's no surprise. Bud, got on the end of a couple. They really opened up their forward line as much as they could in that first quarter, but yeah, it was a little bit inaccurate, but to the boys' credit, we just rebounded out tackling, and how ferocious we were around the ball was phenomenal. We hadn't seen that all year.
I was going to say, did you surprise yourself at how well that pressure was through the midfield, because it made it easier for you?
Oh, when you're watching it from our defensive position, you see the guys putting on so much pressure up in the forward line through the midfield. It just gives you so much confidence, because if you are caught in a bad position, that the guys up there putting that pressure on was phenomenal. And I think Ruff's hit on Hanbury in that first quarter was phenomenal. I keep saying phenomenal, but it is.
Well, a two-time premiership player now. Boys upstairs.
Brian Ty Kennelly here, mate. Congratulations. How good was it that last quarter, or that last 15 minutes?
Hell of a lot easier than last year when the game was a little bit closer. You could draw it a little bit more, but you just for me, you just never know. You get that 15-minute marker, even probably in that third quarter when Langers kicked that goal from the boundary, you think it's sort of your day, everything's going your way. So it was a hell of a lot easier to enjoy it, and you're just waiting for that siren to blow. It just took forever.
Yeah, and tell us a small bit about some of the, obviously the hurdles that you actually went over this year. It's just an incredible football club to keep persevering and getting over them.
Yeah, we had some injuries, probably not as much as we had last year. We had 3 ACLs last year and Whitey in the last final, the prelim. But it was just injuries to our key players that was the issue. So to the guys' credit, when Bolt's come in as a coach, and the guys Langers was able to hold his spot because he got an opportunity because there was some injuries for the midfield. So we just didn't have that last year. We didn't have key injuries to key players, so the guys underneath, the Box Hill guys, weren't able to get their opportunities. But you saw this year they got their opportunity, they took with both hands, and a couple of guys now with premiership medallions around their neck.
Brian, how good a bloke is Matt Spanger?
Oh, it's a great story, isn't it? He's a cult hero. Everyone loves him. You could have heard the roar when he went up there and got his medal. So it's just a great story that he's been at 3 clubs that won premiership. So he always says to everyone he's a 3-time premiership listed player, but not a premiership player. So he says wherever he goes, luck happens. So for him to finally get a medal around his neck, no doubt he's going to be one of the best on ground afterwards. Congratulations, Brian. 2 premierships in a row is no mean feat. The other thing is, I thought you took a bit of liberty in the last line of defence, taking mark of the day down there. Yeah, well, it was probably I took mark of the day, then probably the highlight of the day as well when I fell over. Yeah, I saw that. But one of the best things about you is you got back up and won the ball again. Yeah, because I was thinking, I can't stuff this up. I've already fallen over. I've made a fool out of myself. You weren't the only one who was thinking that. Oh, thank you. Yeah, there's a memory of someone falling over in one of the grand finals 2012, and it just came straight to my mind again. So I thought, no, this is not going to happen to me. Are you going to keep going? Is there another one in you? Oh, of course there is. Yeah, I want to keep playing. My body's brilliant. So it's it is brilliant. Well, it's going to be brilliant in about 4 hours. I won't feel anything.
You had such a strange year, Brian. You couldn't get any continuity going, but right at the right time, you got back. Your final series has been exceptional. How do you reflect on your personal year? Yeah. Well, it's going to be good for next year. I'm not suspended going into a new season, so that helps a hell of a lot. So, a couple of issues with suspension and a weird sort of calf injury what I had, which the doctors haven't seen before. We fixed that, and we can monitor that pretty well. So the major thing was in 2010 when I hurt my knee, and that's been fine ever since. So I want to keep playing and keep enjoying success. Did you ever worry that you mightn't get a proper crack at this year as the interruptions piled up? Oh, it gets frustrating, but I'm the type of guy, I never drop your head. I look at it that you got to take positives out of everything. That I've had that suspension, but I can get a good 4 or 5 weeks. It's not like I'm injured where I can't train. I wet my ring off and got fit and got strong, and it was always going to benefit me in the finals. It take a little while just to get the game sense going, but as soon as that came back, and I knew I had the run in the legs, so I did so much work.
Hey, Brian, your kids reckon the last Saturday in September at the MCG, it's just every time I'm going to go out and roll in the confetti. They look like angels on this day, but they are a nightmare. I would have loved to have seen them last night and this morning, just causing me grey hairs, but then all of a sudden when the cameras are on, they're little angels. So I should film them when they're bad, just to give them a little bit of a bad rap. Brian, you've got to remember they're a product of you. Yeah, they've got a little bit of the angry side to them as well. No one sees. Brian, congratulations. Yeah, well done. Well done. No worries. Thanks, guys. Brian Lake was superb during the final series and again today, and now 2 premierships in 2 years with the Hawks. The polling for the Norm Smith, Luke Hodge 10 votes, Jordan Lewis 9, Sam Mitchell 9. Wow, it's close, isn't it? Yeah, wow. Between their 3 prolific players. So Hodge got 3-3-2-2. And my mate Will got 1. Our mate here. My mate Will got 1. Our mate here didn't even give him 1. No, 3-3-2-1 for Lewis and 3-2-2-1-1 Mitchell. He was the only one who picked up votes from all 5. Were you Lewis or Hodge? No, I actually went Lewis, Hodge, Brian, Bradley Hill. Yep, that's how I went. But Bucks will be the odd man out. He'll get a caning. When you see those 3, before the game, and they play the games that they played, you'd say they'd win. Yes. As good as a game, if you saw Hodge, Lewis and Mitchell play as good as they have, you'd say, well, it's going to take something spectacular for Sydney to do it. And that's exactly what they've done. You've led by example, and they're obviously quality ball winners and quality players when they get the ball in their hand, but it's incredible close, wasn't it? Yep. Mitchell, 33 touches. Is he a left footer or a right footer? No, he's a right footer who had to go left because he had some problem with his leg. And now he kicks better on non-preferred. Well, he's done it. He gets 30 a game. It gives you a few over 20 games, 30 a game. What's that? Gives you a few options to go on the other side.
That's 600.
Doing some work with the academy teams, and we took them into Hawthorn, and this was last year, and Clarko talked to the group, and they're all 18-year-olds, obviously getting drafted, all first-year drafted players now, and the first thing he'd said to them, you've got to be able to kick. You've got to be able to kick, and preferably you've got to be able to kick on both feet.
Both feet, yeah.
You know, and he's got an example of a bloke in Mitchell that he's just so difficult to play on, because when he gets it, you don't know which way he's going to go and which side he's going to go. And obviously, it's a big philosophy for the football club, the kicking component. There's a lot more and other components to it, but it's a great story. Kick left and right.
That's part of that continual improvement. You even see Isaac Smith now kicking on his right foot. He never did that for the first 2 years. He's starting now to actually go that way.
And I think too many clubs settle for, you don't have to go. You don't have to be perfected, but keep aiming for perfection is what's getting them further and further ahead of other clubs.
Are they doing that in Gaelic footy? Because they're bankers and farmers and all that, so they're not truly professional.
It's just too difficult because you don't have the time, obviously, to commit to do what the professional footballers do here. But it's difficult. It's easy enough if you're natural enough and it's something you've done as a child, and that's where most players that kick left and right have been brought up, where they've kicked actually both feet.
So when you were 14, did you go and spend hours working on the non-preferred?
I was lucky enough that I had a forward that had played and then continuously taught me to kick left and right. But he didn't tell me to continue to kick left and right with an oval ball. He taught me to kick continually off and right and left with our own ball. So certainly it's a big thing to be able to do it as a young bloke and come through. And if it's any advice, because you are starting off on your right, whichever's preferred, you might as well just go on your left straight after it. You know, it's an easy trick to actually start doing.
Now, why with a round ball do you run out and hook it back?
It's just the point of contact on the ball. It's basically you got to do it because the point of contact on the ball it's more fat on the ball. Obviously, the hit it's a lot more sweeter on a Sharon because of the point of contact's a lot smaller and it's easier to make the point of contact. But it is difficult to kick and look, kicking it. And for me, with football departments, what's going to happen now going forward is with the football department and the revenues being cut and whatnot, specialist decision makers and specialists. I'm more of a believer if you're a good decision maker, you're a good kick.
Yeah.
And so many clubs and people go backwards with let's work on the kicking technique. If you're a poor decision maker and you're a good kick, well, guess what? You've got to turn it over.
I think what's happening now is we're seeing less athletes being picked and more actual guys who can actually play.
No doubt about it.
And they can actually play this game and play it at a high level, and then you can work with them more to improve them. The ones who are athletes, seriously, you're wasting time for someone fair to.
It's the way to go. Obviously, you can get someone fit. It's extremely difficult to get into someone's football brain and get them to find the football. It might be overweight or it might be issues going on, but if he has a natural football ability, it's a lot easier to work with him in an environment, especially the culture that the Hawks have. It's a lot easier if you've got a football brain compared to an athlete himself. And that's certainly the way recruiting's going. And everyone in the competition is going to look at what Hawthorn does, the way they've done it, like every year. Whoever wins the premiership, the people are coming from and trying to poach their coaches, trying to poach the players, trying to find out everything that's going on in the football club, and that's what's probably going to happen to Hawthorn in the coming months.
Best contrast between a footballer and an athlete was Hodgie. The way he gets where the ball's going, he dictates play, tells his teammates where to go. He's understanding the game. And you've got a Gary Rowan who can run like the wind, but does he get where it is?
Hodgie's the one who he's a pure footballer.
Yeah.
You can't teach people that. That's just unteachable. You can say, you're going to be in this spot at this time, and they can get there. Yeah, but you know what? The ball ain't there, and you're right. And there's a stack of them out there. And there was a recruiting coup for 10 or 15 years of this stuff. And I think we're paying for it. There's better kids out there who can play and have a nous, footy nous.
Look at Greg Williams. He was slow. He was round. He got sent elsewhere by 2 clubs. He just could get the ball.
Well, I'm looking at the draft at the moment, and I'm working with the NAB AFL Academy kids, and those kids, Petraka, Angus Bradshaw, they're not genuine athletes. They're genuine ball winners. You know what I mean? And they'll be top 3-4 picks in the draft, and that tells you straight away what way clubs are leaning. They're not going for a kid that's running a 950, 930, 3K anymore. And I'm glad it's happening that way. because you can always find athletes in Germany. You know, I spend time going over internationally, and that's what the clubs are looking for as far as
I've seen your
an athlete,
expenses.
you know.
Right. The game can't afford you, Tyke.
One of these two sides have shown that the best two recruiting clubs in the competition finished in the grand final. In my opinion, that's the best two who may have picked up the stars, and they've also picked up some good kids too in Parker and Cunningham and those sort of guys around the place who have got some youth, and Rampy and all that. They still recruit very well, and that's where you've got to be.
The environment is so crucial for me as well. You can recruit well, and you just need such a strong environment when they get there, and that's what the two clubs have. I think along with Geelong, the environment that they bring players into is just top notch, and that helps when you do recruit talent, young talent, or obviously players from other clubs that are able to create and influence a game like Lake and whatnot have in the grand final.
So Tom Jones is back on stage at the MCG with a thoroughly good turnout, plenty out on the arena, and the stands as well are, the lower tier has plenty of people speckled about for the concert at the end.
I don't mind his paisley jacket either.
Free ticket to Tom Jones, it's gold.
Yeah. No, his jacket's blue, true.
I think there'll be some teenage girls making their way here for Ed Sheeran, who'll go second this time around. So Tom's the lead-off act because the main affair is a bit younger.
He's going to bed soon, isn't he?
Yeah, that's right.
Just getting the cane walking off. Oh, no.
I tell you, his voice is very, very good. Still outstanding good. Well, I heard you singing before the game. I thought your voice was reasonable.
In Wales, they don't worry about playing rugby, cricket, football or anything else. They just sing. They do worry about playing rugby.
Susan Boyle as well is actually a Welsh girl, so they're great singers.
Their main sport is singing.
Really?
Oh, everybody can sing, from a coal miner to the banker.
It's not unusual to find a singer in Wales.
I'm tipping you're going to get up and sing.
Can you sing?
No
Irish
chance.
sing. Irish are good singers.
Yeah, we like. I can play a few tunes, but no, I can't sing. It's a bit like a crow, I'm afraid. I think I'm great after a couple of beers, but I'm afraid I think so does everybody else.
All right, this might be our best moment to go through all the stats, Drew, while Adam White is lingering in the Hawthorn rooms, and we'll get something from the Sydney rooms as well. No, we'll go straight to the Hawthorn rooms with White.
We had to get Will Langford. I was desperate to get him because you had such an amazing game, and Will, your dad's a premiership Hawthorn player, now you are.
Yeah, I suppose I am, and when you put it like that, it's pretty overwhelming, really. It's a dream come true.
Going into this year, you'd played a game. You're in and out of the team for most of the year. What clicked? What saw you become this player you've become in the last couple of months?
I don't know that any one thing clicked. It's just really the accumulation of a lot of hard work that comes to a head, and I don't think I'm doing anything overly special. I think that's what is great about our team is we've got clear roles and everyone can come in, and there's probably 30 guys on our list that can come in and play a role, and it's pretty boring to say that, but that's the truth, and that's probably why we got the result we did today.
And what was it like? Was it what you imagined it would be that last quarter, considering the history of the football club and your family? Was it what you thought it would be when you got to experience it?
Not really. I don't know what I thought it was going to be, because it was certainly not like what happened. I was pretty overwhelmed and tried to keep things under wraps, but once the siren went at the end, it's surreal, really. It's absolutely immense.
Well, there's Ty Kennelly upstairs. There is Drew Morfitt, Jared Waitley and Mark McClure.
G'day, Will. What was your role today?
Well, I don't think there's any role in particular. I was just out there hunting the footy and just trying to play with intensity. That's probably what stands me in good stead when I'm out there, just hitting to contest hard.
Well, I'll tell you what, you've got a brand new fan. His name's Drew Morfitt. He's been in the game 50 years and he has a love affair with you right now.
Oh, he's the first one, so I'll take it.
There's going to be many more.
I was pushing up for votes in the Norm Smith and all that. I mean, you kick the long running goal, you kick the one from the boundary line. Take us through the one from the boundary line.
Yeah, I don't really know what was going on there. I've somehow got the ball and just sent it on its way and got a lucky bounce to the line, so I don't know how much I meant it, but I'll take it, that's for sure.
Now, what we're going to do, I'm going to be fair here to Will. His dad's right next to us. He's got the Premiership Cup, so we'll take the headphones off. He's got the family with him. The cup's there, and they've both got... This is a huge family moment for the Langfords. We might even be able to get Chris potentially after this, but the whole family's in there for the family photo with the shiny Premiership Cup. As you can tell, he's completely overwhelmed by it all, Will. I don't think he's quite realised what he's actually done. Yeah, it's a very proud family photo. I'll just try and grab Chris, ABC Grant. No, he wants to go and see with his family, so there you go. I've just been given the cold shoulder. No, not really. We'll try and get someone else, boys, but for the moment, back upstairs.
Good as gold.
So I reckon Will would be too young to remember Langer's career. So
I'm not certain about that.
So Will's 22. When did Langford finish up? He would have
90?
played into the early 90s, do you think?
Oh, it'd be a line ball. Yeah. I don't reckon Will would have been like Lakey's kids or Sammy Mitchell's kids out on the ground after a premiership. So, they're completely different players.
Yep.
But they're both brainiacs, and they'll both make plenty of money.
Sound overly exuberant.
I don't.
No, Will.
He didn't.
A New South Wales boy, probably. He's probably a bit heartened that the Swans lost.
His teammates reckon he's a bit of an oddball. He's too bright to be a footballer, pretty much, but they reckon he is a bit different.
That's the joys of football clubs for me, is the different characters and the different people that make up the environment, that so many different people, including a nerd, including highly intelligent people, including people that are not so intelligent, including people that are great administrators after football and whatnot, that they all try and push in one direction and have one goal. It's so different than any other environment in the world for me, any other business, anything else. That generally when you're in an environment of a business, they're pretty much the same intellect and they're going to one direction. That's what's so great about the sport.
So Chris played in 97, which means Will would have been 5 when he finished up. So your point's well made. He would know that he played, but nothing more than that.
He would have watched a lot of footage, no doubt about it. I'm sure his father would have taught him or showed him.
Showed him how good he was.
Exactly right.
Now, if there's been a love affair between myself and Will tonight, if we get Jordan Lewis on, then the love affair will emerge between McClure and Lewis.
Yep. No, that's not true. He cannot play golf.
Oh, you're not going to can him, are you?
Oh, I might give him a little clip.
I'm shattered we didn't get him up for the Norm Smith.
Oh, I know, we tried.
God love
you know
watching
what?
that.
He's no good.
Great. Oh,
and Buckley's no good.
No, Jordan gave Jordan 3, so he is good.
You can't stab him while he's not here.
Yes, you can.
Nathan did the right thing.
It wouldn't matter if he wasn't there.
But I don't mind sharing this. As Bob Murphy was texting back and forth, has he got it? And he going, I reckon he needs a goal, just to put the exclamation mark on it. So Geordie's come up a goal shorter than Norm Smith. He's missed by 1 vote, Adam White.
Okay, Jordan's. It's got to be quick, so I'm just going to go straight up. Sellers, Jared, you got Jordan Lewis, 3-time Hawthorn Premiership player.
How good is it, Geordie?
Listen, I find it hard to describe. It's just such a great experience, and I think the way we played today was probably nearly our best game for the year, to be honest. We understand they're a great defensive side. We had to bring our A game in terms of that, but we understood that we had some really damaging weapons in terms of our offence as well. A lot was spoken about their key players, and we just sat back and listened and understood that we had a job to do today.
How soon in the game did you know that you were on with that pressure?
To be honest, probably the first 5 minutes. I know it's a long game, but you do look for signs early and to understand how other players are playing. You never really quite know going into a game, but the pressure that we put on probably in the first 5 or 10 minutes suggested to me that we were in for a good day.
It's been a long time coming. Get the third one. 1 year, actually.
365 days. So I think when we won our last one last year, we actually had a sign in there saying 365 days, get ready. So it's amazing how it pans out.
A couple of groomsmen had a bit of a stink.
Yeah,
Josh Gibson,
I'll have to sort him out later. Buddy was pretty disappointed after the game, but we understand it's a competitive game. He's trying to win for his side, and we're trying to win for our side. So there's no love lost.
So, Ty Kennelly up here, congratulations. I heard a story last year, I think it was a couple of weeks into your break, and you got a call or a text message, I think it was from Hodgie, so I might have been wrong, about correcting what was going on in your off-season and trying to focus on the year that's ahead. Is it true, and how much of an influence did it have if it was true?
No, it wasn't true, so I'll squash that right now.
No problem.
Sorry, Ty. I wanted to give you a little bit more than that, but it simply didn't happen. Yeah.
In the overall scheme of things, Jordan, has this been the best year of your career?
You can't argue with that. I think it's probably been the most consistent. I've played some good games, obviously, in my career up to date, but to be a regular contributor, week in, week out, and cement myself in what is a really good side, and to cap it off with the premiership, it certainly is a year that I'll never forget.
So tell us a small bit about the standards that are set at that football club.
Yeah, I think, as you know, Ty, we really pride ourselves on culture. We think everything is driven from there, and we get guys in, and if they don't adapt to our culture, we can't play them. And sorry, boys, I'm getting told to go here.
Yeah. We better let Jordan go. He's been good enough to give us some time, considering that everyone else has gone in.
Good
so
stuff.
he wanted to have a chat to Sellers and Gerald. So that's good that he's done that for us.
Well, Jordan Lewis, runner-up in the Norm Smith medal. The Hawks by 63 points. The Premiers. Let's do the numbers now, Drew, before we get something out of the Sydney rooms.
Well, having just spoken to Geordie Lewis, he led all comers with 37 possessions, 21 kicks, 16 hand passes. 14 of his 37 were contested. 8 marks, 7 clearances. It was just the perfect game. 139 Dream Team points. I know Dream Team's now finished, but Dream Team is a combination of all facets of the game: kicks, marks, handballs, tackles, efforts, and so on. So 139 is huge. 157 Dream Team points was Luke Hodge, who won the medal with 35 possessions, kicked a couple of goals, 21 kicks, 14 hand passes. He took 12 marks, 4 clearances, 4 tackles. He did the lot. Forward and back, Luke Hodge, the medal. 33 possessions for Sam Mitchell. He just gets better and better, Sammy Mitchell. 12 of them contested, 9 marks, 7 clearances, and 146 Dream Team points. So those three were a mile ahead of the rest. Hodge, 157 Dream Team points. Mitchell, 146. And Lewis, 139. Next best was my man, Will Langford, had 103 Dream Team points for his 21 possessions, but he kicked 3 goals. Josh Gibson had 32 touches, which is no mean feat, mostly against his old mate Buddy. Birchall 25, Burgoyne 24, Hill 23, Stratton 22, Shields 22, down to Langford 21, and Lake with 21. For the opposition, Josh Kennedy, he started really well, finished with 29 disposals, 15 of them contested, 5 marks, 5 clearances, 4 tackles, and 100 Dream Team points. He was the only Swans player to get to triple figures. Next best was on 93, Nick Malcheski. He had 26 disposals. Reece Shaw had 25. Luke Parker, I thought he was disappointing, but he finished with 20 possessions, just 7 kicks, 13 hand passes. Hanbury, 20 possessions. Jack, 18. Tippett, 16. Franklin, 14 possessions. He kicked 4 goals, 2. He had 11 kicks, 3 hand passes, 4 contested possessions. He took 7 marks, Buddy, for his... 5 marks, 5 marks, Franklin, for his 4 goals, 2, and 14 total disposals. He'd have to be disappointed with that. Goods, well, he was goods, and he was good. But 13 possessions. Will it be his last game? I think it'll be floated during the week. Lloyd, 11. McVeigh, 11. Grundy, 11. Richards, 11. McGlynn, 11. But when you're starting to get down to these levels, I'd say they'd have to be disappointed with that. From the bottom, Jetta was very disappointing. 4 touches. Rowan, 7 possessions. Rampy, 8. Bird, 8. Sam Reid, 8 possessions. Overall, the discrepancy was incredible. Hawthorn, 442 touches to 298. So that is a win of 144 possessions. Hawthorn over Sydney. 144. It's 22 players on the ground.
That's 7. You got no good at maths.
I'm no good at maths. So I'm trying to work out how many extra players Hawthorn had on the ground.
Look, I think reading into the stats after half time for me was probably shot chop. And I keep going back to that first quarter and a half. I suppose it's you'll read into stats because the game was over pretty much at half time. You'll read as much as you can into the stats, but you probably want to read the stats in the first half that were so telling. But it's an absolute shellacking. It's a hammering in every stat that's there in a grand final. And honestly, the most positive and the most enthusiastic Hawthorn supporter would not have predicted this. There's no way in the world they would have. And if they did, well, they should be on TV calling, or they should be in the radio here beside us.
They should be collecting it at TAB.
Yeah. Hawks by 63. Let's touch base with the Swans. Kelly Underwood was there when Ted Richards was sent forth.
People speak about momentum so much, and the ability, at certain stages, teams will have momentum. Any stage, it looked like we were able to maybe have a little bit. Hawthorn were able to win the clearance, win the hard ball, kick a goal and just shut it down. And they did it for 4 quarters. So at no stage really were we able to wrestle back and have a win and then start to build some momentum and give ourselves a chance.
You've been part of the stingiest defence all year. This time it was double that score. Was that just because of the constant waves coming down your way?
Yeah, credit to them, but also at some stage you have to recognise the situation you're in, and percentage doesn't count for anything. So as they started to get on top of us, and it was getting later and later, we had to get more and more aggressive because we just, 3/4 time we needed a 10-goal last quarter. So we can't go about trying to win a game with just playing defensive football. Yeah, well, I actually thought we started okay. It was a real arm wrestle early on, but I think it was about that, probably halfway through the first quarter, maybe towards the end of the first, where they were starting to get on top of us, and whether it be clearances or outside of the uncontested marks, uncontested disposals. And we addressed it. We were speaking about it a lot. We need to shut this down, and we didn't. So
I've never seen the Swans struggle so much to bring the ball back into play.
Credit to their pressure. There were certain stages where I think they had quite a few points, and their ability to lock the ball in there from the forward 50 made it really hard for us to, as a defence, move it out, and I guess give some supply to our forwards.
Did you feel rattled?
Rattled?
Yeah.
Well, you start to become aware of the situation as the game goes on, that we're playing catch-up football here. And as the game goes more and more on, and the lead gets bigger, you start to realise that the situation that we're going to need to, I'm not sure if rattled's the right word, but just disappointed and annoyed and frustrated and about the situation that we're in.
What point of the game do you think we can't get back there?
Only a 3/4 time that the situation we're in was a bloody tough situation, but teams have kicked 10 goals in a quarter before, but I knew that if we're going to be able to do it, it was a bloody tough chance, but we tried, but just Hawthorn came at us again.
The rest of the guys after the game, it's just awesome. Jared and Karen get up and say something.
Nah, we're all pretty flat, so there's no point talking about things right now, because we're all aware of the opportunity that we missed, and in time we'll have a chat about it. But right now we're all, as you can imagine, all pretty flat.
How did John react at half time? What sort of?
We all tried to. He was disappointed in part of how we were playing, but at the same time he was positive and spoke about the opportunity that we can still win this. And
so he was upbeat.
Yeah, he was upbeat. Yeah, we're still aware of the situation that we'd put ourselves in, but I think we changed a couple of things. We had someone back at certain stages, but we were going for the win, and we went out there incredibly positive at 3/4 time that we can get them back.
That was Ted Richards in the Swans rooms, and that word shell-shocked really does sum that up. Chris Langford's an AFL commissioner. He is a premiership winner at Hawthorn. It's a blue blood family with the Hawks. They now have a son who's a premiership player as well. Whitey?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Chris, more than one premiership with Hawthorn. Now his son's won one. How does that feel for the family?
Oh, pretty good. Pretty good. I mean, I'm more worried about just my son's great effort today, and it's amazing as a parent to go along and see your kids performing and doing well under pressure.
You sound like Will. He was just completely gobsmacked with what had happened and was sort of struggling to take it all in. Yeah,
it's very hard. Pinch yourself, and it's a great feeling. And obviously, hard to be completely objective about it all, but to look back and go, well, geez, they won by 63 points and they beat a really good team. And they put a huge amount of pressure on them, and they worked really well together. And my son was a good part of it, so amazing.
Oh, I just asked Will before about what's clicked, what's made him this footballer he is. Is it simply opportunity? Is it belief? What do you think it's been?
Oh, I think it's opportunity, meeting commitment and belief and self-confidence. He's been given a lot of confidence and encouragement and some huge amount of development work by the coaches. So the club have done it really well. He's come along pretty raw, physically and footy smarts wise, and he had some really good ingredients to work with, and he's responded really well. So it's great for the club and obviously great for Win.
When he was young, did he always want to be a Hawthorn footballer?
Doesn't every kid want to be a football star when they grow up? He was no different. But I guess you sort of say, expectations are high. The dad's a bit of a shadow in him, so I try and step back, and I shouldn't be talking today. I should be letting him do the talking because he's done really well.
Yeah, I'll let you go back to the family, Chris. Really appreciate it. Chris Langford there. The players have just re-emerged from their meetings. So what happened, Jared, after we spoke to Jordan Lewis, they went in behind closed doors and obviously had a moment again with just the team and the coaches. It was great to see Alistair Clarkson. He sung the song with the players. Brendan Bolton was in there as well. It's just as good as it was last year, to be perfectly honest.
It's a monster feat to go back-to-back in any age, but let alone one that is so dedicated to equalisation. So great to have a word from Chris Langford, the AFL Commissioner, the Premiership player, Premiership player's father.
Yep, with equalisation, you're supposed to win a Premiership once every 18 years. So to win 2 in 2...
3 and 7.
3 and 7 is out of control.
Actually, their record's incredible. They won their first in 61. They've won 12 since then. Now that is, I think that's up there with that's better than anybody in the competition from that year on, from 60s till now.
And they used to run Wooden Spoon regularly, didn't they?
Yeah, they were a very poor club at one stage, and then at one stage they almost wanted to join up with Melbourne. So they've had some ups and downs and bits and pieces, but to win 12 premierships in that short period of time, which is 52 years, that's a very, very good effort. 54 years, sorry.
Just recap your votes for us, Sellers, and why. The 3-2-1 from the grand final of 2014.
Well, my votes, I gave one to Bradley Hill, who's just become an outstanding running player, an outside player who uses the ball. But when he has to go and win the ball, he gets in there as well. He tackles, he chases. But his ball use and the way he wins it, and his carry, his run, is just devastating for other sides. I gave 2 to Luke Hodge, who's probably, He's announced himself as one of the great players of the AFL. He's a Hall of Famer, walk-up start in my mind, and I just think that he leads that side well. And if you watch him off the ball, if you watch the ball, you can't see him, but if you watch him off the ball, he's pointing, he's telling people, you should be here, you should be over there. This is what you do, and he does it very well. And I go through to Jordan Lewis, who has had the most superb year I've ever seen from him. He's been in the system 10 years now, 10 or 11 years,
games,
and 200 odd games, and his year has been superb. Even when they were poor, he was been their best player, and so for him, well done. And that's a really good effort by all those 3 players. But there's more than just that.
Yep.
There was more than just those 3. You'd like to give 10 because they deserve 10.
It was the weight of numbers and the consistency that won them the game, really. And look, one more probably is Burgoyne is the one for me. He was the best player in the first quarter, and when the game was to be won, there you go.
So that's the grand final. Tomorrow we'll spend plenty of time wrapping it all up and the season as a whole. We'll have the Sunday Inquisition, which will take in the Hawthorn celebrations and the replay of the grand final, mixed in with your calls along the way. Hawthorn, though, the premiers of 2014, 63-point winners over the Swans.